Decelia project. Liberia, Mama Liberia. Must all rise. Let's stand together to fight Corona.
This is an audio of the book, The Golden Science of Tough Times, COVID-19, Pathways to Overcoming, Thriving, and Remaining Positive and Resilient when All Hell Breaks Loose. Written and published by Dr. Gbollie and Decelia S. Kanneh, read by Matthias Labandi, Grace Tower, and Michael Toll. The Golden Science of Tough Times, COVID-19, is a mind-expanding, motivational, well-researched, and experience-rich, life-changing book that provides pathways to psychologically overcoming crisis. Charles and Decelia share their rich experiences and empirical evidence to help you respond, embrace, and navigate through tough times by unveiling proven ways and practical positive actions. This book also provides notable lessons of the pandemic to help you find hidden opportunities in adversity, which, when effectively utilized, could facilitate enhanced societal transformation. Dr. Gbollie is a passionate youth and student leader, educator, corporate consultant, lecturer, and motivational speaker. Dr. Gbollie addresses critical issues related to human, social, and educational development of all individuals, especially young people. He's a strong campaigner and promoter of better youth today, much better world tomorrow. Dr. Gbollie is the author of 2 motivational books, A Youthful Champion and A Champion's Thought, as well as numerous research and newspaper publications. Charles has trained, mentored, and coached hundreds of people, especially youth in Liberia and abroad, to overcome tough times and maximize their full potential. Welcome, let's overcome and win the war against tough times. Forward. The timing of this book by Dr. Gbollie and Decelia Kanneh, 2 inspirational and brilliant young Liberians, is remarkable, because at this very moment humanity is confronted with a ferocious and deadly foe as the most advanced evolutionary competent pathogen we are yet to see. Since its discovery in 1976 to current, in 44 years, Ebola has infected about 37,000 people and killed 50% of its victims. COVID-19, on the other hand, has the following horrifying statistics globally, and Liberia in particular. As of August 6, 2020, 216 countries worldwide have been affected with 10,533,779 cases in 7 months. The alarming rate of transmissions and infections is worrisome. For instance, in 24 hours of August 5, 2020, there were 176,102 new cases. Unlike Ebola, that has killed around 16,000 people in 44 years, COVID-19 has killed over 500,000 people in 7 months of its existence. Cases are on an increase in Liberia and the entire West African sub-region. As of August 6, 2020, Liberia has reported 1,224 cases with 79 deaths. The COVID-19 pandemic has threatened to bring the global economy on its knees, while it has completely smashed the airline industry. Besides, the education of our children is now threatened because of the risks of increased infections in schools. The future currently looks bleak, with no new permanent solution in sight. Realistically speaking, the world seems baffled about the situation. Notwithstanding, we are seeking practical solutions to end this nightmare, even though the pursuit is far from reality. So far, everywhere we look for, the answers seem to be too distant and unattainable. Let me give some illustrations of the sense of despair from those the world looks to for answers to previous infectious diseases. The hard reality is that this is not even close to being over. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General of the WHO, said the worst is yet to come. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the world's renowned infectious disease doctor, who led the successful fight against HIV and AIDS, SARS and influenza, has also expressed shock and dismay over the coronavirus. Ebola is far deadlier, but not nearly as transmissible, and HIV has been far more lethal, killing 37 million people since the 1980s, but has taken decades to cause such devastation. SARS-CoV-2 has swept in much more rapidly. In a period of 4 months, it has devastated the world. 110,000 deaths in the United States. Deaths and millions of infections worldwide. And it isn't over yet. In spite of this very bleak prospect, I strongly believe in the resilience of the human spirit in general, and the Liberian spirit in particular. This assurance of the ability of Liberians and the world as a whole to rise above previous hardships and calamities like HIV and AIDS pandemic and the Ebola epidemics is what these brilliant authors are rekindling in all of us. This was clearly re-emphasized by Bill Gates with these words: "I believe that humanity will beat this pandemic, but only when most of the population is vaccinated." In this book entitled The Golden Science of Tough Times, COVID-19, Pathways to Overcoming, Thriving and Remaining Positive and Resilient When All Hell Breaks Loose, Charles and Decelia give us the fundamental principles that will empower each of us to beat our challenge in this life. They utilize their rich experiences and other empirical evidence to help us respond, embrace, and navigate through tough times by unveiling proven ways and practical positive actions. This book also provides notable lessons of the pandemic to help you find hidden opportunities in adversity, which when effectively utilized will facilitate enhanced societal transformation. Remember, in the midst of this dark cloud of the COVID-19, there's a silver lining of inspiration that you can soar as an eagle with your dreams. This is because experience has shown that major entrepreneurs around the developed world, including Jack Ma, founder of Alibaba Group, Mark Zuckerberg, Chief Executive Officer of Facebook, and others have amassed billions of dollars to their wealth by leveraging tough times to their best advantage. Yes, you have the capacity to overcome anything that life throws at you, even in the midst of the COVID-19. By reading this book and applying its principles to your life and dreams, you'll be a step closer to overcoming, thriving, and remaining positive and resilient in tough times. I highly recommend that you give this book keen consideration because the two young authors have elevated the fight against tough times to another level by identifying and looking at the golden science aimed at providing an antidote to anxiety, fear, panic, frustration, anger, depression, and despair. Since positive thoughts facilitate healing, resilience, and maximum positive impact, this book seeks to empower readers to avoid denial, resisting frustration, anger, fear, and complaints. Providing the scientific and spiritual pathways to dealing with the crisis is critical because it's much easier for everything to be perceived negatively. This will enable you to experience positivity, resilience, and progression in order to leverage world circumstances to your benefit. The Creator is with us in this, and we shall definitely overcome and get the next level in our journey. In these times when positive mindset and resilience are highly needed, I challenge you to remain hopeful, positive, and relentless. I'm confident that you will find this material useful in this regard. Meanwhile, don't forget to prevent yourself from COVID-19 and stay safe. The future is bright. This is by Dr. Mosoka P. Fala, Head of National Public Health Institute of Liberia. Preface. When the novel coronavirus disease COVID-19 began to strike the world from one country to the next, did you know humans' greatest challenge? Fear. Many fear contracting a deadly virus and losing their lives. Many fear being laid off by their employers, thus rendering them without food and shelter. Many fear losing their talents and businesses. Many fear the loneliness of the lockdown and being distant from the public space and the like. With fear also came huge panic, which activated a negative meta-attitude of undesirable what-ifs. I remember as cases of the virus started to increase in Liberia and rumors of a total lockdown and state of emergency slammed the air. Panic gripped many. The unverified news prompted hundreds, including me, to rush to the markets and supermarkets in order to procure any foods and all kinds of household necessities our hands could lay on. I remember buying bags of rice and sharing them on some people in preparation and anticipation. I also stocked my refrigerator with needed items as if the announcement of a lockdown was already made. Meanwhile, before the close of the day, a circular was released by the Government Information Ministry that the President was going to address the nation by 12 o'clock noon the following day. It became much obvious that the country was certainly going to be locked down as part of efforts to fight and contain the raging COVID-19. As rumored, a lockdown and a state of emergency were declared, which were expected to come into effect in 48 hours. It was not quite strange because Liberia's neighboring countries had already kicked off theirs. This announcement reinvigorated panic buying. I remember spending a full day doing so with the family in order to get prepared for the restricted movement. As I drove home after all the preparations on the day before the pronouncement took effect, I began to wonder. I couldn't get over what was happening. It was not because of the preparations. It is great to prepare ahead of time, especially before emergencies. But it all boils down to fear, anxiety, and panic I was experiencing. As an educational psychologist and a motivational speaker, I've been encouraging hundreds of friends and followers on my social media platforms, particularly in the epicenter, Wuhan City in China, where I have spent 5 years pursuing graduate and postgraduate education to be fearless and panic-free. I just left from there several months before the outbreak. Here am I physically in their shoes. As my wandering took me through the night, I began asking many questions. What happens to the average person who has been demotivated and uninspired about life under normal circumstances? If I can feel some anxiety and fear in spite of my huge motivation, how would it be feeling amidst this situation? What about the average person who has got no savings and I cannot afford to prepare for the lockdown? What? I kept on asking. As I thought about those questions, I was even more baffled when the thoughts about statistics of the millions of people who are confronted with anxiety, fear, and depression in the world came to mind. For instance, the WHO reports that 322 million people were depressed, while 264 million others were anxious as of 2015, with 1.85 billion or 36% of the world's population living in extreme poverty, meaning they live on $1.25 a day. And with such a pandemic, I could not help it, but became very saddened. If the statistics can be this staggering, then what happens in a normal situation like the COVID-19 pandemic? I pondered. As I struggled to catch sleep and wrestle in my warm bed, already in the morning of my first day of lockdown, suddenly I regained my courage and became motivated again. The zeal to do something positive about the circumstances at hand came over me. What can I do to help eliminate fear and panic amongst millions amidst this invisible enemy, COVID-19? I asked myself a fundamental question. In pursuit, the quest for the answers began to unravel. The first step was to begin searching for answers in every literature I could lay my hands on. From the best book ever written, the Bible, to determine what the Creator says about adversities or trying times and the ultimate means of overcoming them, to the law of attraction, which summarily suggests that we are a living magnet. The answers were sought from Dr. Miles Monroe's perspective on overcoming crisis and benefits of change, to Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich, and Simonstone's Success Through Positive Thought, among many other resources, were read and critically analyzed to derive solutions to respond to the pandemic. Indeed, my search was enriching and rewarding. I didn't stop there. I also looked within to draw out what has helped me the most to overcome my greatest difficult moments in life, my most crucial mind-changing and life-transforming adversity, which happened in 2014, came in the picture. It happened 3 days after I was awarded a master's degree in development and educational psychology as an international excellence student in China. It revolutionized my life because it was not only the challenge to my profession, part of which focuses on the human mind and mental processes, but a test to my mind itself. My thought has been programmed that my stepmother, who predated my birth, loved and nurtured me, was the main reason I was alive, a major source of my strength. I will have to deal with this deep thought and the reality of her untimely passing. I overcame this life-threatening adversity through one word, thought. As part of this experience, I was pushed in 2019 to publish 2 books. One of them, The Champion's Thought, intended to redefine and refine readers' mental faculties in order to maximize their full potential in the world. The book concluded that our thoughts have the ability to heal or destroy, make or break us. Besides, I contacted my coordinator for one of my motivational groups, UCAN, based in China, informing her about my conviction and pleaded with her to join. Decelia, Kanneh, my astute co-author, also a motivational speaker, was thrilled and honored to come on board with her youthful face. I told her what the task entailed and launched immediately. In no time, answers began to filter in. Drawing from wealth of resources and our personal experiences, the core discovery was that there are only 2 sides and approaches to dealing with any perilous situations. The 2 sides are negative and positive, while the 2 approaches are reaction and response. That's all. It's just like a coin, 2 sides only. We both decided to choose one side as a panacea to dealing with anxiety, fear, and final COVID-19. We call it the golden sides of tough times, COVID-19. Yes, the golden sides of tough times, COVID-19. This book contains every answer we could find, which has helped us and many others to overcome adversities. Congratulations, you have in your hands the pathways to overcoming, thriving, and remaining positive and resilient in tough times. This is a useful material to help you and anyone who reads it to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic and other challenging situations by looking at the golden positive sides. You can be rest assured that as the children of Israel in the times of old were asked to look at the pole to get healed from venomous snake bites, you will overcome and remain positive and resilient and make good use of what seems to be a bad situation to maximize your potential and achieve greater success. By doing this, you will definitely cure your fear, anxiety, and depression, which are as dangerous as the virus itself. And unfortunately, many have fallen victim because of them and not the virus. Use this book as an antidote to your fear. Use it to give you hope. Remember, adversity is the incubator of innovation and creativity. You are strong enough to graduate from any recession to progression and from backwardness to forwardness. You are not in this alone. Everyone on planet Earth is in it, no matter their riches, brilliance, knowledge, and any kind of precious possessions. We all face 2 permanent happenings in the world, opportunity and adversity. No exemption. But remember, much of human growth and development takes place during unsettled times. Because of the existence of adversities, it's a matter of must that we step out of our comfort zones and keep moving. Of course, you can choose to stay there, but the price is definitely huge. You won't like its outcome at all. It's not a matter of denial, rather acceptance. It's about taking appropriate steps to understand this situation and promoting the betterment of yourself and others. That is why we have placed before you the golden signs so that you can touch and feel the goals and become stunning. Our pieces of advice to you up front are: avoid denial, resent frustration and anger, fear not, and never complain. Choose to respond rather than react. As Miles Monroe puts it, if you react, you are a victim. If you respond, you are a victor. Choose to be a victor of COVID-19. Finally, remember that God, through Moses, said, "I will do to you all things I hear you say." This is an unbreakable promise. Do not allow your words to trap you. Whatever you say or see, become your self-fulfilling prophecy. If you are ready for the golden signs of tough times COVID-19, becoming more positive and resilient, and conquering the pandemic, then the heavens are on your side. Welcome, let's overcome, safeguard ourselves, our families, communities, countries and the world as a whole. Let's win the war against tough times. Introduction. A Native American grandfather was talking to his grandson about how he felt. He said, "I feel as if I have two wolves fighting in my heart. One wolf is vengeful, violent one. The other wolf is the loving, compassionate one." The grandson asked him, "Which wolf will win the fight in your heart?" The grandfather answered, "The one I feed." Black Hawk. Everything has changed. Whether we like it or not, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed it. Quite certainly and surprisingly, our greatest cities and even small ones, full of activities and excitements, for the first time in decades, became empty and deserted. You could not easily venture to seek refuge in New York, Paris, Rome, London, Tokyo, Beijing, Cairo, Monrovia, or any other city of your choice. At least for a moment, the best and safest places are our homes, indoors as outdoor experiences, the greatest quietude ever. The society means of worship in churches and mosques, and assemblies in the liveliest conference halls and classrooms of learning institutions were all being suspended. Our renowned events and sports, especially football, pageantries, fashion shows, wedding ceremonies, parties, and all kinds of festivities were far from the doorsteps of mankind. The most important concern has not been the airlines, cars, luxuries, power, or possessions. Most of them are packed. Only one thing is more essential: preservation of life. What a sudden change. You must change along with it. This is because when a tragic situation comes and goes, its lesson and changes do not go along with it. This is the best option through the crisis and remain deeply rooted in the game of life. In other words, when the battle over COVID-19 is won and any other further pandemic occurs, it is crucial to embrace and navigate through change. As Charles Darwin wrote, "It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change." In a nutshell, our view towards everything must somehow be changed. Henceforth, our view of the world and systems, our views towards our cities, luxuries and possessions, our view towards worship services and sports, our view towards education and the economy, our view towards everything that has changed has to change now. As you take time to change your view, let us remind you that there are only two sides of a coin: the positive side and the negative side, the response side and the reaction side. Choose positive response side and live at your optimum in spite of the difficult times. Don't choose the former because it is destructive, as doing so is synonymous for becoming confused, anxious, and fearful. Obviously, you don't want those negative emotions. The price of negativity and reaction is extremely costly. It may even result in death, as many illnesses are triggered by them. You cannot overcome any challenging situation through discouraging and negative words. Secondly, negative thoughts will always bring negative impacts, while positive thoughts facilitate healing, resilience, and maximum positive impact. When the situation is bad, your thought must be good. Two negatives in the electrical circuit cannot produce current. They cannot produce a good. It has to be one positive and one negative. The situation in itself is already negative. Hence, your responsibility is to connect good to it, and things will be okay. If you choose to connect negative with negative, the result will be pumping of more blood, hypertension, depression, frustration, and anger. In other words, having negative attitude towards dreadful situations leads to taking action against the occurrence before really thinking about it or its consequences. This is the most detrimental way to handle adversity. It has potential consequences, including demise. Undoubtedly, it is somehow natural to experience anxiety, fear, and panic of some sort, whether you are a king, president, prime minister, legislator, business executive, pastor, imam, teacher, student, health practitioner, psychologist, employer, and the rest, broke or rich. There's no exception. This is because the pandemic does not discriminate. It is natural for wrong things to happen to us, but it's unnatural to permit them to overwhelm us. Note that the greatest and most appropriate response to global disaster is self-action, self-response. Every other external action is secondary. You might ask, what is it in this for me, or what can I learn from this adversity? Considering that anxiety, fear, and panic are as dangerous as the pandemic itself, it is improper to settle there. If you do, you are at high risk, not only from the adversity at hand, but also at the mercy of the consequences of fear poses to humanity. You have got to feed the right wolf in order to win the fight, as Black Horse imply. If you are not sure which one to feed during the COVID-19 pandemic and future challenges situations, and what to feed them on, then we have good news for you. You have in your hands the antidote to dealing with such situations, encompassing fear and panic. In this book entitled The Golden Science of Tough Times, COVID-19, Pathways to Overcoming, Thriving and Remaining Positive and Resilient When All Hell Breaks Loose, is a well-researched and experienced, rich, life-changing book designed to help you respond to COVID-19 pandemic and any other challenging situation you may be confronted with by looking at the golden and positive sides. It's a panacea to dealing with anxiety, fear, and panic. With you is every answer we could find, which shall help us and many others, from the days of old till now, to overcome adversities. It is tailored toward helping you to respond rather than react to COVID-19 by unveiling proven ways and practical positive actions to prevent yourself, family, country, and the world from a disaster. Through this, you'll be yielding to Elvis Presley's progressive advice: when things go wrong, do not go with them. As a soldier needs a weapon to move confidently for a battle, so is this book to you. It's a good sword to help you to better respond with clear pathway to thriving and remaining positive and resilient in tough times. Carefully designed across various parts and chapters, you will learn how the changes brought as a result of the pandemic will revolutionize our world for the better. More importantly, we unravel hidden golden opportunities and offer practical suggestions and strategies to help you harness them and remain positive and resilient in the midst of the pandemic, as well as demonstrate maturity and readjustment capacity in chaotic times. In essence, this book will afford you the opportunity not only to enjoy the journey, but to learn real means of turning worst situations to your best advantage. Come with us, let's show you the golden side, the opportunity in such tough times as this. A snapshot of what you will get from this book. 1. Help you to positively respond instead of react to the COVID-19 pandemic and other tough times. 2. Nurture a culture of thriving, positive mental attitude and resilience to maximize your full potential. 3. Empower you to use the pandemic to your advantage, to see and explore opportunities in the adversities. 4. Develop a skill to convert bad situation to a good one. 5. Help you to demonstrate maturity in chaotic times. 6. Help you remove any frustration and anger which may result in bitterness, hate, accusation, and destructive attitudes towards others. 7. Better understand yourself, the world systems, and the Creator. 8. Prepare you to engage the future with boldness and productivity. 9. Create lasting progressive memories and suggest appropriate ways to forge ahead for a better future through notable lessons of COVID-19. And 10. Contribute to a better person, better world revolution.
Uncertainty, no security, everything is possible. It could be your mama, your papa, brother and sister. Let's stand together to fight this deadly disease now.
Chapter 1. The COVID-19 Episode and Emergent Change. The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Nelson Mandela, ex-South African president and Nobel Peace Prize winner. This chapter focuses on the emergence of the novel coronavirus disease, COVID-19. It assesses the city's philosophy and how it became a self-fulfilling prophecy to the changing world. In other words, it looks at COVID-19 and the fulfilled prophecy and how it is the beginning of a great impending change. Besides, it looks at the process of understanding the disease, including symptoms and transmission, and preliminary actions to contain it. The chapter concludes with the provision of the antidote for individualized action towards surviving the pandemic. The overall objective of this chapter is to dissect the origin of COVID-19 and means of its triumph. No doubt, this chapter will put you on the road to overcoming, thriving and remaining positive and resilient in tough times. COVID-19 and fulfilled prophecy. From childhood, I had always dreamed of exploring the world. I had dreamed of studying abroad in a diverse environment and experience others' culture and perhaps language. But having been born in a remote village and from impoverished family, this was more or less a fantasy rather than real dream. But it seems when you dream with feeling and commitment, the universe will work out miracles on your behalf to fulfill your dreams. Never be afraid to dream big. Like a 17-year-old Hebrew slave, Joseph, whose dream became a reality 13 years later, mine too was. How did it happen? It's a long story though. Nevertheless, I will just hit it on the top. Having completed my undergraduate degree, I competed for the governments of Liberia and China bilateral scholarships. It was a tough competition. Dozens of other young and brilliant Liberians like myself have applied. Only 18 slots were available. Each person had to prove beyond all reasonable doubts of being a scholar to be accepted. After going through vigorous process, including aptitude tests and interviews, I made it among the fortunate 18. On August 20, 2012, we took off. My dream of acquiring quality graduate education abroad landed me in the Chinese central city of Wuhan. Yes, it's Wuhan. You don't want to ask me. Is it the Wuhan that has been in the news for the emergence of COVID-19? Don't you? Yes, it is the Wuhan. That's it. This beautiful and progressive developing city was my home for 5 years. Though not consecutively, I had pursued my master's and PhD in one of its top universities between 2012 to 2014 and 2016 to 2019 respectively. Frankly speaking, life in Wuhan was a very magnificent one. Wuhan is strategically located in the central part of China and is considered the transportation and education hubs of the populous Chinese nation. Wuhan, the capital of Hubei province, is host to over 11 million people of all nationalities, and the city plays host to historic places and sites, including Yangtze River, East Lake, and beautiful parks and museums. Exploring these sceneries and experimenting the varieties of Chinese foods, language and culture, and interacting with people from all nationalities and learning in a top-notch university were the best things that ever happened to me. They were a dream come true. My life was transformed in this place for the better with memories I will never forget. I have visited many other Chinese cities, including Beijing, Yaowu, Nanjing, Guangzhou, among others. But to me, none of them beat the hospitality of Wuhan. I would invite you to visit Wuhan after the pandemic if you can. You won't regret it. Before going through the COVID-19 pandemic, allow me to tell you one more fact about Wuhan. By the way, I am always thrilled talking about Wuhan. Forgive my Chinese empathy. One interesting thing about Wuhan is that it is fast developing. In fact, the municipal city's 30-year plan is to make it one of the best, not just in China, but the entire world. And they talk and do, operating under a well-thought motto, Wuhan Meitian Bo Yin Yang, meaning Wuhan different every day. The city has already undertaken momentous developments and made tremendous progress in a relatively short time. Beautiful subways, gigantic infrastructures, and many more make the city's motto not just on paper, but a motto in action. Every time you leave Wuhan for a few weeks or months, you will be astonished by the dramatic change you will see when you return. Chinese cities may be fast developing, but Wuhan is an everyday changing city. I may not return to Wuhan soon, but when I do, there is one thing I am certainly sure of. There will be a tremendous change. It will be different. The message of this story is not just to introduce you to Wuhan, which is unfortunately considered as the origin and epic center of the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, as a natural phenomenon, no individual can determine where it begins. Wuhan only happened to be one, I guess. My main intent of telling you this story is to open your eyes and remind you how your philosophy and motto or that of your locality can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yes, your thoughts can become a self-fulfilling prophecy, getting the reality of what you have imagined. We want to be quick to remind you that your response or reaction to the COVID-19 pandemic is definitely creating your reality. We have no doubt about this. Ever since the Creator promised to do what He hears us say, hence, be very careful about what you philosophize or say on a daily basis. Over the past decade, Wuhan has profoundly prophesied positive change in its city. Wuhan Metian Bon Yin Yang, meaning Wuhan different every day. It is a well-intentioned motto, bringing huge developments to the city, thus in some way making it a good example to the world if the vision is fully accomplished. It seems that this prophecy of change is being globalized from this city. This is just a matter of mere intuition based on coincidence. Surely, except the supernatural, no one can say with total accuracy why this extreme change that has engulfed the world originated from Wuhan. You and I cannot. It is beyond our human limits. The politics and blame game won't help either. We can only look to the skies. Our guess, and perhaps yours, might be that since the root of Wuhan's philosophy, Wuhan different every day, is development-oriented, then the COVID-19 pandemic, as despicable as it may appear to be now, will revolutionize and change our world for the better. We hold a strong belief that it will happen. That is the main reason why we have written this book, in order to reveal the golden sides of the situation as a panacea to thriving and remaining positive and resilient in tough times. This is extremely vital. If you are to make it during this crisis, if you are to persevere during this crisis, if you are to overcome during this crisis, this book provides the best bet for you and your friends. It might be a natural tendency of human to shun change, but change is inevitable, and shunning it won't take it off either. The pursuit to explore the golden sides of tough times, COVID-19, is in no way an act of insensitivity to the fact that thousands have not already lost their lives. Thousands are not at risk of losing their lives. Several millions have not been hospitalized. Systems and economies have not collapsed. Movements and social activities have not been restricted. Most outdoor activities were not suspended, and many more. We are in total sympathy, and we are not excluded. In fact, we wrote this book while observing our lockdown in Liberia and China, respectively. It is purely meant to support the fight and assist you to have a better perspective of the situation. It is purely in support of what the head of the fight, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization, WHO, said, "Let hope be the antidote to fear." It is purely meant to help get you off the fear and thrive in spite of the tough times. In the meanwhile, we deeply sympathize, particularly with victims and their families, and invoke comfort from God Almighty. Everyone is feeling the burns of the situation, but as best of species ever created with potential to overcome all challenges that befall mankind, we cannot afford to fold our hands, sit and cry. We can't. You can't. We must do something positive to upset the situation and convert it to our advantage. As Chinese Confucius wrote, The germ cannot be polished without friction, nor man perfected without trials. Our shared responsibility is to respond to the pandemic, and we will be perfected, as Confucius alluded. Again, we are confident that since Wuhan's philosophy is development-oriented, Wuhan different every day, then the COVID-19 pandemic, as despicable as it may appear to be now, will change our world for the better. Hold fast to this belief. Yield to Duke Ellington's advice. A problem is a chance for you to do your best. It is time for you to do your best to achieve the best results for yourself and others. It may appear like the world is in a pit right now, but it is only temporary. Deliverance and healing are underway. Expect them and you shall get them. There is always light at the end of a tunnel. Watch out. The end of the tunnel will soon unfold. As Joseph was picked from the pit and placed on a caravan to Egypt, where he became prime minister and fulfilled his dreams, this situation will take you to another level if you let it. COVID-19, the beginning of a great change. It is only 20 years in the 21st century, and greatest change in all things is already unfolding. The interesting thing is that no one saw it coming. No one anticipated it at all, at least not in the way it started unfolding. When 2020 was setting in, greeted by celebrations and gratitude, no one expected that systems, structures, culture of living, ways of doing business, acquiring education, worship, and host of other events our cherished world has long enjoyed would have changed this quickly. It was only at the close of 2019, December 31st, when the WHO China country office was hinted about it. A pneumonia of unknown cause has been detected in the city of Wuhan in Hubei province, China. According to the authorities, some patients were operating dealers or vendors in the Wuhan seafood market. The WHO declared, with warning signs and the message of be ready, be smart, and be kind. The World Health leader asked people of all walks of life to join the fight as it closely keeps in contact with national authorities and begins monitoring the situation. But it seems the early warning was not early enough, because change is secretive and likes to operate unannounced. Its seed of change has already been sowed in the city that changes every day. As suspicious as change is, when it is beginning, nobody understands it. It takes some explorative study and valuable time to detect or counter it. And being initiated in the form of a virus makes it even more complex to deal with. Health practitioners and scientists would have to go to work and begin studying it. Meanwhile, the chain of transmission and its crack or lives remains unabated. So, it is with change. We must accept it. We live in a world dominated by the power of nature, the supreme leader of the universe. It is the initiator of change, and it has placed one at our doorstep. As Jim Rohn, a success coach, once said, if you read the history of the past centuries and the ones ahead, they will be summed into opportunities mixed with difficulties. We cannot agree with Jim enough. He's right. Perhaps this is the fundamental principle and structure in creation. Just yesterday we learned that we live in a more opportune and progressive world with great potential at various levels than our forefathers did. We have celebrated globalization, advancement in information, better communication, cultural diversification, and the ability to network with others. We have also hailed favorable life expectancy and rapid transformation across the world. The case of these opportunities sometimes makes one to forget the side of opportunities. That's right, because naturally we are on the side of goodness. We are inclined to goodness. However, we must not forget that as long as man lives in the universe, there will be opportunities mixed with difficulties. This is non-negotiable. Possibly, This is the reason why the greatest teacher and Savior, Jesus Christ, in John 16:33 asserted, "Here on earth you will have many trials and sorrows, but take heart, because I have overcome the world." The understanding and acceptance of this promise is pivotal to changing your life for the better. First, you will realize that adversity is real. Everyone faces it, but this is not the most important part of the message we would love for you to take home. The message is, it has been overcome. Your problems, trials, and sorrows have been overcome. Won't you feel much better if you believe that everything is overcome and under complete control? We believe you would. The truth has been placed before you. Indeed, adversity is real, but the possibility of overcoming is much more real. Millions have done so. We are sure if you overcome, something marvelous is waiting for you. There may not be earthly cure for COVID-19 as yet, but if you take the promise of being an overcomer, you had halfway overcome it. The other half requires the exercise of faith by putting your belief to work. This means observation of the preventive measures and utilizing them to the best of your abilities. In short, we need to use the discovered facts of the pandemic in order to obtain the remaining half. Brief synopsis of known facts of COVID-19. As you may be aware by now, the focus of this book is not to dive deep into the origin, symptoms, causes, transmission, risk factors, and treatments of COVID-19. The WHO, Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, an array of health experts and institutions are doing a marvelous job in this regard. And definitely, we guess that you have sufficient information and only in dire need of the golden insights, how you make use of the worst situation to your best advantage. This is a brilliant idea because life has no pause button. Life is always passing by, no matter the circumstances. In other words, if you are meant to achieve some marvelous things this year, or you are given a certain amount of time to be in the universe, additional months or years won't be added because of the emergence of the pandemic. Obviously, you won't give that as an excuse. As glittering as it may look, it is still an excuse. Nothing more, nothing less. And there are no stores where excuses are traded for a worthy cost. No. Going further, permit us to highlight some information about COVID-19, a very brief synopsis. Causes, symptoms, and warning signs. Health experts emphasized that coronavirus are zoonotic, which means they are transferred from animals to humans. An article by Tim Jewell, published by Healthline, pointed out that for the virus to pass from animal to humans, a person has to come in close contact with an animal that carries the infection. Tim hinted that coronavirus gets its name from the way it looks under a microscope. Corona means crown, and when examined closely, the round virus has a crown of proteins called peplomas jutting out from its center in every direction, Tim explained. Once the virus develops in people, it can be spread from person to person through respiratory droplets. The viral material hangs out in these droplets and can be breathed into the respiratory tract, your windpipe lungs, where the virus can then lead to an infection. Researchers believe that the virus may have been passed from bats to animals, either snakes or pangolins, and then transmitted to humans. This transmission likely occurred in the open food market in Wuhan. According to CDC and WHO, individuals of COVID-19 have had a wide range of symptoms, ranging from mild symptoms to severe illness, which may appear 2 to 14 days after exposure to the virus. They include fever, cough, shortness of breath, or difficulty in breathing, chills, repeated shaking with chills, muscle pain, headache, sore throat, loss of taste or smell. The CDC and WHO also uncovered emergency warning signs for COVID-19 to inform immediate medical attention. They are trouble breathing, persistent pain or pressure in the chest, new confusion or inability to arouse, blush lips or face, treatment and prevention. One challenging reality of the pandemic is the absence of cure. Only moderate management of symptoms, and when the heavens are on your side, you survive. Treatments and vaccines development are currently under study. It is our fervent prayers that there will be breakthrough soon. In the meantime, the survival rate is considerable. That is one good thing about the virus. However, prevention, years in, years out, has always been better than cure. Prevent yourself and your family, as cure is not a good option at all. CDC and WHO believe that the best way to prevent the illness is to avoid being exposed to this virus. Other key measures as validated by CDC are as follow. Clean your hands often. Wash your hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds, especially after you have been in a public place or after blowing your nose, coughing, or sneezing. If soap and water are not readily available, use a hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Cover all surfaces of your hands and rub them together until they feel dry. Avoid touching your face, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands. Avoid close contact. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Stay home as much as possible. Put distance between yourself and other people. Remember that some people without symptoms may be able to spread the virus. Keeping distance from others is especially important for people who are at higher risks of getting very sick. Cover your mouth and nose with a cloth face cover when around others. You could spread COVID-19 to others even if you do not feel sick. Everyone should wear a cloth face cover when they have to go out in public. Cloth face coverings should not be placed on young children under age 2. Anyone who has trouble breathing or is unconscious, incapacitated or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance. Do not use a face mask meant for a healthcare worker. Cover coughs and sneezes. If you are in a private setting and do not have on your cloth face covering, remember to always cover your mouth and nose with a tissue when you cough or sneeze, or use the inside of your elbow. Throw used tissues in the trash. Immediately wash your hands with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, clean your hands with a hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect. Clean and disinfect frequently. Touch surfaces daily. This includes tables, doorknobs, light switches, countertops, handles, desk, phones, keyboards, toilets, faucets, and sinks. If surfaces are dirty, clean them. Use detergent or soap and water prior to disinfection. Then, use a household disinfectant. Most common EPA-registered household disinfectant will work. Thanks to the CDC and other health authorities for leading us through this fight. It is binding upon us to pay keen attention to the preventive measures and stay safe as offered by them and other local authorities. As intimated earlier, the application of those measures is taking you to the other half of overcoming this unprecedented pandemic. It is the true application of faith. Besides, there are greater benefits of the measures going forward. No doubt, after the pandemic, those measures which would have been developed into habits would be of great benefit to your health and others. How? Health practitioners have observed that bulk of the spread of other sicknesses are as a result of our connections or close interactions. That's why we hinted that opportunities are always within difficulties if you consciously look for them. Look and you will find them. They are staring at you, even in the current observation of measures. they have potential benefits. Intuitively, the statistics of infectious STDs, HIV, and communicable diseases would reduce as we continue observing those measures, including social distancing. Stay safe and keep observing them as the virus is spreading like wildfire, looking for who to devour. In the next subheading, we looked at this further. Coronavirus tsunami. Albert Einstein once wrote, "When you are going through hell, keep going." We think this is one of the best advice you can get, at least for the moment. Keep moving. There is heaven at the other end. Though COVID-19 is one of the worst pandemics ever and a threat to every member of the human race, poor or rich, young or old, it has no permanent power because nothing lasts forever on earth. It is only a matter of time. From all indications, COVID-19 has created a tsunamic situation for the world. There is nothing to sugarcoat about it. This is an impending reality, and this book does not dispute it at all. Even though the greater emphasis is placed on what we can do to overcome, thrive, and maximize the use of our precious lives, as well as what we can learn from it to strive to the next levels of life. Indeed, from one country to the next, the disease has been spreading its tentacles like wildfire, looking for whom to victimize. But the power that exists in the universe is more powerful than this virus, 1 trillion times more powerful. Since the first 2 weeks of the first reported case, the virus left the borders and traveled the world over, from China to Thailand, from Thailand to other parts of Asia, then Europe, America, and Africa. COVID-19 spread its tentacles like rampaging, consuming fire. Here is a summary timeline as recorded by Business Insider USA 4. January 11, first death recorded in China. January 13, first novel coronavirus outside of China confirmed involving 61-year-old female tourist. January 20, first U.S. case reported, a 35-year-old. January 23, 11 million city Wuhan placed under quarantine. January 20, WHO declared the virus a public health emergency of international concern. January 31, President Trump banned foreign nationals from entering the U.S. if they have been in China 2 weeks prior. February 11, WHO announced that the disease caused by the new coronavirus will be called COVID-19. February 12, 19 cases began to spike in South Korea. February 14, a Chinese tourist who tested positive for the virus died in France, becoming Europe's first death. February 19, outbreak began in Iran. February 21, number of cases spiked in Italy with 41,000 cases and hundreds of deaths. February 29, the U.S. confirmed its first death on American soil, with all states declaring state of emergency by March 19. March 9, Italy placed all 60 million of its residents on lockdown. March 11, WHO declared the outbreak a pandemic. The snapshot of some of the timeline shows how COVID-19 is traveling the world over and raging hell. As of July 28, 2020, the World Meter Database reported that 16.6 million cases have been recorded with 657,454 deaths, though 10.27 million people have recovered from the disease globally. What a tragedy. As we look to the skies for quick and timely deliverance, it is our ardent hope that this pandemic will be history sooner than later for us and you too. This could have ended yesterday. Nonetheless, this is yet a dream. The situation instead calls on every individual to put his or her hand on the plow to end COVID-19 in the world. We want to encourage you to look within. Find your human spirit and power. Use it to confront and battle this emergent test to humanity. One of our intentions is to encourage readers of this book to remain positive and resilient, to encourage you not to lose hope. Remember, once you are still breathing, you can do something about it. Whatever you can do, do it. Whether it is observing the preventive measures as suggested, including staying and working at home, unless there is really a need, it will save your life and the lives of others. Frontline fighters, including those who, with huge responsibility, promote early detection, isolation and treating cases, contact tracing and social distancing measures in order to interrupt the continuous spread of the virus. This too shall come to pass. In an article dated April 2, 2018, Life Sciences contributor Stephanie Pappas discussed 11 top deadliest natural disasters in history, from the 1138 Aleppo earthquake when the ground under the Syrian city began to shake, resulting to the city's citadel collapsed and houses crumble across Aleppo, with estimated 230,000 lives lost, to the 2010 Haiti quake with loss of 316,000 lives. The earth has experienced disastrous incidents. Stephanie also recalled one of the worst floods in history, the 1887 Yellow River flood, with the estimated death toll of 900,000, and many other incidents, whether man-made, such as World Wars I and II, the 1930s, Great Depression, among others, have unfolded and went down in history. Most striking and alarming are even the statistics of millions of lives that have been lost as a result of viruses. The coronavirus is even far from some of them, and our prayer is that it does not come even a bit close to some of them. The intent here is to only enlighten you and allay your fear about COVID-19. It is easier to think that the current pandemic, though one of the worst, is the worst. We thought so too. But let's take a look at the summary facts in Table 1 and see, as reported by Life Sciences. Table 1. Some deadliest viruses on Earth. Virus. First year outbreak, estimated death. Marburg virus, 1967, unknown. Rabies, 1920s, unknown. Ebola, 1976, unknown. Influenza, 1918, 50 million deaths. Smallpox, 20th century, 300 million deaths. HIV, 1980s, 32 million deaths. Rotavirus, 2008, 453,000 children deaths. SARS-CoV, 2002, 770 deaths. Whether it is HIV, influenza, or smallpox, viruses have taken a big chunk of the human lives. Smallpox was something that had a huge burden on the planet, not just death, but also blindness, and that's what spoiled the campaign to eradicate it from the earth, Dr. Amish Adaja asserted. But where is it now? Is it gone? So why worry? This too shall go. Though COVID-19 is the worst in the 21st century, which has gone only 2 decades, we must not be fearful and lose hope, because this too will be history. If other viruses, including smallpox and influenza, can be eradicated, sooner than later, the coronavirus will step aside. Do you remember the conclusion of Jim Rohn and the assertion and promise of Jesus? Jim said past and present will be about opportunities mixed up with difficulties, while Jesus indicated that here on earth you will have many trials and sorrows, but take heart, because he has overcome the world. Never lose track of these realities, but most importantly, never lose track of the promise. COVID-19 is not your portion, neither your family and friends. You have overcome. After the Wall Street crash of 1929, John D. Rockefeller, considered America's business magnate, philanthropist, and wealthiest American of all time and richest man in the modern history, intimated, "These are days when many are discouraged. In the 93 years of my life, depressions have come and gone. Prosperity has always returned and will again." John is right. There is a tendency to be discouraged, but like the depressions, this too has come and it will go. Let hope be the antidote to fear. Let solidarity be the antidote to blame. Let our shared humanity be the antidote to our shared threat, said Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, WHO Director General. Note that it is the challenges, as someone asserted, that make life interesting and overcoming than is what makes life meaningful. Already, the world is united in the fight. Our God-given abilities are being championed towards a singular purpose, defeating COVID-19. And we have the Creator's blessing. He has promised that whatever we bind on earth will be bound in heaven. Together, we bind COVID-19 and walk free. As Jesus declared, John 11:4, this sickness will not end in death. No, it is for God's glory, so that God's Son may be glorified through it. So shall it be with this coronavirus sickness. Shout a louder amen if you believe. Amen. In view of your faith, we would like to give you one more advice before concluding this chapter. First panacea: don't complain. There is nothing holding people back more in their daily activities, relationships, and quest for success than complaints. Your faith of being an overcomer becomes somehow questionable in the midst of complaints. Many have been abandoned and rejected because of complaints. Many have lost their jobs and relationships because of complaints. Many have experienced a bleak future and even lost their lives because of complaints. Yes, that's how deadly complaints are. The irony, however, is none of us likes to be complained about, but we often choose the path of complaints and destructive criticisms. Don't be a part of it. There is nowhere we've read more about complaints than in the Bible. Who were at the center? Well, for now, let's take the children of Israel. They were in captivity for 430 years, and God decided to redeem and take them to a land with milk and honey. But in the process of getting there, in spite of unimaginable miracles in their favor, they became traders in complaints. And one bad thing about a complaint is that it makes you to forget the good totally. Going back to the children of Israel, they kept complaining to the extent that God said through Moses in Numbers, I will do to you all the things I hear you say. Eventually, their entire generation, except Joshua and Caleb, could not make it to the promised land. What a tragedy. You might be failing on your dreams or finding this fight difficult because of all kinds of complaints. One thing we should do each day is to tell ourselves, don't complain, don't complain. You may say, what should I do then? Do something about it. It's simple as that. Do something about it. There is nothing you cannot do something about. Decide today to take complaints out of your operations and see how much is possible without them. We have realized that complaints are not problem solvers, but problem creators. Count them out of your life and invite the heavens on your side as we fight to defeat COVID-19. Indeed, COVID-19 has exposed our world a great deal, but this is going to turn out for our good.
We are Project Liberia, Mama Liberia. Must all rise. Let's stand together to fight Corona.
In Chapter 2, we look at this aspect in depth and possible advantages we tend to accrue for a much better world. Chapter Principles. Dreams with feeling and commitment always invite the universe to work out miracles on your behalf to fulfill your dreams. Dream big. Your philosophy and motto or that of your locality can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Hence, your response or reaction to the COVID-19 pandemic is definitely creating your reality because the Creator has promised to do what He hears you say. Change is inevitable. Shunning it won't take it off anyway. As the best of species ever created with potential to overcome all challenges that befall mankind, we cannot afford to fold our hands, sit and cry. Change is secretive and likes to operate unannounced, and when it is beginning, nobody understands it. It takes some explorative study and valuable time to detect or counter it. Man lives in the universe of opportunities mixed with difficulties. Adversity is real, but the responsibility of overcoming it is much more real. There may not be earthly cure for COVID-19 as yet, but if you take the promise of being an overcomer, you have halfway overcome it. The other half requires the exercise of faith by putting your belief to work. Life has no pause button. Life is always passing by no matter the circumstances. Utilize it at all times. Prevention, years in, years out, has always been better than cure, and the best way to prevent the illness is to avoid being exposed to the virus. Nothing is permanent on earth. Nothing lasts forever at all, not even this coronavirus. Complainers are not problem solvers, but problem creators. Count them out of your life and invite the heavens on your side.
Coronavirus spreads via droplets. When the person coughs or sneezes, the droplets land on surfaces and are picked up on the hands of others and spread further. People catch the virus when they touch their infected hands to their mouth.
Chapter 2. How COVID-19 exposed the world. Mistakes, failures, and successes do not change your inborn personality and character. They only reveal who you truly are on the inside that the world has not yet known. Gbollie, educator, author, and researcher. Nothing has exposed weaknesses of systems, structures, technology, and every fabric of the society than COVID-19. From all indications, the family of man has experienced dramatic and unexpected shake-ups in all of its activities and endeavors on planet Earth. It is like the world has turned upside down. What a shock and surprise. In this chapter, we first delved into what we called change, an initiator of exposure, to analyze how the outbreak has sown the seed of change in the course of events and routines across the world. It also dissects various sectors that have been exposed, including health, economy, education, basic social services, among others. Finally, the chapter highlights that there is no safe haven on earth as a result of the exposure of human and system limitations. Change, an initiator of exposure. It was a hot summer in the Far East Asia. Where? Wuhan, China, and when? July 2014. Whether you are a geographer or not, you need not be told that this is millions of miles away from our small West African nation of Liberia, our beloved country. I've been in this place for almost 2 years pursuing my graduate degree, and it was time to return home. As I sat in my beautiful air-conditioned room of the university's dormitory, I was confronted with two heats. It was not about the summer heat. At least my room was air-cooled, except outside. It was mostly about the heat that sometimes comes with change, the change of environment, friends, rituals, and many others you can think of. I was about to face them and could feel the warmness within. This heat also comes with readjustment and getting back on one's feet. As it may appear to be a short time, every 24 months, I was reminded of the old adage, out of sight, out of mind. I believe that, in most cases, this statement is true. It was not mainly concerned about much change in terms of development in Liberia, as we are not yet pursuing. Wuhan's good model, different every day. In a nutshell, I was not expecting any big change, but I was wrong. I will tell you after explaining to you the second heat I was confronted with. Hold your peace. The second and most critical heat I was confronted with was bearing accepting and readjusting to the sudden and untimely demise of my foster mother, beloved mother, who predicted my birth, picked, nurtured, and raised me up from childhood to adulthood. Without any clue, 3 days after my graduation with an International Excellent Student Award in China, the saddest and greatest adversity of my life came. She was knocked down by hypotension. She was rushed to the hospital and died on or before arrival. Of course, this is the genesis of the most dramatic change in my whole life. I would invite you to follow the full story in one of my books, The Youthful Champion, Keys to Achieving Lifelong Greatness. Indeed, changes always come with some heat. Most times we won't like the exposure that comes with them, though one may not like it if it is misused. They expose one's weaknesses. If one takes advantage of the hidden opportunities within, they expose one's great potentials. Going back to why I was wrong to have predicted that there wouldn't be no big change in Liberia, I felt, having returned from years of civil unrest, change wouldn't show up much that didn't happen in 6 years earlier before my very eyes. Of course, we are not naive to think that not every change is a progress, but every progress comes with change, as Miles Moron would conclude. The reason I was wrong is that big change was already in full swing. Nevertheless, it was not the type of change that was anticipated, but like indicated before, change is secretive and it likes to arrive unannounced. So it was. As I returned to Liberia in the second week of July 2014 to lay my beloved mother to rest and begin readjusting to a brand new life, it was becoming obvious that a conspicuous change was at hand. The normal practices such as handshake, hugging, huge public gatherings, and even funerals were restricted. In fact, one needed to get a death certificate in order to move on with burial rituals. A strange enemy has come with this change. This enemy was Ebola. Believed to have started in Congo in 1976, the Ebola virus disease, EVD, was already beginning to victimize hundreds and infesting dozens, especially health workers in Liberia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone. The new EVD outbreak started in Guinea in March and later spread. The government of Liberia and Africa's first democratically elected female president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, has started implementing stringent measures to curtail the spread of the deadly virus, which was already raging hell in Liberia and its neighboring countries, including Sierra Leone and Guinea. As I laid my beloved mother to rest under such circumstances, I returned to Monrovia to begin the readjustment process and move on. And I did. 2 weeks later, specifically first week in August 2014, a 90-day state of emergency was declared by the president with huge restrictions. The declaration signified a true significant change that was about to unfold. This was my first experience with huge restrictions. Work in public and private offices restricted. Only essential staff were permitted to show up. Some major investment companies either had to slow down operations or shut down. Market and worship houses somehow restricted, with each one seeing another as a potential EVD suspect. Schools closed. Learning was only meant to be done in the homes, online, or on radio. Mode of transportation restricted. Limited number of passengers expected on board. Major flights to and from Liberia stopped their operations, among others. This was not the country I left behind 2 years earlier. Indeed, a major unexpected change has been initiated by the Ebola virus. Before the Ebola started pulling things apart, in 2013, a year earlier, Liberia had triumphantly celebrated a decade of an unhindered peace and development. of the emergence of the Ebola, it was actually a good moment to test the level and sustainability of progress made. A few weeks into the epidemic, amidst huge international support from China and the US, the true picture of what Liberia was put on display for the nation and the world to see. Put it differently, it was now time to see how strong the country was amidst billions that have been invested into the recovery drives after years of severe strife. No other incident, we would guess, could have given such a much clearer picture. Not even a top research group from Harvard, MIT, or Oxford could do so, but change exposed it to the core. After a decade of undisturbed peace and development, it was perceived by many that the country was on a right trajectory, but it seems that this was far from the reality. Let's look at the reality. Health sector, totally exposed. It was a weak system. In few weeks of the outbreak, health institutions have been overwhelmed. Very limited equipment, personal protective equipment, beds, medicines, lack of sufficient qualified doctors and nurses, and inadequate facilities became rare. Many of the health facilities shut down operations as some of their staff have come down with the virus, many losing their lives in the process. Was it only the health sector that experienced the exposure? No, not at all. The Liberian economy that has experienced some level of growth suddenly hit minus and hardships skyrocketed. In fact, it was exposed to the extent that mending the economy took the remaining half of Madam Saliv's 6 years second term of office as President of the Republic of Liberia. What about the education system? It was exposed also. Many other fabrics of the Liberian society, including infrastructure, agriculture, transport, electricity, water, among others, were no exceptions. They got their share of the exposure. They couldn't do their jobs adequately and effectively. The Ebola virus disease was not a pandemic. It was an epidemic because it was mainly in 3 countries, Liberia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone, all members of a sub-regional body, the Minor River Union. In Liberia alone, nearly 5,000 people lost their precious lives. According to the CDC, 11,325 people lost their lives as a result of the outbreak. The form and manner the EVD exposed these 3 countries, all with small economies and weak health systems, was understandable. Those strives have been made before its emergence. It was internationally believed that these 3 countries, including Liberia, had weak health systems. It could have been unthinkable for such to happen in the US. As a matter of fact, an EVD case that was discovered there on September 30, 2014, was quickly crushed. 6 other countries also reported cases, but they quickly contained the virus on their soils as well. Thanks to the Creator that the EVD has left the shores of the world for good. We pray that it will never return, even though its memories and aftermath will not be forgotten easily, if they will be forgotten in any way. What happened as a consequence of the EVD to small countries, nobody would ever imagine it would have happened to the entire world. No one expects a disease in the form of a virus to shake the world and countries with vibrant and sound health systems. No one could have even dreamed about it. But again, everything is possible. A virus exposure has done it before to the weak economies and now the entire world. This is our focus in the subheading following. COVID-19 exposed the world. Suddenly, our great cities and even small ones, which were characterized by huge activities and excitements, are not as they used to be. They have been mostly deserted. The culture of globalization through travels and interactions was being placed to a halt. while even the busiest and most beautiful cities including Rome, Singapore, Amsterdam, New York, Paris, London, Tokyo, Beijing, Dubai, Cape Town, and Cllr are yet to recover and welcome their guests and tourists. Many are still doing a new thing, staying home and minding their own business. No one ever imagined this coming, not even the foreseers. Since our cities and globalization are not serving us as they used to be, it means that their limitations have been exposed. When one takes a keen look at the worship in churches and mosques, as well as seminars, conferences, and classrooms of learning institutions being suspended in most localities also showed their limitation. Our renowned sports, especially football, pageantries, fashion shows, wedding ceremonies, parties, and all kinds of festivities could not serve as well in such times as we undergo this pandemic. Even our possessions have been exposed based on the fact that our main concern at this point is not about the airlines, cars, luxuries, power, or closets. Most of them have been placed on the waiting list. This equally illustrates their limitation in this race of life. In a nutshell, everything that holds the foundation of human activities and existence on earth has in one way or the other been exposed. Some of the sectors exposed have already become obvious, while others are yet to be detected by our bare eyes. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed them. Based on the extent of the exposure, we preempt that this generation would have to grapple with the exposures and changes for the first half of the 21st century. This is crucial, in that those who would ignore these changes would miss much more and are likely to be on the periphery of life in the coming months and years. Do not overlook them. This is not meant to frighten you but to keep you on your guard. It is time for you to begin adjusting yourself appropriately in order to adapt to the new future that has been created by COVID-19. As a best-selling author, speaker, and business consultant, Tracy advises, resolve to be a master of change rather than a victim of change. Though the exposure of every fabric of the society cut across developed, developing, and third world countries, the exposures and changes affect all nations. This is not to ignore the fact that the extent of the exposure is somehow based on the degree of backwardness of a particular country or continent. As the Ebola virus exposed weak health systems, economies, and every fabric of the West African countries of Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea in the few months of the outbreak in 2014, it is undoubtedly clear that countries around the globe, whether small or big, have been exposed a great deal. Let's take a deeper look at some of the sectors that have been exposed and provide some suggestions for possible enhancement. We will focus mainly on the following: health, economy, education, basic social services, social and related activities. As indicated, every fabric of the society was one way or the other touched as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. But we've opted to shed more light on the aforementioned due to their critical nature in the affairs of man. 1. Health exposure. In terms of health emergencies, the first test of vibrancy and resiliency is the health sector. Of course, this is obvious because everything about outbreak begins, rests, and ends with the health system. In the first few days or weeks, especially in terms of the rapid spreading disease, the extent to which a particular health system is equipped to handle the outbreak is known to the public. As in the case of Ebola, the weaknesses in the health systems of Liberia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone became known overnight. What was more shocking about COVID-19 is how it exposed developed countries' health systems. It proved many people wrong about the capability and sophistication of developed countries. No one would have anticipated that the Italian health system, which is among countries with best healthcare systems in the world could have been overwhelmed, necessitating external medical team and supplies from China to come to their rescue. No one ever expected that Spain, United Kingdom, Germany, China, Switzerland, and Sweden could have been hit as the virus did. No one could have imagined the huge death tolls they experienced. What was even more shocking and outrageous was the fact that the world's superpower, the United States of America, is one of the hardest hit with reports of shortages of equipment and medical supplies in spite of its $21.44 trillion nominal GDP. Some medical experts hinted that the country was unprepared for the outbreak. This is unbelievable. But it is true. Many people, including authors of this book, had thought that it was impossible for that to happen. Perhaps many Americans, including President Donald Trump, did too. Our hint is informed by the delay in taking action to curb the spread of the virus in the U.S. until it was getting out of control. One upfront lesson is the overconfidence in the man-made system is dangerous and could have serious repercussions. The COVID-19 situation is a glaring example. Moving forward, we would like to provide the following suggestions as a way of remedying the current and future situations. 1. There should be well-built and equipped emergency hospitals to promote immediate response for any future outbreaks. 2. The world should consider special training of experts in handling infectious diseases of all kinds, looking beyond the extant disease. 3. The measurement of the vibrancy of the health system should go beyond its ability to handle patients under normal circumstances. 4. Countries, particularly those with small and weaker economies and health systems, should devote more efforts to improving their systems. 5. Creativity and innovation must be promoted not only in times of emergencies. People should begin to create various needs of society. Number 2. Economic exposure. Another segment that was profoundly exposed is the world economy. Economic activities have declined a great deal in the production and supply chain. This has rendered many unemployed and without resources to survive. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that 25 million people could become unemployed, with a loss of workers' income as much as USD 3.4 trillion in an article published on its website. With huge reduction in work hours and closure of some institutions, the economic powers of the affected people are somehow bleak, indicating the level of vulnerability of the workplace. Further, the economic models of demand and supply and the ones that require direct local and international exchanges of goods and services have been stored in some way. Hence, the mode of production at factories is also hindered. Also come with this exposure is the fact that there is huge gap between the rich and the poor, with reports that 85% of the world's wealth is in the hands of the rich. In terms as these, the poor and laid-out workers can hardly survive without stimulus packages. It has also become a reality that many people, including the working class, have no savings, thus placing them at risk of smooth survival because they spend as they receive. And once the job is slowed, they are on their way to being penniless. This too exposes how many people are hand-to-mouth workers. This is a risk of life, to say the least. We would like to advise that no matter how small your income may be in the future, save a little for emergency time. This must be uncompromising and non-negotiable. You must save. No excuses. It must be a matter of must. Key points moving forward. 1. There is a need for living allowance for non-working class citizens across the world. 2. Compulsory saving is needed by all. 3. Innovative measures to reduce the gap between the rich and the poor are necessary to reduce the disparity through taxes and other taxations. 4. Strong financial management systems are highly recommended. 5. E-commerce and digital innovations must be prioritized, especially in developing countries. 6. Economists should pay less attention to the old models and focus on deriving novel economic models. Number 3. Education exposure. The World Bank, UNESCO, and other international bodies have been working hard over the past decades to battle the huge number of out-of-school children and youth, as well as trying to curtail what they call learning poverty. It is estimated that 258 million children and youth are out of school. Of course, the yardstick of being in school is to be under the roof of a formal school setting with school administrators and teachers' instruction, supervision, and guidance. This is the most popular model of the 21st century education system, operating mostly face-to-face in classroom model of instruction. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the limitations of this model, even more than what it did to economic ones. At least many economic institutions are still in operation, but not schools. According to UNESCO Institute for Statistics, school closures have been reported in 188 countries, displacing over 1.5 billion learners and 63 million teachers. What an educational tragedy. If the yardstick of out of school is used in this context, it means that 1.5 billion are out of school. If one incident can cause this to the education sector, then it is time for a new model of education in order to rescue the system. This will be further expatiated in a chapter later. But in the meantime, it is to the best of our knowledge that the current model of education cannot do well in terms of great public health emergencies, evidenced by the fact that most learning institutions throughout the world have shut down. Even the best universities in the world like Yale, Harvard, Cambridge, MIT, Peking University, Oxford, among others, are hampered in their operations because the model has been affected drastically. Countries with best education, including Finland, Japan, South Korea, Denmark, Norway, UK, among others, are no exceptions. This has rendered almost all the student populace fitted in such model to be in the out-of-school category. Going forward, better models encompassing enhanced e-education must be developed, tested, and rolled out. Here are a few other suggestions. 1. E-education should be prioritized. This entails better technology and internet system through massive open online courses. 2. Learning should be more self-regulated and informal. Learners should take matters into their own hands. 3. Education through podcasts and other devices should be promoted globally. 4. Home-based learning with parents' participation should be encouraged. 4. Basic social services. When the lockdown and state of emergency were about to take effect in Liberia and possibly in many other developing countries, one of the key concerns that quickly emerged was regarding unavailability of basic social services such as food, water, electricity, and internet in various homes. Without these, lockdown for days is somehow impossible. The extent to which basic necessities are absent was deeply exposed across countries, particularly in developing countries as COVID-19 escalated. Apart from the low purchasing power of the poor vulnerable populations, which remains a major challenge, even those who are in the middle class and had some resources found it difficult to purchase, store, and preserve perishable commodities like foods in their homes due to the absence of stable electricity. And Being indoors without internet by many rendered them unable to communicate with their families, causing total isolation, which has negative health consequences as well. In the 21st century, it is absurd to note that many countries are lagging behind and are not even prepared for their citizenry to stay indoors for a few days without being confronted with serious life issues. This pandemic has taught us a harsh lesson, especially to our world leaders. As ex-Liberian President William R. Todbor asserted in his address to the U.S. Congress in 1976, always remember that the world is seized today in the grip of imbalances and disadvantages, emerge in malignancy, sharp income disparity, and striking social distinction exist. Human deprivation, degradation, and systemic exploitation. The Congress must be bold crusader for social and economic reform around the world. This is a wake-up call for those who have themselves on the side of backwardness to move faster in their development drives or risk more negative consequences in the future. Here are a few suggestions in this regard. 1. Special attention should be given to agriculture, food production, through mechanized farming. Modalities must be worked out to build storage facilities, especially in the developing countries and food supply networks. 2. Water, electricity, and internet must be seen as highly essential life necessities and given due attention. 3. Other measures, especially those contained under the economic exposure column, including curbing between haves and have-nots, must be considered. 5. Social and related activities exposure. Human interactions have always been at the center of the human existence. Social relationships, work environment, business, worship services, sports, and many more require interactions. As it may, COVID-19 has exposed them as well. There is a substantial limitation in social interactions, which often encourages face-to-face meetings in order to get tangible things done. In terms of pandemic as this, such is rendered somehow unacceptable. The good thing is humans are endowed with the ability to thrive and use situations to their advantage if they make effort to do so. For the first time in the history of its existence, perhaps, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, held its E-Summit because travels and public gatherings are banned. Before then, the G20 countries also hosted a virtual extraordinary summit on the COVID-19 response on 26 March to get a coordinated response going. Similarly, religious bodies had to shift their operations, particularly through the radios, TVs, and internet. Many pastors never knew much about Facebook Live, YouTube, Zoom, etc., least to talk about preaching to their congregations through these social media platforms. Many had vehemently resisted and criticized them in the past, but they have turned to be the most convenient mediums of communication. Like other sectors, the religious community has also received its share of the exposure, as did sports and entertainment industry. In a nutshell, COVID-19 has taught this generation and possibly the ones unborn a lesson that we don't have to always congregate to do important activities together. The hidden benefit in this is the reduction of huge cost and loss of travel time. Moving forward, the following suggestions are worth considering in support of the practical change at hand. Face-to-face and in-person interactions are going to be limited after the pandemic. Everyone needs to prepare for such change. Requisite authorities, especially those managing human interaction-related activities, should derive more convenient and feasible models for improved social activities. Online channels must be promoted in a way that helps the wheels of the society to keep moving smoothly. Employers should give keen attention to stay home and work. self-discipline is highly needed to being constantly energized and productive. In summary, the COVID-19 outbreak has exposed everything that has been working well to some extent, whether partially or otherwise in the world. And if we are to yield to the Greek philosopher Aristotle's assertion that change in all things is sweet, then our world is on the right path. Knowledge of changes and exposures is an important information in order to build a much better and freer world. As someone observes, crisis is change trying to take place. Hence, it is crucial to yield to the storm of change to avoid becoming its victim. Among all the exposures and corresponding lessons, we have come to one conclusion, that there is no safe haven on earth. Our final stop for this chapter focuses on this statement. The greatest exposure, no safe haven on earth. In 2014, when the Ebola virus disease broke out in Liberia, many wealthy individuals, especially government officials, ran to other countries. They went to seek refuge in other countries, particularly the U.S., since Liberia has huge historic ties with the Western nation. Some failed to return to Liberia in spite of the plea and threat by President Cllr to dismiss any runaway officials, especially those with dual citizenship status. They opted to leave the country with a 5G speed, and some never returned until the fight was won. Since it hinges on safety and life matters, we will not dive into the demerits thereof. But what is more intricate is the fact that many public officials are bent on relying on foreign medical attention to survive. Some presidents, particularly African presidents, even die in foreign land while seeking medication, which is somehow shameful and disgraceful. Forgive our harsh words. There is nothing wrong with it, unless it is done at the expense of the countries they serve. Unfortunately, this is often the case. It is totally wrong for public officials to neglect investing their country's resources, particularly in the health sector, to build specialist hospitals and equip them, but rather prefer to go overseas for medical treatment. The emergence of COVID-19 has taught harsher lessons in this regard. It has unequivocally spoken that there is no safe haven on earth. Country A or Z cannot provide the hideout for anyone. This may sound premature, but it is the fact. Imagine a president or senior official who normally seeks medication abroad, and now almost all flights have been grounded. God have mercy. In fact, some leaders are already falling prey to this negative seed and are paying the price with their lives. Again, we cannot overemphasize the critical lesson the COVID-19 pandemic is teaching about the absence of a safe haven anywhere. The way the virus started even marveled us. It began from top countries before reaching out to the small ones, so that there would be no route for escape. There is none. It is an essential lesson that this generation and the ones unborn must take home and never forget it. Keep yourself reminded about it. There is no safe haven anywhere on earth. There is no hidden place in any country on earth. If there must be any, then the best bet is to make your own country the safe haven. U.S. President Donald Trump is loved by many Americans not because of his regular tweets, but for his stance on putting America first. It is time for developing countries, especially those on the continent of Africa, to shine their eyes and put their countries first. It is time to put aside divided loyalty and dependency syndrome. It is very obvious that colonial masters won't always come to your aid, even with great intentions. They have the primary responsibility to put their countries and people first, as it is mostly the case now. Learn this and move on. Learn from great apostle Paul, who wrote, "When I was a child, I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I put childish ways behind." 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 11. African nations are men now. Let the childishness of dependency syndrome be put away. If it hasn't been learned enough, let these tough times or painful moments push us to think and do better. In summary, the COVID-19 pandemic is strongly urging us not to remain the same because everything has been exposed in order to foster drastic improvements. One of the greatest mistakes one could make is to think things will remain the same always. This misconception has made us live ordinary lives and suffer significantly in terms of change. Stop envisaging that there is a safe haven somewhere else. This must be the beginning of true decolonization. Let this be the beginning of true independence. Again, the limitations of various sectors and systems, their vulnerabilities and absence of a safe haven on earth have been made known to the world. The only place we can look for such is the heavens. In the meantime, we must act in accordance with the change at hand, noting that life is a progress and not a station, says Ralph Waldo Emerson, essayist and poet. Let's make that progress together. It begins by identifying the golden sides COVID-19 is presenting to mankind so that we can overcome, thrive, and remain positive and resilient.
We are Project Liberia, Mama Liberia. Must all rise.
In the next chapter, our focus is on the identification of these golden sides of COVID-19. But in the meantime, here are key principles of this chapter to note and implement. Chapter Principles. 1. Change always comes with unfavorable heat. Its misuse exposes one's weaknesses, but taking advantage of the hidden opportunities within exposes one's great potentials. 2. We live in a world where everything is possible. Even a disease in the form of a virus has the potential to shake and expose the foundation of human activities and existence, but man is always capable to triumph in the end. 3. Change is not a respecter of persons. It can expose anyone or anything. Ignoring it is like signing up to remain backward, while adapting to the new future being created is the surest way to succeed. 4. Overconfidence in a man-made system is dangerous and could have serious repercussions. 5. Creativity and innovation are all-time necessities, not only in times of emergencies. Learn to think and solve problems in all seasons. 6. Failure to save is not an option. If you cannot save for the future, you are a victim of pandemics by default. 7. You are endowed with the ability to thrive and use situations to your advantage if you make an effort to do so. 8. Knowledge of changes and exposures is a piece of important information in order to build a much better and freer world. We are a blessed generation. We have them. 9. Humans don't have to always congregate to do important activities together. Our visions are bigger, stronger, and more intimate than our congregation. 10. There is no safe haven on earth. There is no hideout for anyone. If there must be any, the best bet is to make your country a safe haven.
Coronavirus spreads via droplets. When the person coughs or sneezes.
Chapter 3. Identifying the golden sides of COVID-19. Sweet are the uses of adversity. William Shakespeare, poet, playwright, and actor. Every occurrence, every activity, and every adversity comes with two sides, the good and the bad. This determines the difference between winners and losers. Everything depends on how they conduct themselves and which side they rely on more. As the coronavirus tracks, it has also come with these two sides. Unfortunately, in most cases, many don't see the winner's side, and they end up paying a huge price for this. In this chapter, as gloomy as the pandemic may be, we will unveil hidden opportunities, referred to herein as golden signs of COVID-19. The chapter provides the pathways to overcoming adversity through the types of questions to ask and where to look through first-hand experience. The chapter concludes by identifying 5 golden signs of COVID-19. Welcome to the place of overcoming. COVID-19, adversity and its hidden opportunities. After 2 decades of intensive research about over 500 highly successful people in America, Napoleon Hill wrote his all-time best-selling book, Think and Grow Rich. Though published in the 1930s, its contents are still relevant today than ever. One of Napoleon's conclusions about trying times was, in every adversity, every failure, and every heartache carries with it the seed of an equivalent or greater benefit. Remember, Napoleon said every adversity, every failure, and every heartache. He did not say some, but every. Take keen note of the every being underscored or highlighted. Keep this in mind as you go through the remainder of this book. This means that the adversity of COVID-19 is inclusive. Say it differently. It means that the current adversity as one of the world's worst outbreaks still has equivalent or greater benefits in it. The assertion does not ignore the fact that difficult times do not come with a huge price, especially the current nightmare facing the world in the form of a virus. No one is insensitive to the huge death tolls across various continents, particularly in Europe and the Americas. It does not ignore that reality. But in spite of this, the world and those of us who have been permitted by God to be alive have the privilege to enjoy the seed of an equivalent or greater benefit. We decree and declare that you and your household will experience greater benefit from this outbreak. If you truly believe this, you are definitely going to receive it. Apart from the 500 successful people Napoleon studied and derived at this conclusion, we have also examined the lives of many individuals who have made and are still making great contributions as a result of the huge tough times that confronted them. Pages of this book would be overloaded if we were to dive into every available literature regarding how tough times have triggered the seeds of greater benefits in thousands of heroes and heroines worldwide. Ancient stories of Joseph, Job, Esther, Naomi, to Paul and Jesus, from Helen Keller, Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., Nelson Mandela to Oprah Winfrey and Jack Ma, and the list is endless. All of them were confronted with tougher adversities in their respective lives. The good news is that all of them got more than double the price they have paid to overcome. If it were not because of adversity, we would doubt as to whether they would have accomplished that much. Though it was tough, they identified sweetness in their tough times. In support of William Shakespeare's observation, sweet are the uses of adversity. Indeed, when you use adversity like this well, you will find sweets in it that will impress and amaze you. This is why this book is helping you to do. In spite of this, if you still have negative thought towards adversity, never mind. You are not alone. For many, adversity should not be remembered, and no new one should ever come their way. They wish tough times must not have existed in this world of ours in the first place. However, for others, it has been a starting point of major breakthrough, discovery, transformation, better life, and clinching of unimaginable successes. We hope that before the conclusion of this chapter, you will find calm and peace and join those who often see adversity as a starting point of major breakthrough, discovery, transformation, better life, and clinching of unimaginable successes. We will give you one of the adversities and hidden opportunities therein, as well as identify possible opportunities, which we refer to as golden signs of COVID-19. In view of the aforementioned, Be aware that if it were not for tough times, adversity, the authors of this book wouldn't have written this book at all. It is because of adversity that this book is written. Let's take a look at one of the adversities that changed the life of the lead author of this book and hidden opportunities that came with it. Mother's untimely demise unveils hidden opportunity. First, let me say it sounds unpleasant to say that an awful incident unveils opportunity. Maybe it does not make sense to you. Notwithstanding, it is true and real. You must have the courage to find hidden opportunity in every adversity that comes your way, including this COVID-19 pandemic. If you fail to do this, you are likely to face two detrimental effects. 1. You are likely to retrogress in your life. And 2. You are likely to unfortunately become a victim of the situation. You don't want those two consequences, do you? We don't. And we equally guess you don't want them as well. It is the desire of everyone to make progress in life every day, even during adversity, rather than falling prey to its negative effects. But to achieve this, you must rather prefer to explore the hidden opportunities in every tough situation. You need to find the golden side or hidden benefit that lies within every problem in order to get equal or greater benefit. In most cases, there are always greater benefits in any prevailing situation because of the Creator's promise for would-be overcomers like you. A disciple of Jesus, John, once wrote, "He who overcomes shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son." Revelation 21, verse 7. After you have overcome, the Creator is prepared to grant you the chance of inheriting all things. But the requirement is, first, overcome. This is magnificent news, isn't it? All you need to do is first overcome. That's all. Afterwards, you will receive its benefit. What kind of tough times are you going through right now? Is it the worries and anxieties about COVID-19? Is it testing positive of an incurable disease? Is it a broken relationship or loss of a loved one? Is it poverty that is stopping you from living your life to the fullest? Whatever situation it may be, just know that there are hidden opportunities therein. Make a decision to seek those opportunities. Make a decision that you will do everything possible to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, let me now take you through one of my toughest times and the opportunities that followed after overcoming it. Once upon a time, there were two lovely sisters, having grown up in a remote village in rural Liberia. Both got married and settled down with their husbands. The elder sister, my foster mother, I would henceforth refer to as beloved mother, was the head wife of 3. Her younger sister, my biological mother, is the only wife of her husband, my father. Both were highly blessed with the fruit of the womb. But they did not have the same grace to bear children of both genders. My biological mother was blessed with both male and female children, one after the other, while her elder sister was blessed with females. She has given birth to about 7, all females. As a head wife of 3, having a male child in an African culture plays a key role in winning the husband's heart to maintaining one's position in such polygamous family. As a result, she was greatly yearning and in need of a boy child. But because she didn't have that favor, this was far from reality. "Please, your next male child you will give birth to should be mine," she pleaded with her younger sister as a solution to end her displeasure of not having a male child. The request was accepted by my mother and dad. As I was told, I became that predicted, expected, and chosen son. But before I was turned over to her, there were a series of challenges as both families were separated by the civil unrest in Liberia, which erupted a few years after my birth. It took some years for it to materialize, but eventually it did. I was turned over to my beloved mom, the one who taught me the power of burning desire and persistence, let me quickly inject that your desire and persistence can break every obstacle and make your dream to be realized. My turning over to the one who predicted my birth and anxiously expected my coming was the beginning of a new chapter in my life. In her hands, as a mother, I got all the love and care that I had never imagined. She did all that was humanly possible, including paying my school fees on time and keeping me healthy and safe, and even explored all other necessary opportunities with her many daughters, my sisters, to give me room to get the best, including education. What an amazing motherly love it was. For nearly 12 years from elementary through college, she watched and fully participated in seeing me grow holistically. Increasingly, signs were on the world that I would be a success. As my part of the deal, I reminded myself each day, I must make her proud. To me, this was my only means of appreciating her countless sacrifices. I remember studying so hard during grade school and getting about 4 to 5 double promotions, including completing 11th and 12th grades in a single year. I was obsessed about doing well to bring pride to my beloved mother. I'm still like that today though. Part of this granted me a scholarship opportunity to pursue a master's and PhD abroad. When I left for my master's in August 2012, I did not know this would be my final physical contact with my super champion. While undergoing my academics for nearly 2 years, the line of communication was always opened, and she was always concerned and keen about my life and study progress. Besides the Creator, she was the energy, strength, and secret behind my academic excellence. Every time, it was a resounding bell in my ears. I've got to make her proud. I've got to make her proud. I've got to make her proud. Throughout my study period, I experienced joy and gladness within, as the journey was smooth because I was determined and purposeful, and most of all, I had exotic motivation triggered by her love and care. As a result, I came first among my colleagues in many areas. In the final work, thesis defense for example, I received all excellent from all committee members, paving the way to graduate with an International Excellent Student Award. It was in recognition of my outstanding performance in the university. Immediately, celebrations began as the job was done and graduation was certain. Ahead of the graduation, gifts, special ones for my beloved mother, were packaged and shipped. Finally, the D-Day graduation came and the excitement intensified. But through it all, my mind was settled on special appreciation upon return home to celebrate with the reason for the success, my darling mother. A big celebration was in the making. Without any clue, 3 days after the graduation, with my International Excellent Student Award, the saddest and greatest adversity of my life came. Yeah, you got it. She is no more. No, that can't be true, I insisted. But the explanation of this hard-to-hear story continued. She was knocked down by hypotension. She was rushed to the hospital and died on or before arrival. Oh my gosh! And so it was. My beloved mother's journey on earth had ended without celebrating my great accomplishment and bidding me farewell. For me, what is life, and why was I here in the first place? It was like all was lost, and no reason to be alive again. I was devastated. I had more questions than my mind could answer. If I had any answer at all, it was my worst life experience ever. Suddenly, my positive emotions from the graduation disappeared and deep sorrows set in. I must now face the uneasy reality of life, the death of the person who was standing for me, who I wanted to make very proud. It was in this tough adversity that I discovered a message that will profit me for the rest of my life, and possibly it will remain the key to my greatness and true fulfillment in life. The pathway to overcoming adversity requires seeking its benefits. No one would think of finding something of benefit in such adversity as mine. Would you? Maybe not. But again, remember when we said, it is not ignoring the fact that difficult times do not come with a huge price. They often do, like in the case of mine. I would never pay back directly the good that she has done for me. I will never enjoy her motherly love and care again, not on this earth again. There is no bigger price to pay than this, I guess. This is not the more important now. The more important thing is how I overcame it and what you can learn from this troublous time to help you through any difficulty you are facing today or would face in the future. First of all, when facing severe, tough times, you must be cautious about two things. 1, types of questions to ask, and 2, where to look. I will deal with the second aspect for now, which helped me the most to overcome the untimely loss of my beloved mother. We will address the first aspect in the next subheading when we launch to identify the golden signs of COVID-19, which is the main focus of this chapter. By the way, where to look, core foundation of this book. We have advised that you look at the golden signs, positive signs of tough times, COVID-19. And this book is an important where to look document. Back to where to look. We wish to announce to you that the authors of this book are devoted Christians from the same church, Salvation in Christ Ministries Incorporated, Liberia. As believers in the Lord Jesus Christ, in times of difficult situations, there is no better place to look than in the Word of God to understand His mind and will towards those He created. And this is exactly what I did. This is not a novel idea, but it is always novel. We highly recommend that you do it whenever facing tough times. Your knowledge through such endeavor will save your life. We guarantee this 100%. It's true. An ancient believer, Daniel, knew where to look when the worst tough moments came upon him and his people, the Israelites. In his book, he wrote, "In the year of his reign, I, Daniel, understood by books the number of years, whereof the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah the prophet, that he would accomplish 70 years in the desolations of Jerusalem. And I set my face unto the Lord God, to seek by prayer and supplications, with fasting and sackcloth and ashes." Daniel 9:2 verse 23. When you follow the rest of the story, you realize that Daniel's generation did not only overcome in far less time than it was planned, but also he personally acquired skills and understanding to deal with the situation amicably. This is what we are suggesting you do. Find where to look and you will find great answers that will change your life for the better. Of course, this book provides a wonderful opportunity for you to do so. It will expose you to learnable skills and a better understanding of tough times and how you can manage your affairs well. Read it, share it, and recommend it to other people who you think it could be profitable to. Remember, failure to cautiously know where to look does come with serious consequences. Another account of the Israelites was a promise by their Creator to spend 400 years in captivity due to their rebellious attitudes. But this promise was extended to 430 years, since they never knew where to look, and to govern themselves accordingly. They paid a huge price of an additional 30 years of sufferings, and eventually they forfeited the promised land as a consequence. You see how crucial it is to know where to look? Do you see? In times of adversity, don't act like frogs and crabs at night. When you shine light on them, they think that if they won't see you, you won't see them. By this way, they are caught. Don't be a part of crab-frog mentality. Keep your eyes opened and look where it matters most. In this COVID-19 pandemic, many have fallen and others continue to fall because of the misuse of where to look. This is because when you lack knowledge, the burden of loss, failure, and rejection is likely to be upon your head more than you can ever imagine. Hence, we are glad that you are getting useful knowledge from this material. It takes little to find a place to look, but the returns are unending. Going back to my story, where did I look? I guess by now you already know. The Bible, of course. As Apostle Paul would say, looking unto Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith, I sought the face of God, and the answer came in a timely manner from Matthew 25 verse 34 to 40. 34. Then the king will say to those on his right hand, Come, you blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. 35. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. 36. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me. 37. Then the righteous will answer him, saying, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you drink? 38. When did we see you a stranger and take you in, or naked and clothe you? 39. Or when did we see you sick, or in prison, and come to you? 40. And the king will answer and say to them, Assuredly, I say to you, inasmuch as you did it to one of the least of these my brethren, you did it to me. More than other, this was the message I needed the most to regain my freedom. Service to others is service to God, was my conclusion. In other words, my beloved mother's service to me was not actually to me, but to God as she was paving her own way to heaven. This understanding changed my whole life, and it took away all my worries, sorrows, and pains at once. To me, this message was the one that replaced my despair with hope, sorrows with joy, and apparent death with a joyous life. Frankly speaking, they are the most important words I've ever heard until now, and will perhaps be the best words throughout my life. They are credited as the seeds planted, which are borne fruits in my life to be of service to others always. This is a clear demonstration that words have the power of life and death. Use them carefully. As an opportunity in disguise, this single adversity has made me see the bigger picture of life and the main reason for the existence of mankind. It has strengthened me to render services to hundreds of people far and near, without thinking about direct, immediate, or future benefits once it adores the Creator. And as David would say, a generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed. Proverbs chapter 11 verse 25. Through service to others, I have been impacted a great deal than I have ever imagined. Without a doubt, a huge part of my success is attributed to my service to others, and this book too is credited to this service attitude, a burning desire to help others like you in times of emergencies and tough times. If you are going through tough times like I was in 2014, or the current COVID-19 pandemic has placed you in this unfavorable category, we want to say never mind. Muster the courage and remain calm. Stand still and see the redemption that is ahead of you. If I could receive freedom and joy after this sad event and continue to receive the greater benefit the Creator has promised, then we are very confident that yours is on the way. Have faith. Believe it is possible. Look where answers can be found and get your healing, which is already underway. Cognizant of the fact that the situation of COVID-19 has come with huge tough times, we would like to use one of the remedies proposed earlier for dealing with the situation. It is about types of questions to ask. It is pretty fine for you to apply the strategy that was used to overcome the huge loss of my beloved mother to recover and move on. Yes, you could do so by paying keen attention to where to look. Of course, in the COVID-19 situation, you could choose to look to God, who we strongly believe is the creator of mankind. Through this word, his supernatural power is able to see you and your family through this menace. You could choose to look in his book, as we are providing you some relevant means of overcoming, thriving, and remaining positive and resilient. Let's now dive into types of questions to ask. Questions create quest and reality. Meet Brian Tracy. Today, Brian is one of the top business consultants in the United States and one of the most popular professional speakers in the world. Also, to his credit is the experience of working with more than 500 companies of all sizes, inclusive of the Fortune 500, according to his profile. As a New York Times best-selling author of over 70 books, many published in different languages, Brian speaks to more than 300,000 people worldwide each year on subjects of personal and corporate effectiveness. His video and audio learning programs are used worldwide to teach leadership, sales, personal success, and time management. According to Celebrity Net Worth, Brian is worth $15 million. It sounds interesting, right? I believe it is. But let's look at the flip side of this great role model. Brian Tracy started at the very bottom, perhaps below your current level. As he began his adult life, he was uneducated, unskilled, and unemployed, living in his car and working at odd jobs as they came along. But what broke the camel's back? A single question. Yes, a question did the job. In his book, The Secrets of Self-Made Millionaires, Brian explained how he asked himself, why are some people more successful than others? Through this, he desired to know, how is it that some people start off with nothing and eventually become millionaires? As it is always the case, the question set him off on a search for the answers, which had made him one of the best success coaches the world had ever known. Brian is among thousands of people who have amassed huge success in life as a consequence of asking relevant questions. Albert Einstein is considered one of the best geniuses of all time because of two things: curiosity and questioning. One of his popular quotes is, "Question everything." We may not join Albert to ask you to question everything, but we would like to encourage you to ask the right questions. We believe that this is the difference maker, right or relevant question, because the kind of questions you often ask can make or break you. And as the French philosopher Alexandre Voltaire wrote, "Judge a man by his questions rather than by his answers." We can't agree with Voltaire enough. It is the type of question you ask that prepares you toward the answers. Hence, a question creates quest for the kind of answers that would come forth. Your motivation, your purpose, your will, and everything is wrapped in the questions that you often ask. We can then say, ask a question and we will tell you not only the answer you are likely to get, but the kind of person you are on the inside. Put it differently, at the end of the day, the questions we ask of ourselves determine the type of people that we will become, says Leo Babauta. Do you agree? If you don't, let's go through a short questions exercise. We are going to ask negative and positive questions. After each part, negative or positive, reflect on your emotions. Are you ready for this? Good. Let's go. Questions exercise. Part 1. Negative questions. Why me? Why am I so dumb and stupid? Why am I so unhappy? Why do people hate me so much? Why am I always very unlucky? Part 2. Positive questions. What am I good at? What am I grateful for? Why am I so loved and appreciated? Why are some people more successful than others? What is in this situation for me, and what can I learn from it? from the questions asked, you can now observe a great difference. When you asked yourself negative questions, all you could think about was negative answers. And these negative answers in return brought about negative emotions. The negative emotions then brought about anxiety, fear, stress, and depression. In short, the negative questions have negative implications for recovery and success. They are likely to contribute to breaking you down. Therefore, we would like to advise you to take negative questions and utterances out of your conversations, especially when going through difficult challenges of life. On the other hand, did you feel better when you ask yourself positive questions? Our own experience tells us that you did. Your mind immediately went to work to impress you with positive answers. In return, positive emotions like joy, hope, love, gratitude, satisfaction, cheerfulness, motivation, optimism, happiness, and many other positive emotions showed up. When going through severe challenges, what more would you need most, apart from these positive emotions triggered by positive questions? Think about it. In conclusion, a relevant question, positive, is one that opens doors and solves most of your life challenges. Questions are the beginning of deliverance and learning beyond the surface. Questions have always and will always be key to innovation, creativity, and unimaginable accomplishments in the world. Questions can create your purpose, identity, your strengths, build your mood, and help you find ways of doing things better. Questions have been responsible for many to start the quest to change the course of their lives, as Brian and others did. Questions have been primarily responsible for more likability, trust, and rapport with others. Questions have been one of the weapons we've used to remain motivated and resilient in all situations. Hence, learn to ask the relevant questions. If you do, we will see you in the cycle of motivated people. The important question to ask in tough times. First, we would like to remind you of two of the most essential takeaways that you must not lose sight of. They are: 1. Questions are like self-fulfilling prophecies. They create your quest and reality. Therefore, we must ask positive questions to get a positive reality. 2. Adversity is not evil. Rather, it is a blessing in disguise. Say it differently. Don't treat trial as an enemy. Rather, treat it as a friend and teacher coming your way to lift you up to the higher level of your life. Keep those 2 points at the back of your mind. Never lose sight of them. Now, let's get to your point of view. Utilizing your knowledge about the types of questions to ask. If you were asked to give one most important question to put at the advantageous position amidst the COVID-19 pandemic or any difficult situation, what could it be? Think for a moment. We believe that you have given your insight. It's very important. Thank you. But actually, there is no wrong question if you are sure it will help you to overcome the situation. Take note of the highlighted. If you are sure it will help you to overcome the situation. It depends on you. We are looking for a problem solver here. If it will help you do so, then it is your most important question. We say this because what might be the most important question to the authors of this book might be different from yours. Sometimes that's how life goes. However, in view of psychologist Carl Rogers' assertion, what is most personal is most universal. We would like to proffer a question that we think is a panacea to worst effects of emergencies and tough times. Of course, it is not. Why me or why us? It cannot be. Why is this generation so unlucky? It cannot be any negative question. It has to be a positive question. It doesn't have to be a complex question either. In fact, it is one of the positive questions we asked earlier. Yes, it is. It is question number 5. What is in this situation for me, and what can I learn from it? It is a deep question and we must treat it cautiously. It has two parts. First part, what is in this situation for me? Note, that is not meant for you to explore the negatives of the situation, rather to look in the hidden opportunities that you could explore as a result of the inevitable and unexpected situation. Remember Napoleon's conclusion. In every adversity, every failure, and every heartache carries with it the seed of an equivalent or greater benefit. You are using this question to launch and find out the seed of an equivalent or greater benefit the situation is bringing to bear. It is key to overcoming and inheriting all things or getting the greater benefit therein. The second part, what can I learn from it, is equally important as the first. Today's adversity is a deposit into tomorrow's future. Hence, there is always something positive to learn from tough times such as these, which no amount of practical training could help you get. The secret for your forward march lies in this. Nobody puts it better than Anthony Robbins, who said, "The secret of success is learning how to use pain and pleasure instead of having pain and pleasure use you." If you do that, you are in control of your life. If you don't, life controls you. Learn from your tough situation, and you will never be the same person again. Noting the important lessons adversity teaches, one of the concluding chapters focuses on key lessons to learn from the COVID-19 pandemic. Watch out for that. But in the meantime, let's use our most relevant question. What is in this situation for me, and what can I learn from it? To briefly explore the golden sides of COVID-19. Note that what is in it will be treated under the lessons to learn in Chapter 12. Identifying the golden sides. Having found the panacea to curing our adversities through types of questions to ask and where to look, let's now apply the first aspect of the COVID-19 pandemic based on the most important questions asked. Already, for where to look, this book is providing a vital pathway. But if you are a Christian, the Bible would be the best bet. Not even a tiny part of this book can do the work of the unadulterated Word of the Creator. Never. What's in COVID-19 pandemic? In one of my motivational books, The Champion's Thought, I wrote, "Adversities come like coconuts. The real food you need is deeply wrapped up inside. In order to eat that which is within, you have to crack it seriously and intentionally and remove the shell." This statement is typical of the current situation at hand, isn't it? In order to make use of a worse situation for one's advantage, it is a matter of must that you crack it seriously and intentionally before the answers can be found. Again, we want to reiterate that we are not insensitive to the other side, like the huge restrictions, loss of lives, economic declines, among others. But through an adversity or a catastrophic event, you have two choices. Either you cry until it overwhelms you, or you resolve to search for the hidden opportunities in it in order to become positive and resilient to overcome the situation. This is where we come in. On the flip side of the effects are the golden sides or opportunities. We are more interested in benefits because they would be the help more than thinking about the problems the situation poses, which has negative consequences. On the question of what is in this COVID-19 pandemic, we would say many things. Yes, many golden opportunities are contained in this situation. If you may, take a keen look at Chapter 2 principles again. You will soon come to the realization of the extent of what is in it for you. Even realizing that there is no safe haven on earth, there is no hideout for anyone, and if there must be any, then the best bet is to make your own country the safe haven. It's worth 1,000 benefits. This is not an exaggeration. Imagine if our senior private and public officials can apply this principle in the discharge of their duties. You can now imagine how your country would benefit. In short, if you ask again what is in it for you, and you desire for us to answer to your question in one word, then we will sum it as change. Indeed, change is what is inside this for everyone, from top to bottom. It is not change in one area, but changes in all areas. As we argued earlier, COVID-19 pandemic has exposed everything, and this generation would have to grapple with the exposures and changes for the first half of the 21st century. This is crucial in that those who would ignore these changes would miss much more and are likely to be on the periphery of life in the coming months and years. If we take Aristotle's claim that change in all things is sweet, it means the golden signs are there staring at us and waiting to be taken advantage of. The changes in health, economy, education, basic social services, among others, are going to be of greater benefit, particularly for the prepared. The seeds for transformation have been sowed by change. Knowledge of changes and exposures is an important information in order to build a much better and freer world. You may be wondering, is it only the change as mentioned? Is what in the situation for me? Relevant question. Sure, but change is coming with golden signs or hidden opportunities. You cannot see them until you pay full attention by looking at exposures and suggestions proffered earlier. You are halfway there. We are confident about this because the use of one or two of those suggestions could help you to make a break in life. Don't take them for granted. Meanwhile, we would like you to explore this question: what's in it for me? And think of potential benefits that you are likely to accrue as a result of this situation. Do this identification by yourself. It will help you a great deal because there are some things that are somehow personal and relevant to you that might not be unique to others. If you can't, don't worry. We will provide some suggestions for you and take you a step further because we love you so much and care about your resilience and success. In view of the aforesaid, and after thorough research, thinking and analysis, we've come up with some of the most important golden signs of COVID-19. They include golden sight number 1, reconnection to the supernatural. Golden sight number 2, human family reunion. Golden sight number 3, renewed thinking, innovation, and reinvigoration. Golden sight number 4, definite necessity of new education model. Golden sight number 5, reactivated human and economic interdependence.
We are Project Liberia, Mama Liberia. Must all rise.
From our perspective, the 5 identified golden signs are among the top ones the COVID-19 pandemic is bringing to the world. To make you visualize, experience, and make use of this worst situation for your good, we are going to devote one full chapter on each of those golden signs presented. Their discussion will not only open your eyes to realities, but also help you to maximize their use, thus giving you a huge advantage over the pandemic. Is that a deal? Great! Let's explore them together. But first, here are the key takeaways of this chapter. Chapter Principles. 1. Adversity is not evil. Rather, it is a blessing in disguise. Don't treat trial as an enemy, but treat it as a friend and teacher coming your way to lift you up to the higher level of your life. 2. No matter how great or tough an adversity may be, it still comes with some seeds of equivalent or greater benefits in it. But you must first overcome to inherit all things. 3. You must have the courage to find hidden opportunity in every adversity that comes your way, or face its detrimental effects of retrogression and victimization. 4. When facing severe tough times, you must be cautious about the types of questions to ask and where to look. They are the greatest panacea for overcoming and thriving big time. 5. It takes little to find a place to look during adversity, but the returns are unending. This is not a novel idea, but it always brings novel results. 6. When you lack knowledge, the burden of loss, failure, and rejection is likely to be upon your head more than you can ever imagine. Have good knowledge and timely information, and your life will be saved. 7. It is the type of question you ask that prepares you toward the answers. Your motivation, your purpose, your will, and everything can be wrapped in the questions that you often ask. Therefore, ask the right and relevant questions. 8. Negative questions have negative implications for recovery and success. They are likely to contribute to breaking you down. Hence, take negative questions and utterances out of your conversations. 9. Questions are self-fulfilling prophecies, creating one's quest and reality. Relevant question, positive, is one that opens doors and solves most of life's challenges. They come with deliverance, learning beyond the surface, innovation, creativity, and unimaginable accomplishments in the world. 10. Today's adversity is a deposit into tomorrow's future, and there is always something positive to learn from tough times, which no amount of practical training could help you get. So, ask, what is in this situation for me, and what can I learn from it? 11. At the center of every adversity is change, which often comes with golden sighs or hidden opportunities, but you cannot see them until you pay full attention.
Such are coughing and shortness of breath. Call your daddy.
Coronavirus is real, but together we can fight it.
Issue to you.
Part 2. Golden Size of Tough Times, COVID-19. Golden side number 1. Reconnection to the supernatural. A product that is always connected to its source is protected and stands the chance of maximum productivity and longevity. Gbollie, educator, author, and researcher. Nothing has called mankind to order and reconnected him to the supernatural in the past centuries and now than COVID-19. What a privilege it is to be reconnected to our Maker. Stories are told around the world of this reconnection, which when utilized well and remembered will revolutionize the universe for the better. In this chapter, we explore this aspect of a wonderful good in a disastrous situation. In this view, we will analyze the true origin of man and how the world was created. Besides, we will explore how adversity is a magnet that draws one to the source, which is exemplified by the current pandemic. In conclusion, we'll take a keen look at the benefits man stands to accrue from such pursuits, including great prospects from a much better world and eternal life as a result of our reconnection to the supernatural. The true origin of man. In 1859, Charles Darwin formulated his highly controversial theory of evolution by natural selection, published in his book On the Origin of Species. Darwin uses humans' intelligence and intuition to argue that organisms change over time as a result of changes in heritable physical or behavioral traits, and such changes allow an organism to better adapt to its environment in order to survive and have more offspring. This assertion came hundreds of years after the living book of life, the Bible, which consists of 66 books divided into 2 categories, Old and New Testaments, believed to have been written between 1200 and 165 BC and the 1st century, respectively. In essence, Darwin was attempting to argue against creation narrative that has existed more than 1800 years prior to his birth in 1809. To the authors of this book, the argument posed is somehow trivial and less substantive because up to present, we haven't seen organisms change to better versions than they have been. All classes of animals, dogs, lions, elephants, cats, pigs, goats, sheep, among others, have been nothing but as they've always been, and they can only produce species in their kind. Even birds, fishes, trees, and everything does produce only species of its kind. Thus, to argue that man is from a family of an ape, a gorilla, a mud turtle, or a mona is thoughtless. It is least expected to trace one's lineage to a less intelligent species. But as in any case of argument in the form of a theory, it means only a theory, nothing more, nothing less. Our opinion by just reading few lines of his theory is that it is not worth considering at all. But while Charles Darwin's theory claimed the attention of many, we believe that because man has always been curious about his origin, perhaps other species do as well. This knowledge is crucial for one's survival, as being cut off from one's source or origin is the beginning of death. Yes, it is the beginning of death. We will tell you more about this later. There is nothing created in the universe that does not have a source. Everything does have a source. For this reason, whenever the source or lineage aspect is mentioned, man becomes interested and curious. There is no better creation narrative anywhere in the universe than in the Bible. This is not an opinion, but a compelling and undisputable fact. In fact, the Bible is a sacred document written by 40 inspired men of God, thus making it the best book ever written. This is because, as one of the first century writers, Paul, indicated, all scripture is God-breathed and is useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness, so that the servant of God may be thoroughly equipped for every good work. It is the breath of the Maker himself. Therefore, it cannot depreciate. A critical review of the creation narrative shows that no book better explains how things came into existence, not even the somehow recent theory of evolution as compared to the Bible. The ultimate version of the creation narrative is seen in the ancient writings recorded by Moses in the first 2 chapters of Genesis. How the world was created. In Genesis 1, Moses recorded that the Creator took 6 days to create the world and everything in it, including human beings. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was over the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Moses wrote, "It was from this point that God deemed it fit to proceed with the creation process. Through utterances and use of his own personality, he created the universe and all its manifestation based on divine order." Here is the summary creation narrative as recorded by Moses in chapter 1 of Genesis. Day 1. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God separated the light from the darkness. Verse 5. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. Day 2. And God said, let there be an expanse in the midst of the waters, and let it separate the waters from the waters. Verse 7. And God made the expanse and separated the waters that were under the expanse from the waters that were above the expanse. And it was so. Verse 8. And God called the expanse heaven. Verse 3. And God said, let the waters under the heavens be gathered together in one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. Verse 10. God called the dry land earth, and the waters that were gathered together he called seas. Verse 11. And God said, let the earth sprout vegetation, plants yielding seed, and fruit trees bearing fruit, in which is their seed, each according to its kind, on the earth. And it was so. Verse 12. The earth brought forth vegetation, plants yielding seed according to their own kinds, and trees bearing fruit, in which is their seed, each according to its kind. Therefore, and God said, let there be lights in the expanse of the heavens to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons, and for days and years. Verse 15. And let them be lights in the expanse of the heavens to give light upon the earth. And it was so. Verse 16. And God made the two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night, and the stars. Verse 17. And God set them in the expanse of the heavens to give light on the earth. Verse 18. To rule over the day and over the night, and to separate the light from the darkness. Day 5. And God said, let the waters swarm with swarms of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the expanse of the heavens. Verse 21. So God created the great sea creatures and every living creature that moves, with which the waters swam, according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. Verse 22. And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful, and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let birds multiply on the earth. Day 6. And God said, let the earth bring forth living creatures according to their kinds, livestock and creeping things and beasts of the earth according to their kinds. And it was so. Verse 25. And God made the beasts of the earth according to their kinds, and the livestock according to their kinds, and everything that creeps on the ground according to its kind. Verse 26. Then God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, and over the livestock, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. Verse 27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God he created him. Male and female he created them. Verse 28. And God blessed them, and God said to them, be fruitful, and multiply, and fill the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heaven, and over every living thing that moves on the earth. Verse 29. And God said, behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed that is on the face of all the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food. Verse 30. and to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the heavens, and to everything that creeps on the earth, everything that has the breath of life. I have given every green plant for food. And it was so. Verse 31. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. We thought to provide the full creation narrative in order for you to get or remind us about the marvelous work of the Creator. Everything as recorded by Moses is exactly what it is today. As you followed the account, take key note of how man was created. Unless vegetations, animals, and others, human beings were made in the image and likeness of God. This means that we were wonderfully and specially made, and we are in the God class. That's how wonderful we are. The main purpose of our creation was to have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, and over the livestock, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. With the Creator's blessings, we were commanded to be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, and over every living thing that moves on the earth. What a privilege! When you follow the 2nd chapter of Genesis, Moses records how man was put in charge of everything to manage the earth. For the man's benefit, law and order were put in place. However, the first man, Adam, and his wife Eve disobeyed, thus inviting curse and death. Atonement, reconciliation, and restoration were made possible through God's Son, Jesus Christ, who became the ultimate solution to reconnect us with the Creator. Choose your side. Going back to the creation narrative, let's presume that you are not sure which account to believe. You are wondering whether the creation narrative as provided by God through Moses is more genuine and authentic, or the one offered in the form of a theory by Darwin more than 2,000 years after Moses' era. In order to inform your decision, let's look at the lineage of man again. According to Charles Darwin, man may have come from an ape, a gorilla, a mud turtle, or a monad through natural selection. In other words, man came to the universe by accident. But from a thorough review, apes are not much different from other animals, including lack of speech. The source of man, as indicated by Moses, is God. The more I live and learn, the more I realize that this earth and man did not come here by accident. There is definitely a creator of the universe. The following are some of his attributes as recorded by Bible study tools. God is 1. Infinite, meaning self-existing, without origin. 2. Immutable, never changes. 3. Self-sufficient, has no needs. 4. Omnipotent, all-powerful. 5. Omniscient, all-knowing. 6. Omnipresent, always everywhere. 7. Wise, full of perfect, unchanging wisdom. 8. Faithful, infinitely unchanging true. 9. Good, infinitely unchanging kind and full of goodwill. 10. Just, perfect in all. 11. Merciful, compassionate and kind. 12. Gracious, inclined to spare the guilty. 13. Loving, loves us. 14. Holy, perfect. 15. Glorious, infinitely beautiful and great. Far from any form of comparison, let's look back to the presumption of being associated with animal lineage or gods. Perhaps it would be irrelevant to ask you at this point which to believe, Darwin's theory or God's creation narrative. We are 100% sure that you will not fall prey to being an animal or advanced animal. You are not an animal, and you will never be. Rather, you are on the side of the infinite, immutable, self-sufficient, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, wise, faithful, good, just, merciful, glorious, loving, holy, and glorious God. Never allow man's wisdom to deceive you. As humans, we were wonderfully and fearfully made in the image and likeness of God, thus making us eligible to possess the attributes of the Creator and to do exploits in the universe. That's why we are this powerful. Utilize this power to change your conditions and pull blessings on your lap. Adversity is a magnet that draws one to the source. In 2003, Liberia's civil unrest reached its apex with rebels from warring factions capturing some parts of the country's capital, Monrovia. Huge sounds of gunfire could be heard where we were in our hideout on the outskirts of the capital. The city was engulfed with panic and fear as killings and lootings became the order of the day. The rebels were demanding that Charles Taylor step down as president of Liberia and be turned over to the International Criminal Court to face justice for alleged crimes against humanity. But Taylor himself, a former warlord, could not be intimidated by threats and advances as he vowed to fight from street to street, house to house, until the rebels were wiped out. As the fighting continued in the city for many weeks, hardships and untold sufferings intensified. Hundreds of people have been made homeless and many killed as a result. I remember the stress and difficulties Monrovians were going through to get food, as some, including my uncle, who had to take a high risk to go near war zones in search of food for our survival. But thanks to the negotiations and international pressure, especially from the U.S., that compelled Taylor to step down and headed for exile on August 11, 2003. A transitional government was put in place, which was preceded by elections. And Liberia transitioned to a peaceful and democratic state after nearly 14 years of instability. Though I was in my teens, the conflict taught me a great deal of lessons. I had spent my childhood life between Guinea and Sierra Leone as a result of the same conflict, which erupted in 1989, a few years after my birth. The Monrovia lessons were even greater. One of my notable lessons during the conflict was how people from all walks of life became so much interested and reconnected to their source, God. Ah, God, if you save me and my family from this conflict, we will serve you faithfully for the rest of our lives. Many, including me, were no exception to such vows. Beside the vows to serve the Creator forever, many became devoted worshippers, while thousands gave their lives completely to the supernatural source for guidance and protection. Being a Christian and Muslim-dominated state, churches, mosques, and group prayers increased in the country, seeking the face of the supernatural for peace and tranquility to prevail. For instance, now a Nobel Prize winner, Gbollie, and other women leaders assembled their colleagues for weeks of ceaseless daily prayers for a breakthrough. In essence, the conflict drew the nation and its people closer to God, pleading for mercy in order to survive the dreadful conflict. Based on this lesson of how clued human beings can be to God in times of difficulties, we have reached to a conclusion that adversity has forced to bring man back to his roots. Every tough adversity does this. There is nothing that does this better than adversity. Enjoyment won't. Achieving your dream won't. Getting promoted won't. Getting married and having kids won't either. Nothing does the job so well than tough times. That's why, even in life-threatening situation or loss, the pursuit to find one's source becomes the best bet. It is truly the moment when man realizes that he is nothing without the Creator. But indeed, in times of adversity or joyous times, man is nothing without being connected to the source. When the source is removed, death is imminent. You cannot function well if your source is cut off. It is like a computer without a power source. It is like a seed or a plant without soil. It is like a fish without water. It is like a car without fuel or gasoline. Humans are nothing without their source. If you have not realized this, repent and get connected to the supernatural source in order to remain alive and live to your optimum. How COVID-19 is reconnecting humans to the supernatural. Like the way the Liberian conflict drew thousands of people to the supernatural, the COVID-19 situation has done likewise or even more. Around the world, we have watched world leaders and their people get on their knees not only to recognize and pay homage to the Creator, but also to announce their total reliance on Him to heal their peoples and the land from the plague. We would guess that no one remembers nor depends on Darwin's theory and ask apes to come to their aid in these times. No one. This may sound outrageous, but it is true. No one did. If then, you cannot depend on apes at such times, then why should you when there is peace and prosperity? This means that they are not worth our homage at all. Frankly, man should never pay homage or worship a less intelligent species or any other except the Almighty God. Besides, what might be happening in individual closets? The news and social media pages have been flooded with God-sensitive messages. For instance, the Italian president was seen declaring, "We look to the skies for help," as he shed tears amidst COVID death and cases upsurge in his country to the point of being overwhelmed. Actually, he was among hundreds of leaders who did so, as some even called for national fast and prayers. Others were seen kneeling and praying in the streets, calling on the supernatural to intervene. Regular posts on social media of scriptures and prayers have been the order of the day. We remember when Liberia's index case was announced on March 16, 2020. Similar trend heightened, and it is so, perhaps until the pandemic is over. This further validates our argument that adversity draws humans to their true maker. It is not wrong for the world to return to the Creator. There is nothing wrong with it. This is in line with the Creator's manual as Jesus encourages. Come to me, all who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. Matthew chapter 11 verse 28 to 30. It is acceptable to always come to God because He has no intention for what He created to perish. Even worldly manufacturers don't want for their products to be destroyed before their true expiry dates. In essence, tough times have come to the universe with a strong message to not only remind us about what matters most, but also to bring us back to the realization that we have a Creator. It has come with the message of never break away, but remain connected to God. Take this beyond this situation. This is no joke. The world did not fall here or happen by accident. Therefore, we need to remain attached to our souls. Never break away. Remain connected. In 2017, I visited a popular electronic market in China. I wanted to purchase a mobile phone. After a thorough search, I settled down for one, the Chinese brand Xiaomi. It is believed to be among the sophisticated and attractive phones in China. I negotiated and paid the seller 1,800 RMB, little over $250. I had all the assurance and 1-year guarantee and went home with my beautiful Xiaomi branded phone. A few months later, to my utmost dismay, the phone began to get extremely hot when charging and doing calls. I was surprised. Weeks later, it stopped working completely and could not be charged anymore. I was devastated, but was reassured by the guarantor provided. I then talked to my Chinese friends to take me to the dealer since I could not locate the original seller in the large market. When we visited the Xiaomi dealer store, the technician checked and realized that it was duplicated. Its parts have been falsified and there was no way the factory could repair or change it. Meaning, I've lost my Xiaomi branded phone and money. This taught me a hard lesson, how risky duplicates are and the critical nature of being original. There are so many things we are duplicating in this world, but the worst of all is the duplication of our humanness. If you are not connected to your source, you have duplicated yourself to something else. For instance, if you think your lineage is connected to ape, you are likely to behave like one. To overcome this pandemic, you must remain original, be authentic, be you. You were perfectly created in your humanness by God. Don't alter it for the worse. Importance of reconnection to the supernatural. In our opinion, the greatest golden side of COVID-19 is the opportunity and leverage to reconnect to the Creator. There is no better opportunity than this. It presents the opportunity to enjoy life on earth and beyond. This is because a major key to remaining healthy and strong is to always be in touch and connected to your designer. Every product that cuts itself off from its source is in total danger and is headed for destruction. The 21st century has provided such wider occasion for the world to seek the face of God amidst this deadly pandemic. As mentioned earlier, individuals from all walks of life are now looking onto the supernatural for help, while others are vowing that if their lives are spared, they would serve the Creator mightily for the rest of their lives. We might not know what your supplication may be, but there is one thing we know. Everyone needs a source to survive. You are no exception. Nobody better describes how important it is to remain reconnected to their source than Miles Monroe. In one of his books, Miles wrote, "A man without God is potential without purpose. Man without God is power without conduction. A man without God is life without living. A man without God is ability without responsibility." That's a dangerous man. That's a life wire. We cannot agree with Miles enough. It is very critical to be and remain connected to one's source. Every human being needs Creator to function properly. When my Xiaomi phone had a problem, I ran to the dealer store. Today, when your car has a problem, you will definitely run to the dealer or the auto parts to sell its spare parts. If any of your items is malfunctional, we believe that you will embark on finding the source in order to have it repaired. Of course, if you don't, that will be the end of it. No problem of man can be properly solved by exclusion from his source. Make a decision today not to only be connected to the supernatural in tough times alone, but in all seasons. If you do, you stand a chance of yielding great benefits now and in the future. Benefits of being reconnected to the supernatural. In chapter 3, we learned that every adversity or difficulty comes with equivalent or greater benefit, and the current pandemic is no exception. Besides, we dealt with the question, what is in this situation for me, and what can I learn from it? Having realized the importance of being reconnected to your source, we would like to let you know that there are great benefits for doing so. As a result of the tough times, we would presume that you are doing the following more than before. 1. Calling on the name of God. 2. Reading the Creator's manual, the Bible. 3. Praying to God. 4. Worshipping and fellowshipping in God's presence. 5. Trusting and depending on God. 6. Obeying God's instructions. 7. Meditating on God's word. 8. Evangelizing through your posts and testimonies. The above mentioned are few of what you need to do daily to remain reconnected and rooted to your supernatural source. Under normal circumstances, many of us, including believers, take them for granted. But in actuality, they constitute what is needed to continuously flourish in life. It is like plants getting daily nutrients from the ground. We can say COVID-19, future pandemics, and other difficult situations often come to remind us about whom we are and what we need the most. They are true benefits we get from adversity. These routines would result in further benefits. 1. Have the Creator's limitless backing. Because we carry the Creator's image and likeness, a demonstration of ownership. 2. Proof of authenticity. And 3. Provision of full backing from the Creator wherever we go. This means if we remain reconnected to the supernatural, we will be delivered from any calamity. In this regard, your purpose to be fruitful, multiply, replenish, and dominate the world would be fulfilled. Unfortunately, if you choose to do the opposite, you will equally bear corresponding consequences. It is like a fish saying, I don't want to be in the water anymore. I want to be on the dry land. Sooner than later, it will realize that it cannot survive without water. As humans, we cannot survive without the Creator as well. 2. Enjoy the Creator's promises. Total compliance with the manufacturer's instructions always comes with huge benefits. This is the same with the Creator of the universe and mankind. In his 5th book, Moses, the leader of the Israelites, penned numerous promises of God for those who remain reconnected to him. He wrote, "The Lord will open the heavens, the storehouse of his bounty, to send rain on your land in seasons and to bless all the work of your hands. You will lend to many nations, but will borrow from none. The Lord will make you the head, not the tail. If you pay attention to the commands of the Lord your God that gave you this day and carefully follow them, you will always be at the top, never at the bottom." Deuteronomy 28, verse 12 to 13. As an earthly manufacturer provides for guarantees for his product, the Creator has countless promises for all those who have good relationship with him. It is hoped that the current situation will bring you closer to the supernatural and experience his rich, unfailing love and promises. 3. Test of your faith. One of the central messages of believers of the Christian faith is, know God for yourself. This means that they must take responsibility and not to be spoon-fed by their spiritual leaders all of the time. It is like a Chinese proverb which advises, "Teach me how to fish instead of feeding me with fishes." For long now, this message, know God for yourself, has been preached. But the true test of the message comes in difficult times as these. It is easy to say, "I have faith, I believe in God," and the like. The true test comes in the midst of storm, as most of the worship centers were closed by the lockdowns and state of emergencies in many countries. In a way, this adversity is also giving you the opportunity to know the Creator for yourself, as the spiritual leaders won't always be around. 4. Enjoy life longevity. Imagine you bought a MacBook computer for yourself. With great gladness, you took your computer to your home. After arriving, you decided to unveil it. Surprisingly, you realized that the computer was not accompanied by a user's manual. Based on my inexperience about the use of a computer, what am I going to do? You ask yourself. You are aware that without the manual, the operation of the computer will not only be hindered, but also you will get stuck. And in spite of the sophistication of a MacBook computer, it will not be used effectively if you will use it anyway. The only solution in this dilemma is to develop your computer skill and complement your knowledge with the manufacturer's guide in order to operate your modern computer effectively. The manufacturer's manual is vital because it provides full instructions about the optimal operation of a given product, and all good manufacturers know this fully well. The ultimate creator of mankind, God, knows this too. That's why He's giving man clear instructions from spiritual, mental, to physical laws, mostly laid down in the first 5 books of the Bible, because, as a good manufacturer, he does not want his product to be non-functional or destroyed before its planned expiration, thus tarnishing his reputation. As you reconnect to the Creator and read his manual and follow his instructions, you will live a more meaningful, productive, and longer life. 5. Great prospects for a much better world. Imagine 80 to 90% of the world's over 7 billion population worships and fears the Creator. Our world could have been more peaceful than it is today. It is the presence of greed, envy, and other forms of evil dealings that have kept the world backwards. The message of love, kindness, compassion, and unity must become the order of the day in order to move our universe forward. And at the center of this is the belief in God as the creator and redeemer of man. It is important that you don't take reconnection with the creator lightly. It is vital in facilitating your triumph and the ability to thrive. However, failure to do so comes with serious consequences. And remember, being reconnected to the source is not a one-time event. It is a lifetime journey. As long as a fish is to remain alive, it must stay in the water. Similarly, as long as we want to function properly, we must have a relationship with our Creator. 6. Eternal life. Saul, a strong persecutor of Christians who became poor, was likely to miss heaven if he were to remain as he was. But adversity brought him back to the supernatural as he was struck blind while en route to Damascus. After he regained his sight, he never went back to his old business of persecution. Rather, he became one of the best apostles of Jesus and wrote 1/3 of the New Testament Bible. What a change! The current adversity could be your best option to reconnect you to the supernatural. It is an opportunity to achieve your true life purpose and live at your optimum. Don't take it for granted. There is a promise for us to attain eternal life if we continue to abide in our Maker. Though there will be challenges, you will join Paul to say, our light and our momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. 2 Corinthians 4 verse 17. Take advantage of this situation by accepting Jesus as your Lord and Savior and become reconnected to the supernatural. This is the surest and only way to the promised eternal life. It is anticipated that this chapter opens your eyes to your true source and how critical it is to overcoming and thriving through difficult challenges and attaining eternal life. In a nutshell, it has helped you to see the golden side of COVID-19 through the reconnection to the supernatural.
We are Project Liberia, Mama Liberia.
In our next chapter, we will look at another golden side. But in the meantime, here are the key principles of this chapter. Chapter Principles. 1. To trace one's lineage to a less intelligent species, like an ape, is thoughtless. 2. Unless vegetations, animals, and others, humans were wonderfully and fearfully made in the image and likeness of God, thus making us eligible to possess the attributes of the Creator and to do exploits in the universe. 3. There is nothing created in the universe that does not have a source. Everything does have a source. Hence, being cut off from one's source or origin is the beginning of death. 4. Atonement, reconciliation, and restoration were made possible through God's Son, Jesus Christ, who became the ultimate solution to reconnect with the Creator. 5. Adversity has a force to bring man back to his root and draw him closer to his true Maker. 6. Whether it is in adversity or joyous times, man is nothing without being connected to his source, as proper function demands perpetual connection. 7. Man should never pay homage or worship a less intelligent species or any other except the Almighty God. If you cannot depend on it, the created in tough times, then why should you when there is peace and prosperity? 8. The worst duplication of all is the duplication of our humanness. If you are not connected to your source, you have duplicated yourself to something else. The greatest golden side of COVID-19 is the opportunity to leverage, to reconnect to the Creator, as it presents the opportunity to enjoy life on earth and beyond. 10. The best decision to make in life is not only to be connected to the supernatural in tough times, but in all seasons. 11. Adversity is a test, an opportunity to know the Creator for yourself, as your spiritual leaders won't always be around. 12. Adversity is an opportunity to achieve your true life purpose and live at your optimum. Don't take it for granted.
The single most important thing you can do to protect yourself is keep your hands clean by washing them frequently with soap and water or hand sanitizer. What is the incubation?
Chapter 5. Golden Side number 2. Human Family Reunion. What can you do to promote world peace? Go home and love your family. Mother Teresa, missionary and Nobel Prize winner. No matter how much one loves the world and the world loves him, he cannot feel more connected to it than the bond of his family. Family is like an ocean that never runs dry. Every person started and will somehow end there. What a gift! For many, especially those who were abroad, when the COVID-19 pandemic struck, their first thought was to return home. Millions did. Obviously, one of the most important golden sides of this ferocious disaster is human family reunion. Perhaps this is the greatest reunion in many centuries. We can maximize this and turn it for our good. This is what we want to help you do in this chapter. Welcome home. It's time to appreciate the finest unit ever created. A precious gift to you and the world. Family. Family as a primary foundation of life. In October 2016, I left my family in Liberia and returned to China to pursue my PhD. I had been in this place earlier for nearly 2 consecutive years to pursue my graduate degree. For me, China was no longer a strange terrain to be in. I was already familiar with the Chinese people, their language, culture, food, environment, and other important activities and events. Returning to the world's populous country, I felt that there was nothing much more to learn in terms of cultural practices and beliefs. But it seems that this was a wrong perception. To admit, I was wrong big time. The Chinese nation is so pluralistic and diverse with rich history and culture. Hence, there are always rooms to explore more. And being around this time for 3 consecutive years was a golden privilege to really experience some of the things I might have missed during my previous 2-year domicile. I was excited and did not take it for granted. It's October, and the Chinese central city of Wuhan, with over 11 million people, is lively and very busy as it ushered in the winter season. When you are in China, especially during spring, summer, and autumn seasons, one of your first notable observations is huge crowds almost everywhere you go. Sometimes you will be trapped among thousands of people. Wonder, wow, what a population. But this is normal, particularly at subways, parks, shopping malls, and other public places. This is obvious because China is the most densely populated country in the world with over 1.4 billion people. My university alone plays host to over 30,000 students, 3,000 of whom are international students. Over my 3-year stay in China, I learned many wonderful lessons far beyond my expectations. But the most notable and unforgettable of all of them is the Chinese people embrace and love for their families. I have never seen such love and sacrifice for family relations anywhere in the world as Chinese do. They often find deep bond of love, unity, peace, and joy in their families and maintains guanxi or interpersonal relations. In a show of love, reconnection and embrace for families, every year Chinese make it a matter of must to return to their places of birth or hometowns, to reunite with their families in commemoration of the Chinese New Year. In other words, they hate to welcome the New Year without being by the side of their loved ones. During this season, hundreds of millions of Chinese people in China around the world travel long distances, some thousands of miles, just to reunite with families in their hometowns. What a love! For 2 to 3 weeks during this festive season, nearly everything in Chinese nation would somehow shut down. Major activities including businesses, work environments, public places, schools, among others, would have to wait in order to grant their citizens the privilege to reunite with their families and celebrate the love of their lives. It is the greatest moment of sharing and giving to the best of their abilities. In fact, in preparation for the mass return to their villages and hometowns, they would first hold lunches, dinners, and exchanges of gifts, pleasantries with extended friends, from small groups to large groups. I can vividly remember meeting with my academic supervisor and her supervisees and graduates every year to share the love of our small family unit. In addition, the entire university would host joint family celebrations for all international students, along with lecturers, professors, and university officials to exchange gifts and love as a family. If you visit China, normally between the last week of January and the first 2 weeks in February, where the season normally falls, you will be amazed by the emptiness of the cities, all done in support of the love of the family unit. Cities would be completely deserted, as if they were ghost towns. Say it differently, these localities annually undergo a partial lockdown, as it is now with COVID-19. If you were asked to replicate one practice from China in our native Liberia, it will be annual family reunion. This practice does not only unite and reconcile families, make its members feel loved and strengthen bonds, but also encourages development in rural communities. Urban dwellers and even their citizens who have traveled abroad would always have a sense of remembrance and appreciation for their places of birth. It is also a matter of accountability. In all, there can be no better opportunities than opportunities to reunite and cherish one's family. Perhaps I would not be in China to follow such great show of family love and unity anymore. But I am always reminded that Chinese cherish and love their families so much. I won't forget either the memories of the Chinese New Year, an opportunity for Chinese to reunite with their families and show them love in abundance. When you ask the average person about first priority in life, the answer is likely to be family. Family is and has always been the primary foundation of life. In a unit of family, God's mandate is fulfilled. That's why the first family, according to the creation narrative, Adam and Eve, were made to be one flesh through marriage, meaning we are always one with our families. There is no one who shows love and interest in the family more than the Son of the Creator, Jesus Christ. It is recorded that the first glory of Jesus was made known to the world at a family gathering. At this gathering in Kanneh, Galilee, Jesus turned water into wine at a wedding ceremony. This did not only mark his first miracle on earth, but a matter of re-emphasizing that family is first and supreme. Another account recalls how he recognized his family before he breathed his last breath, as he introduced his mother to his disciples. As John wrote, when Jesus saw his mother standing there beside the disciples he loved, he said to her, "Woman, here is your son." John 19 verse 26. He was simply telling his disciples, there my family member is. Take care of her. And as expected, the Bible recalled that they did so henceforth. In summary lesson, the family is the primary foundation of life. Therefore, it must be the first and last among priorities. Many Chinese people may not be believers in the Lord Jesus Christ, but they definitely understand what it means to have a family and will do everything for it. They understand the language that family is the most important thing to man. Apart from the Creator, it is a shared characteristic of man. And if you take family from there, nothing remains. That's why J.K. Rowling concluded, family is a life jacket in the stormy sea of life. Each person has this jacket on, thus never allow anything stand between you and your family. Always see it as the first and the last. It's family reunion time. No excuses. One of the effective measures of fighting COVID-19 is lockdown. Stay home. This is because health practitioners have concluded that the virus does not travel, but people do. Hence, if they stay home, no transmission or harm can be done to the outside world. While we may still be trusting the supernatural for the true revelation of this crisis, we don't want to be quick to conclude that the world is being reprimanded because of sin or disobedience. One thing that is clear is that, as Jesus said, in this world there will be trials and tribulations. We should take heart, they have been overcome. Many of us have already experienced this in our short lifetime. Going back to the stay-home strategy, the Creator could be telling us, you left your primary foundation of life, family, for too long. It's time to leave everything and be with your family as the Chinese people practice annually. You have not spent quality time with your wife and children as you are supposed to. You have been taking all kinds of assignments, thus keeping you so busy. It's time to pause it for a moment to cherish your family. You need to compensate for the time lost, at least for now. The average working person spends less than 10% of his quality time with his family. It's time to cover up for many things you missed. Be a mother again. Be a father again. Be that blessing to the family again. It is like we have been called to order, because nothing is more essential to God than human family. Families must not be traded for anything. They deserve our time and attention. You may respond in affirmative whether your family is the most important unit to you on earth. But if you cannot demonstrate this affirmation through quality time you spend with them, then your response would be questionable. Say it in another way. Tell me where you spend your time, and I will tell you who you love. With the current situation, we have no excuses for not paying some attention to our families. COVID-19, an opportunity for family reunion. A story is told about a couple whose only daughter went missing at a very tender age in a certain densely populated city in the 1990s. The two had gone out to a large market to get some groceries and other basic necessities. Suddenly, they lost sight of their only daughter. At first, they thought she was being naughty, but as it turned out, she was missing for good. The couple spent considerable amounts of time, from days to weeks, and from weeks to months and years, vigorously searching for their missing child wherever they could, but to no avail. They employed every strategy they could think of, but nothing seemed to work. They were devastated and sad, with limited hope of finding their beloved daughter. They felt guilty that they didn't do much to protect their only child. But of course, guilt and complaint weren't the way out, rather relentless pursuit. Unfortunately, they had no photos of their daughter to aid the search, thus making it barely impossible for any breakthrough. But they kept on making efforts, from newspaper adverts to sketching their images and publishing them, hoping that the heavens would conspire to bring back their love. And they did. After 20 years, their daughter, who was now in her 20s, married, and with a kid, launched the search for her parents too. The efforts from the two angles broke the camel's back. Their daughter saw the newspaper advert of the image of a couple and decided to get in touch. Thanks to James Watson and Francis Crick for the 1953 discovery of DNA helix that made it possible to confirm genetic information from one person to the other. And when they checked, the result was positive. She was the dearest child they've been looking for all these years. The couple had the precious privilege of reuniting with their only beloved daughter to give her the love she deserves. The story of the couple is among hundreds who have lost contact with their loved ones, especially during conflicts and emergency situations. And many of these families yearn each day for a singular opportunity to reunite and have family reunion with their first loved families, like the father of the prodigal son, who threw out a big party to celebrate his lost son's return. The couple had the best of reunion ever with their only daughter and regenerated their profound joy and happiness within. Indeed, reuniting with loved ones, especially those who have been away for a long period of time, is an extra joyous moment because families are irreplaceable. But normally, when we have family members with us, we take their significance for granted. The story of the couple, the father of the prodigal son, and many others should give us a hint that we need to spend some quality time with our families, no matter the circumstances. In fact, now the opportunity to do so is knocking on your door. Use it. No excuses. In addition to reconnection to the supernatural as a vital benefit of this pandemic, the second most important golden side of COVID-19 is family reunion. For many, especially those who were abroad when the pandemic struck, their first thought was to return home to their families. And millions did return to their families. In our opinion, this is the greatest family reunion in history, with most offices, schools, churches, sports stadiums, entertainment centers, and many more were being closed to the public to prevent further spread of the virus. Parents, children, and relatives had all the time in the world to reunite. The earth has spoken in the loudest tone. It's time to have family reunion. This is an opportunity to reunite for decades, if not centuries. Many parents and guardians have been extremely busy with work and other things life has to offer, from Asia to the Americas and Africa, and from Australia to Europe. Many parents often leave their kids without seeing them for weeks, months, and even years because of work assignments. Though many are done with good intentions, the price is often paid at the expense of families. And even if they return home, they have limited time at home with their family. Now, the opportunity to stay home with their family for a long period of time is placed before you. Seize it, make use of it for the good of yourself, but in particular for the good of the family. As George Bernard Shaw reminded us, a happy family is but an earlier heaven. Hence, make your family happy again. Enjoy the early heaven. The compelling message of the pandemic is only a reminder that the family is the primary foundation of life, and it must not be downplayed for any reason. See your family as your greatest asset in the universe. Hence, it must be the first and the last as the Creator envisages it to be. Never lose track of the lesson being taught by the tough times and go back to your routines and neglect your family again. It is definitely true that you need some of the routines for its upkeep. However, if some irrelevant things can be cut off a bit, more time would be left over to give your best bet to your family. Always remember Bill Owen's caution. Families are the tide that reminds us of yesterday, provide strength and support today, and give us hope for tomorrow. No government, no matter how well-intentioned or well-managed, can provide what our families provide. We cannot agree with Owens enough. Your life started with your family, and it will end there. Therefore, give your family the first preference in all things. Love your home, care for your children, and mend your broken pieces, and live at the optimum with your beloved family. Maximize your family life in tough times. As the president or chief executive officer, there has been times when you said, I wish I had some time off to spend it with my family. As an employee or worker, there has been some time when you said, I wish I had long vacation to spend quality time with my family. As a teacher or student, you may have said, I wish I had some time to myself to do things my own way and spend some time with my family. Whoever you are, your request has been temporarily granted. As first-century preacher Paul would advise, take advantage of every opportunity because these are evil times. Because of this, don't be ignorant, but understand the Lord's will. Don't get drunk on wine, which produces depravity. Instead, be filled with the Spirit in the following ways. Ephesians 5 verse 16 to 18. It is time to leverage or take advantage of such golden opportunity being afforded you. This is the perfect time. Tomorrow is not certain at all. It is knocking. Therefore, strengthen your family door. As you are aware, opportunities are always seasonal, and if they are not used quickly, they phase out and in most cases never return. We are fully aware that many are not used to spending a lot of time with family members, probably because of the culture of work and busyness. Notwithstanding, once you avail yourself with positive attitude towards your family, you will discover the simple pleasures of family life, such as cooking with kids, having fun together like dancing, exploring a hobby, and many more. Yes, it is time to celebrate what makes you connect best as a family. Create a family value chart and write the family history. Create a new ritual or do something totally different. Lack of time is usually the biggest culprit of any relationship breakdown. Now that you have some time, make it count. For now, leave the worries about what the future holds with regards to your job. Preserve your life and family. That will definitely be solved later. After the boredom and stress that come with long stay together, be creative. There is time for everything, and this is family time. In order to maximize this chance, you must embrace it with purposefulness and positive attitude aimed at building a family that will not be shaken easily. Having a clear target and positive attitude towards your family will help you to enhance your interactions, communication, love, and friendly environment. There is no doubt that it is around the family and the home that all the greatest virtues, the most dominating virtues of human, are created, strengthened, and maintained, says Winston Churchill. In order to maximize your family time in adversity, here are some suggestions for you. 1. Plan weekly and daily activities together. Planning always addresses a lot of problems. Thus, it is advisable to sit as a family and map out how the days would flow. Set up specific times for reading, homework, chores, independent free time, meal times, family time, and bedtime. It would be quite advisable to write your plan and post it on the wall. Make every effort to implement it. It would help. In fact, this is an opportunity to even teach your children the magical benefits of planning. 2. Make time for yourself. Everybody needs some breathing space. Take some time during the day and do some meaningful and productive things that will benefit your career and family. Take some time for positive reflections, exercises, and other things you deem necessary. Encourage the children, especially the bigger ones, to be engaged with positive ventures as you go through your me time. 3. Free play and games. Developmental psychologists have concluded that play is children's work. Accordingly, create some healthy plays and meaningful games. While officials may be asking people to distance themselves from others, getting outside is still allowed, encouraged to some extent, especially for those living in compounds. It's super perfect. Some outside time and fresh air would have huge physical and mental health benefits. Take advantage of it. It is also a great time to break some old unproductive hobbies and develop new ones. Endeavor to think outside the box. Varieties of plays and games like jigsaw, puzzles are always necessary. 4. Create room for home learning activities and care. Those schools are making frantic efforts to help students while they stay home. It is time for parents to demonstrate that they are truly first teachers, especially for literate parents. It is the time to teach your child not only school-based lessons, but practical lessons that will be profitable to the child forever. For illiterate parents, it is advised to use adults in the upper classes to take the role of home teachers. In addition to the educative part, age-appropriate activities and care are critical. Keep an eye on them at all times. 5. Family talk. Effective communication is the pillar of every successful family. Hence, it is critical to have a family talk activity for members to share freely their emotions and dreams. This is one of the best ways to build a strong, unbreakable bond. Depending on what works best, it could be an after dinner or certain part of the day that favors everyone. Through this, you will be able to join Maya Angelou to say, I sustain myself with the love of family. 6. Stay in touch with your community. Rather than being on the phone or social media all day long by yourself, make efforts to check on your friends. This will have win-win benefits. It doesn't have to be a long call. A minute or two would mean a lot to your friend. You can also consider setting up a Zoom community of friends where you can have a designated time to check in with each other. Have grandparents do regular video calls with their kids if the opportunity is available. You may as well allow children to connect with their friends through secure networks. In a nutshell, never isolate yourself nor your family members from your community of friends by taking advantage of virtual communication tools. 7. Promote positive mindset and avoid stressful things. One of the effects of tough times is stress, and the current pandemic is no exception. There may be many reasons to become sad, but never give yourself the reason to do so. Having a positive attitude begins with you as the parent. Your smiles, which are contagious, could lighten the entire family if you let them out. To do this, you need to take advantage of suggestions as provided earlier, including where to look and what types of questions to ask. Avoid negative news, limit or cut them off completely. 8. Adhere to a sleep schedule. Finally, regular timely sleep is essential. While it might be tempting for your older children and other family members to stay up late every night and wake up late every morning, this is not going to be beneficial to their physical and mental health. In fact, they might be developing a habit which may be contrary to regular routines when the situation is over. You don't want to spend weeks trying to mend new bad habits developed after the tough times are over. One of the ways to prevent it is by having a sticking to bedtime schedule for every member. We are confident that if you utilize the suggested pieces of advice, you will be able to maximize your family life better amidst the current nightmare. In addition, let's take another final opportunity being presented relative to better parenting. It's time to become a super parent. Thousands of children across the globe grow up in the society without receiving proper parenting, especially from their biological parents for various reasons. Some of these children have to be raised either by grandparents or great-grandparents, mostly due to busy schedules of parents, while others go through being reared in orphanage homes or by foster parents. More than that, many are also being raised by single parents due to relationship hurdles. As a result, thousands of children have ended up becoming wayward and somehow less productive than they should. All this is attributed to parenting. Bulk of the world's problems boils down to what happens in the family unit. If you are fortunate to be both in the home with your child or children, congratulations. Even if you are not, you can do more. This is not meant to imply that you aren't doing well. You love your children and want the best for them, but it is a wake-up call to do more. In fact, the primary responsibility of every parent is to nurture and train a child in a proper way to develop appropriate knowledge and skills that will make him or her profitable. What a joy it brings to see your child become a productive adult, even above your intelligence and aptitude. It is the key to a peaceful and prosperous society. Again, the golden opportunity has been presented to the world through this pandemic to give your family the first preference it deserves in all things. Love your home, care for your children, and mend your broken pieces, and live at your optimum with your beloved families. It's time to become a super parent. There is absolutely no better time than now. Use this time to leave long-lasting memories on your children that they won't forget. To the best of your capacity, use the time of your stay home to strengthen your parenting skills and use them to rear children that will change the world for the better. The world is counting on us. If we don't do it for our children, no one would. In order to succeed in this regard, it is important to give serious consideration to enhancing your children's self-concept or self-worth. Make them feel important through love, compliment, and gentle rebuke. Whenever they did something appropriate, do not let it go unnoticed. Appreciate it, and when regulations are put in place, it is essential to make sure that there is consistency. No favoritism is allowed. In order to do this, you must avail yourself. Like Jesse Jackson said, your children need your presence more than your presence. Moreover, you are the first example your children will love to emulate. Therefore, be your advocated change. Through your talking and corresponding actions, your child or children will follow your footsteps. We also recommend that you find relevant materials on parenting, learn and deliberately practice them. Through this, you are on your way to becoming a super parent. In conclusion, family should mean the world to everyone. No one can do without it. It is and it will continue to remain the first and the last. Treat it as such. It is our ardent expectation that this chapter has helped you to find the golden sides of tough times through family reunion.
We are Project Liberia, Mama Liberia.
In the next chapter, we feature another golden side of COVID-19. But before then, here are the chapter principles as a reminder of key aspects of this chapter. Chapter principles. 1. No matter how much one loves the world and the world loves him, he cannot feel more connected to it than the bond of his family. 2. Family is like an ocean that never runs dry. Every person started and will somehow end there. 3. Family is and has always been the primary foundation of life, and through it, God's mandate to mankind is fulfilled. 4. Family is the most important thing to man. Apart from the Creator, it is a shared characteristic of mankind, and if you take family from there, nothing remains. Hence, families must not be traded for anything. 5. The practice of family reunion does not only unite and reconcile families, make family members feel loved, and strengthen bonds, but also encourages development at individual and community levels. 6. There can be no better opportunities than opportunities to reunite and cherish one's family. 7. Tough times have a way of bringing us back to our family roots. Use it to make up for many things you missed by being a mother, father, and blessing to the family again. 8. Once you avail yourself with positive attitude towards your family, you will discover the great pleasures of family life than you have ever known. 9. Lack of time is usually the biggest culprit for any relationship breakdown. Now that you have some time, make it count. 10. You must embrace your family with purposefulness and positive attitude aimed at building a family that will not be shaken easily. Have a clear target to enhance your interactions, communication, love, and friendly environment within your family. 11. Bulk of the world's problem boils down to what happens in the family unit. Do more to make the family the best. 12. The primary responsibility of every parent is to nurture and train a child in the proper way to develop appropriate knowledge, skills, and attitude that would make him or her profitable to the universe.
You can do to protect yourself is keep your hands clean by washing them frequently with soap and water, all hand sanitizer. What is the incubation period of COVID-19? It is appeared that symptoms are showing up.
Chapter 6. Golden Side number 3. Renewed thinking, innovation, and reinvigoration. When facing severe challenges, your mind is normally at its sharpest. John Hartman, businessman and philanthropist. Nothing offers more chance to think, become innovative, and reinvigorated than crisis. At this point, everyone is thinking much more, whether positive or negative. We hope that you are on the side of the heavens by thinking positively. Do it because your mind is much sharper now than a two-edged sword. The overall purpose of this chapter is to show you how you can use this unexpected adversity to think for success and change the rest of your life for good. In particular, it will help you realize that positive thinking is the mother of triumph and success. Moreover, it will encourage you to embrace positive thinking culture as well as proper strategies to use during these tough times to incubate your dream and to live a life of innovative and positive thinking in all seasons. Welcome. Let's think to overcome. Positive thinking, the mother of triumph and success. Tough times have always been part of human existence, whether at individual or collective level. Whether it is the Spanish influenza virus of 1918, which took away lives of 50 million people, or the 2019 coronavirus disease. Tough times are just one of true realities of past, current, and future centuries. They are and would remain part of the history of the world. Whichever way we think or see them, they have their place in the universe. Unfortunately, they would always be with us whether we embrace or hate them with our last breath. They have their own mandates to help us to experience breakthrough, discovery, transformation, better life, and clinching successes if they are appropriately used. The wheels on which the conversion of tough times happen to produce the necessary benefits we need is true thinking. Yes, it's thinking. If you think of them as evil, they will do evil to you. If you think of them as hidden opportunities, you will uncover the hidden opportunities. Let's give you an illustration. Meet Nelson Mandela of South Africa. He is no stranger to millions, especially in the leadership arena. Mandela is an icon for exemplary leadership. Born on July 18, 1918, in a small village in South Africa. Tough times did not give him chance at all, but he surmounted them all, and they became opportunities for his unbreakable legacy. At age 12, his first challenge came when his father died, prompting his adoption. In his book, Long Walk to Freedom, Revered Mandela recounted how his adoption led to hearing the elder stories of his ancestors' valor during the wars, thus giving him special courage to make his own contribution to freedom struggle of South Africa. That was just the beginning of his tough times. When he joined the struggle through the African National Congress ANC, the realities of difficult times showed face to here and there. The biggest one unfolded in 1963 when he and 10 other ANC members were tried, found guilty, and sentenced to life imprisonment for political offenses. For 27 consecutive long years, Mandela was behind the prison walls. This is close to 1/3 of his life. Imagine how costly it is to even spend a day or a week in your lockdown, with some restrictions and or denial of certain liberties, including movement. Though hard to accept, he did. As you may know, the rest of the story, this period of his life later turned out to be a hidden opportunity as he became known to the world, won a number of awards, including the Nobel Peace Prize in 1993, and became the first black president of South Africa in May 1994, among others, because he took advantage of his tough times, which turned out to be opportunities. In spite of his physical absence on earth, his memory and legacy live on as one of the greatest leaders and good persons that ever lived. You may then want to ask what was the key secret behind Mandela's endurance, courage, and success. Thinking. Yes, renewed or positive thinking, if we may qualify it. How do we know? He himself disclosed it. In one of his many interviews, Mandela told his cheering audiences, when asked to state one of the secrets behind his success during the presidency, that it was thinking. He explained, "My years in prison were the best times of my life." Really? Yes. According to him, they were. This may sound unrealistic and unthinkable, isn't it? Why then this role model came to this incredible conclusion? In response to the why, celebrated Mandela easily put it, "Because I had the opportunity to think." I was marveled by his response. He is very much correct. The opportunity to think is the greatest chance to overcome, triumph, and succeed in whatever endeavors you envisage. But Oprah Winfrey joked about him during the interview that one does not need 27 years to think. Maybe not. In essence, Mandela, like any heroes, was making good of a bad situation. No one, of course, would want to even experience a lockdown, least to say be put in prison. He did not choose the prison yard as well, but his principles, beliefs, and the courage to fight for human dignity and freedom landed him there. As a good person, he used his long years of imprisonment as an opportunity to build his thinking faculty and change himself for the better, which later contributed to his magnificent achievements in his 9 decades and half lifetime. As one of his fanatics, following his speeches and reading his book, Long Walk to Freedom, is like sitting with King Solomon, the wisest man that ever lived apart from Jesus. When you follow his accounts, especially great speeches and quotes, you will even realize how refined his thinking was, to the point of living at peace with all, including his oppressors. I am fundamentally an optimist, whether that comes from nature or nurture, I cannot say. Part of being optimistic is keeping one's head pointed toward the sun, one's feet moving forward. There were many dark moments when my faith in humanity was sorely tested, but I would not and could not give myself up to despair. That way lays defeat and death, says Nelson Mandela. What a human being. Now you see how much positive thinking helped him to become an optimist. The good news is you can be also, because your thinking faculty is available 24/7, even when you are asleep. Personally, I have profited a great deal from positive thinking. The story of the death of my beloved mother and how it was handled is an indication of improvement in my thinking faculty. In fact, thinking is one of the few core things I do each day. Thinking is key. Knowing the benefits of good thinking or positive thinking, in 2019, I wrote and published a book entitled The Champion's Thought. The book seeks to redefine and refine mental faculties of readers in order to maximize their full potential in the world. Personally, I have realized that nothing sets us apart more in the world than our thinking. You are a product of your thinking. Basically, we would like you to place special attention on your thinking. Indeed, thinking is the mother of triumph and success. Everything starts with a thought and ends with a result. In order to thrive, overcome, and use any situation to your benefit, you must greatly rely on your thinking faculty. As Virgil observed, you first choose what you think, and you become it sooner or later. They can because they think they can. As Nelson Mandela, authors of this book, and thousands of other people have utilized it to the fullest and are thriving and succeeding in all circumstances. Make a prompt decision today to make renewed or positive thinking your priority. The ball is in your court to start right now. Tough times as an architect of innovative thinking. In this chapter quote, you've learned a popular quote of John Huntsman. When facing severe challenges, your mind is normally at its sharpest. Imagine Kenyan University students building a ventilator in 7 days, using locally resourced materials with the capacity of producing 50 every week. Imagine Senegalese scientists developing coronavirus testing kits and ventilators in a short period. Imagine Ghanaian and Liberian men developing modern electronic hand washing machines. The result is innovative thinking. In other words, John's conclusion is quite right. Your mind is now at its sharpest level in these tough times. We believe that it is as sharp as a double-edged sword, meaning your capacity to uncover and utilize your full potential is at hand. It is a marvelous opportunity. Make good use of it. Great profits, as they happen to Mandela and thousands of others, are knocking your doors as you undergo these tough times. Open them, create the world of your dreams through positive thinking and hard work. Going back to John's conclusion of your mind being at its sharpest level during severe challenges, the sharpness of your mind during tough times is ready for two things. One, to make you think of innovative and creative ways to solve the problems you are confronted with. And two, to strike you down and ruin your life the more. But we strongly believe that the second aspect is not the true intention of your mind. Your mind is interested in helping you to solve problems and afford you the opportunity to participate in the creation privilege afforded mankind by the Creator himself. But like a knife in the hands of a person, she could choose to use it to do something worthwhile, such as facilitating meal preparation, or use it to commit evil. By using the knife to do evil is not the true intention of it. But some people do use it wrongly. It is like any other things in the world. Water, electricity, cars, leadership, and the like. Absolutely anything you could think of. The uses always come in two ways, for the good or for the bad. In all, the initial intention, including the existence of man, was to do good. Do you still remember the final sentence from the Creator after the creation process in chapter 4? It was, "And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good." Genesis chapter 1 verse 31. Based on the Creator's impression about what he created, we can then conclude that everything was created with the purpose of adding value to the universe and human existence. We were created to do likewise. Anything outside such purpose is misused and prone to severe consequences. In short, we could say that the knife was misused if it does not serve the primary purpose for which it was created. Going back to the mind being at its sharpest level right now, the knife's analogy is applicable here as well. The mind is at work through our thinking, and this sharpness, as we said, is intended to help you to solve problems and grant you the privilege of participating in the creation opportunity. In a nutshell, your mind is at its sharpest level, but you decide what it slashes, whether it slashes problems and creates opportunities for you, or it slashes and ruins yourself. We hope that the latter is not your portion, but if it is, you can liberate yourself immediately by utilizing the knowledge this book is providing. Before we conclude this aspect of tough times as an architect for innovative thinking, it is important to remind you that it is during tough times that many stay awake, especially those who haven't realized the significant nature of thinking time. But like one of my role models, particularly when it comes to making use of the power of thinking, a renowned prelate Bishop David Oyedepo, who, like Mandela, said he does mainly two things on a daily basis: read and think. I do likewise too, but with an addition: I read, think, and write. They are at the core of my life, and I believe that they will continue to do so. Of course, this doesn't mean those who give top priority to reading and thinking, such as Bishop Oyedepo, don't do other important work. Definitely they do, but advantageously, they use thinking as a mother to give birth to every other thing in their lives. Put it differently, they use good thinking as an incubator to inform their pursuits. We cannot overemphasize the critical need for you to attach serious importance to renewed thinking to your existence. If you do, you will outclass not only people in the environment, but also those around the world. We can guarantee this 99.9%. Do it and see the difference. Don't be too busy all the time and achieving nothing. Avail yourself to renewed thinking time each day. The greatest opportunity to think is now. There is no better innovative thinking time than now. Probably such opportunity has never come to us as collective as this pandemic for the past centuries. Indeed, this is because almost everything we develop or trusted has changed somehow. It is like a particular window of a computer is changed to another window with a different language. We don't want to sound like we are exaggerating. We are not trying to. But like we stated in our introduction, everything has changed, whether we see it physically or not. Fortunately, we are seeing some already, and it takes more critical thinking to be part of it. Now, there are so many things to think about. You may want to think about personal things of your life, family, education, income, health, spirituality, dream, and the future. Or you could step outside a bit and think about COVID-19 and its impact on human lives, health, economy, education, social activities, and development. It is like the ocean of thinking has opened to the world. If you don't find it prudent to think about preferring solution now, then we don't know when you would, because the greatest opportunity to think is at your doorstep. It even wants to step in right now. In view of the aforesaid, we can then arrive at a conclusion that third most important golden side or benefit of the COVID-19 pandemic is the compulsion for everyone to think. Yes, whether you like it or not, you are somehow thinking. Maybe thinking positive or negative about the pandemic. That is a form of thinking. You may be asking, if this is the case then, why are you encouraging me to pay special attention to my thinking when I am doing so already? Good question. We would like for you to do so for two key reasons. One, to use positive thinking as a means of thriving, overcoming and leveraging tough times to your benefit, and not to think negatively. Two, to not think spontaneously, meaning thinking by chance. We would like for you to have intentional, deliberate, or concentrated thinking time, where you can critically analyze situations, conceive solutions, and go to work to bring them to reality. The world is yearning for the positive outcomes of your thinking. If we must re-echo why we want you to make your thinking a top priority, it is because your mind is at its sharpest, and with the vacuum created or ample time available, you now have a marvelous opportunity like Mandela did when he was in prison to think. You could just use this situation to groom yourself to become one of the best thinkers the world would always be proud of. Here is another reason, as preferred by another great thinker, Miles Monroe. Human beings don't seem to grow and innovate as much in good times as in critical times. Again, the average person doesn't know what he is capable of until change affects him or her. I have great confidence in the inner resources of human beings. I believe they are much more powerful than the circumstances confronting the countries and cultures in which they live. In general, the human spirit thrives on finding solutions to chaotic conditions. Miles Monroe is absolutely correct. Change has the way of compelling compliance, as in the case of thinking. But like you are aware, not many profit from it because of lack of results-oriented thinking. Only those who dare to intentionally and deliberately think stand a chance of reaping good results from the opportunity to think. Our intention, therefore, is for you to become one of those who would profit from it. Even if it is only a few that are profiting, we want you to be among the few people. How the situation has created more thinking opportunity. Since you have realized that the greatest thinking opportunity is at hand, it is important to note how the moment is created. Perhaps you are already aware. Writing this book, one of my ex-bosses wrote that he has now realized that he can do without his football team, and therefore it was the time to think anew. You need not ask. He is a strong fan of his favorite team, and possibly he cannot afford to miss any important match they play. But right now, that time is somehow available. He has the time to himself, and so do some sports enthusiasts who don't necessarily have to go to the stadiums or video clubs to follow the games live. Besides, the average worker works 8 hours a day from Monday to Friday. Bulk of such time has been cut down or suspended completely. This is not to ignore the fact that work at home is encouraged. The average student spends over 50 hours per week on classes and assignments. Right now, some of the time is limited even if it is being done online. If you also look at the time for visitations, outdoor entertainment, and many others, you will realize you have more than enough time to factor in your thinking time. This is just to remind you or open your eyes to the opportunity at hand, and we don't want you to lavish it on things that will not profit you at all. From the story of Nelson Mandela, one can intuitively infer that one of the greatest opportunities to be in prison is the opportunity to be left alone to think. It seems that many of those who were once put in prison for their values and principles based on a clear purpose and are now freed appear to do great things if they ever use their incarceration time to refine their mental faculties. Of course, we would like to highlight values and principles based on a clear purpose. From our analysis, they normally incubate their ideas while in prison, and when the jail walls are removed, the offense soar higher. Possibly, they become so thoughtful and strategic that things seem to work for the better, especially for former political prisoners. This is not meant to sound flimsy or ridiculous. Neither do we intend to encourage you to test the waters or think that being in prison is good. No one will say that. Obviously, it is an unfavorable place, but many often use it to come out with favorable strategies and produce better outcomes afterwards. By the way, this is an appropriate means of utilizing one's capacity to convert a bad situation to one's advantage. Everyone can do this. It is just a matter of choice, determination, and commitment to doing so. When you begin to change the lyrics of your discourse, then your situation will begin to change likewise. They make the difference in trials. This is a good magic quality for leveraging negative situation to your best advantage, including imprisonment. The illustration is only meant to re-emphasize how critical it is to be in the business of renewed and innovative thinking to change the world for good. At present, it seems that over 75% of the world's population, at least for now, has seemingly fallen in the category of prisoners. Many of the liberties are seized, including movement, and much time is available to think. Agreeably, we can say everyone is having a small taste of incarceration. This includes our world leaders. The fact is, they are now mostly confined in their countries with limited travel opportunities. In summary, the greatest chance to think and do something positive with your life has been thrown at you. It's time to incubate and reinvigorate your dream through good thinking. Seize it, use it, and change your life and the world. Never let this moment pass you by. It may never come again. Never. Therefore, make this one count. How? Well, what about you consider the following? Strategies for profitable thinking. From the touching stories of Mandela, Bishop Oyedepo, authors of this book, and thousands who have used positive intentional thinking to transform their destinies, we opine that you are now aware of its marvelous benefits. If you don't, let's remind you. In an article published by very well-minded Kendra Cherry, identify the following: stress relief, increased immunity, improved wellness, and better resilience as some of the core benefits of positive thinking. And since the pandemic or tough times are providing you more opportunities to think, we can then conclude that indeed it has a good inside, which we ought to leverage to be better. How then can you become a benefactor? In order to benefit from your thinking, we advised previously that you use your thinking as means of thriving, overcoming and leveraging the world situation to your benefit, and not to think negatively. We also advise that you do not think spontaneously or think by chance to accrue the desired benefits of thinking. It has to be intentional, deliberate, or concentrated thinking, where you can critically analyze situations, conceive solutions, and go to work to bring them to reality. In short, think on paper and implement your ideas. This is part of what it takes. Let's provide you with more strategies in order to benefit from your thinking a great deal. 1. Make a decision to think positively. 2. Create positive questions. 3. Create positive thinking time to encourage yourself. 4. Have a dream list or annual plan for your life. 5. Increase your knowledge base, especially on positive words. 6. Talk less. Talk only when need be. 7. Don't be too busy every moment. 8. Always move with a notebook and pen to write down your thoughts as they come. 9. Maintain positive postures, smile, and gratitude. And 10. Practice self-responsibility. As it is often said, every good thing comes with a price. Profitable thinking comes with a price, but the price is always worth paying, particularly for positive thinking, because we can benefit immediately as we think, with increasing benefits. As a way of making your tough trials turn into testimony, you are encouraged to begin using the aforementioned strategies if you are not doing so already. You will be thrilled by how much your life would be meaningful and profitable to the universe. Innovative and creative thinking must not be seasonal, because if it is, you will only get seasonal results. This is our final encouragement for you in this chapter. Live a life of innovative and positive thinking in all seasons. Someone once said, necessity is the mother of invention. It is somehow disputable as who really carved it. Sometimes it is attributed to Plato, while some attribute it to Jonathan Swift. But what is undisputable is its reality to the world. When you think about it critically, you will realize that it is a profound thought. But simply, it means when there is a need, we create something to help. From our perspective, this thought has blinded the eyes of many to think that this art of invention must only be promoted in tough times. In other words, they often wait for tough times to sharpen their minds to act even though the necessity has always been there. What is the point here? Why would 16 Kenyan university students build a ventilator in 7 days, using local resources or materials with the capacity of producing 50 every week? Why would Senegalese scientists develop coronavirus testing kits and ventilators in short period at low cost? Why would Ghanaian and Liberian men develop modern electronic hand washing machines in a matter of days? It is because of necessity. If your answer is yes, then are you telling us that there hasn't been a necessity for the materials developed? Our answer is without. The necessity has been there for those items and thousands of others, but people fail to think or pay attention, especially for citizens of developing countries in Africa. The necessities are countless. In order to do better, actions must be taken in all seasons. This is not to sound ungrateful for the innovative thinking that resulted in the inventions and developments of those materials. Not at all. We are grateful for the fact that they are contributing to saving lives in this challenging pandemic. Definitely, we welcome the innovative ideas and initiatives to eradicate COVID-19. They are laudable, but our point basically is that if we always wait for pandemics or difficult times to act and solve our problems staring at us every day, then it's impossible to develop our societies. Indeed, it will be impossible to do so because adversities won't last enough to keep us thinking and inventing as we are doing now. Our solution is simple. Live a life of innovative and positive thinking in all seasons. The season of tough times and the seasons of tranquil times. This is the best way forward. Dear friend, don't always wait for tough times first before you can endeavor to change your life, community, country, and the world. As Mandela cautioned, we have limited time to stay on earth. As such, we must use this period for the purpose of transforming the society in what one desires it to be. He added, there is no passion to be found playing small in settling for a life that is less than the one you are capable of living. You could be a millionaire sitting broke and depressed. When you get out of seasonal operation, you have signed up for enlistment in the success arena. Make it a personal vow to foster solution-oriented thinking in all seasons, at all times. If you do so, you will not only become a great thinker and reinvigorate your strength, but your renewed, positive, and innovative thinking would help to develop the world. Thanks in advance for joining the world of great thinkers.
Liberia, Mama Liberia. Must all rise. Let's stand together to fight Corona.
In this chapter, we learned and realized that positive thinking is the mother of triumph and success, and the current pandemic has presented a big golden opportunity for innovative thinking. Besides, you were encouraged to embrace positive thinking culture as we provided you some strategies to think appropriately. It is our ardent hope that you will seize the moment and live a life of innovative and positive thinking in all seasons. If you haven't realized that there are many golden sides of COVID-19 or tough times, then wait until we discuss the next one. But in the meanwhile, here are this chapter principles for you. Chapter principles. 1. Thinking is the wheels of the conversion of tough times to produce the necessary benefits, including breakthrough, discovery, transformation, better life, and clinching of success. 2. The opportunity to think is the greatest chance to overcome, triumph, and succeed in whatever endeavors you envisage and pursue. 3. Everything starts with a thought and ends with a result. In order to overcome, thrive, and use any situation to your benefit, you must greatly rely on your thinking faculty. 4. Your mind is interested in helping you to solve problems and afford you the opportunity to participate in the creation privilege. 5. During tough times, your mind is at its sharpest level, but you decide what it slashes, whether it slashes problems and creates opportunities for you, or it slashes and ruins your own life. 6. Successful people use good thinking as an incubator to inform their pursuits. 7. The magic quality for success is the capacity of leveraging negative situations to your best advantage, including lockdown. 8. Don't be too busy all the time and achieving nothing. Avail yourself to a renewed thinking time each day. 9. Only those who dare to intentionally and deliberately think stand the chance of reaping good results from the opportunity to think. 10. Thinking must not be done spontaneously or by chance, but intentional, deliberate, or well concentrated, so as to critically analyze situations, conceive solutions, and go to work to bring them to reality. 11. Don't always wait for tough times before you can endeavor to change your life, community, country, and the world. Sitting and waiting for them is like playing small and settling down for a mediocre life. 12. When you get out of seasonal use of tough times for your benefit to doing so in all seasons, you have signed up for enlistment in the success arena.
Europe to America, America to Africa. Take precaution. Be safe. It could be a mama, a brother, sister, a father. Let's stand together. Mama Liberia.
Chapter 7. Golden Sight number 4. Definite necessity of new education model. Necessity is the mother of invention. Unknown. One of the things that is truly meant to be dynamic is education. In some way, there have been a number of changes, but it seems they are not enough at all. The weakness in the education sector, like many others, has been exposed, and it is just as prudent as it can be to advise a new model for providing a more effective, efficient, and quality education at all times, including during adversity like COVID-19. Intuitively, the golden opportunity COVID-19 presents for education is enormous. We've already begun seeing it with students stepping out of their comfort zones and performing magic. Basically, this chapter intends to suggest the need for the invention of a new education model to suit current and future realities in view of the limitation presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, with millions of students sitting at home waiting to be fed after the crisis. The root and rationale of education. Whether consciously or unconsciously, education has always been a part of human existence. Its specific date of emergence cannot be easily traced, as it differed from one country or region to another. Hence, our intention here, therefore, is not to discuss the history of education. We would leave that to historians and philosophers of education to ponder on. But basically, education originates from a Latin word, educo, meaning to develop from within. In its exposition of 3 new models to boost education, an integral view on education, student development, and the word floris coot puts it much better, developing yourself from the inside out. The responsibility of developing and drawing from the inside for the world to benefit is fundamentally the core pillar of education. In reality, it means that teachers, educators, and caretakers are not actually bringing a container of knowledge, skills, values, beliefs, and habits to the learner, but to develop and draw out from within the learner's inner resources, taking it from the creation narrative perspective. Education is supposed to be meant for the potentials deposited into man, yet untapped, to be nurtured and cultivated to achieve true fulfillment in life. In other words, whether it is parents, teachers, and other educators, their responsibility is to aid this process, nothing more, nothing less. A critical analysis of the roots of education showed that the emergence of either its formal and informal settings of education came with the placement of the motives of would-be initiators above the learners. How? The need for manpower is as old as the world old itself. Business owners, like plantation and landowners, desired that they needed laborers in order to yield better profits by extracting as much work from them as possible with little or no compensation. Of course, you are aware of slavery and how it resulted in exploitations of all sorts. In addition to the aforesaid, for various reasons, some religious and secular leaders visualized education as a means of meeting their mandates, inculcating knowledge and skills into learners to satisfy their motives. One after another, different reforms unfolded, leading to the expansion of education to a universal basic need and human right. But much of the impetus, particularly for universal education, came from the emerging Protestant religions. For instance, Martin Luther declared that salvation depends on each person's own reading of the scriptures. Accordingly, each person must learn to read and must also learn that the scriptures represent absolute truths and that salvation depends on understanding those truths. Luther and other leaders of the Reformation promoted public education as a Christian duty to save souls from eternal damnation. As authors from a country founded by 1808 liberated free slaves from the U.S., we are pretty aware that one of the reasons for the repatriation was to spread Christianity. Employers in industries see schooling as a way to create better workers. To them, The most crucial lessons were punctuality, following directions, tolerance for long hours of tedious work, and a minimal ability to read and write. From their point of view, though they may not have put it this way, the duller the subjects taught in schools, the better. As nations developed and became more centralized, national leaders saw schooling as a means of creating good patriots and future soldiers. To them, the crucial lessons were about the glories of the fatherland, the wondrous achievements and moral virtues of the nation's founders and leaders, and the necessity to defend the nation from evil forces elsewhere. Generally, all of the education pioneers and initiators saw schooling as inculcation, the implantation of certain truths and ways of thinking into learners' minds. The key known method of inculcation, then as well as now, is forced repetition and testing for memory of what was repeated. In essence, right from the origin of education, it has been motive-driven. We are not insinuating that the intentions that led to the emergence and spread of education were not good or they are not good today. Our point is how much efforts have been put on developing and drawing the untapped potentials inside of learners when our intentions seem to dominate. As Flores argued, in current education, outside-in learning dominates. Blue in green, we teach as if children only can become adequate adults when we tell them what they need to know and how to behave. We test if they can parrot our knowledge back to us. We use feedback for sit still and stop disrupting class. 2. I think this level best fits your child. Some dialogue helps to develop mental thinking skills, but basically, kids are seen as vessels to fail. Flores' argument is unfortunately right. The current system of education is more outside-in focused. We will emphasize more on the implications of this focus later in this chapter. But in the meantime, the faultiness of this model does not only weaken the creativity on the inside in order to impel the outside, it makes learning somehow challenging and uninteresting to learners. This is because each learner comes with unique talents, skills, and abilities, which must be cultivated. Any arbitrarily imposed contents might not make much difference in the learner's life. COVID-19 pandemic and the education system. In Chapter 2, we highlighted some of the various sectors that have been exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, including health, economy, education, among others. We acknowledged the World Bank, UNESCO, and other international bodies' efforts to battle the huge number of out-of-school children and youth, as well as their efforts to curtail what they called learning poverty of an estimated 258 million children and youth out of school. The measure of being in school, as called by the present education model, is to be under the roof of a formal school setting with school administrators and teachers' instruction, supervision, and guidance. With the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic, operating mostly face-to-face in the classroom model of instruction was viciously exposed more than other sectors. The main reason is that the closure of schools, which was reported in 188 countries, displaced over 1.5 billion learners and 63 million teachers. We view this impasse in the learning arena as one of the greatest tragedies of the pandemic, thus calls for a dramatic overhaul of the model. Our interference is based on the fact that the current model of education cannot do well in terms of great public health emergencies, evidenced by the fact that most learning institutions throughout the world shut down effective operations. Even the best universities in the world like Yale, Harvard, Cambridge, MIT, and Oxford are hampered in their operations because the education model was not built to operate under such circumstances. Similarly, countries with the best education system, including Finland, Japan, and South Korea, just to name a few, have all felt the blunts of the pandemic. If we then used the requirement to be under the roof of a formal school setting with school administrators and teachers' instruction, supervision and guidance as the basis for being in school, then the pandemic has come with greatest numbers of out-of-school children than ever before. Based on the exposure of the school system, it behooves educators and learners to rethink formal education that will be effective and efficient in all seasons. This is an advantageous part of the pandemic. Many a times, it is difficult to test a good model under normal conditions, since we exist in the world of opportunities mixed with difficulties, as Jim Rohn puts it. Whatever model or system put in place must take into consideration both the word harshly. Even the health sector of developed countries' preparation is somehow based on normal circumstances, meaning when all hell breaks loose, it quickly becomes overwhelmed, resulting in serious repercussions, as it is the case with the COVID-19. Educators and learners need to rethink education. One of the main intentions of this book is to unravel some of the golden opportunities in tough times, specifically the COVID-19 pandemic, and, as we have realized thus far, the golden size benefits are enormous. It may seem irrational to remark that there are hidden benefits to uncover since thousands of millions of learners have been rendered out of school. Of course, that is the flip side of the reality as an exposure to the weakness in the teaching approach of the current education system. But on the other side of the coin comes with benefits, as alluded in previous chapters, that every adversity comes with equivalent or greater benefit, which is our responsibility to find and improve. Due to the exposure of the face-to-face and physically present mode of education in a classroom setting, it means if we maintain the current system of education unchanged, the system will always be seasonal. This means that many major pandemics would quickly render it into turmoil and idleness, as it is the case with the COVID-19 pandemic. Since students deserve to be equipped with the skills they need to thrive in their future endeavors as tomorrow's leaders, a good and relevant education is essential to turn aspirations into reality. We believe that nobody wants a seasonal education system, not even the school administrators and teachers, as this in some way put them out of jobs, as it is already the case with most private schools. As expounded in Chapter 6, a key opportunity presented by the pandemic is the chance to think. Indeed, if educators, teachers, and students have not given education a serious thought, this is the time. We must acknowledge that thinking is already taking place somehow. For instance, in Liberia, the Ministry of Education and partners operate a nationwide teaching by radio program for all subjects in every level, with some authorities prepare lecture notes, assignments, or switch to the online platforms. This is crucial to keep the wheels of learning burning. However, if the model of education for all seasons is to become sustainable, it goes beyond emergency interventions. Education is like other critical sectors such as health, is very vital to be tested when pandemics befall the world. There must be a system in place that is even tried in good times. From our exposition, you can deduce that the vacuum provides an opportunity for good thinkers to find more sustainable ways to make education all-time public human right and need. Thus, the definite necessity of a new education model. Earlier, we proffered several suggestions such as prioritization of e-education with better technology and internet system, education through podcast and other devices, and more home-based learning with parents' participation. Moving forward, stakeholders, including national governments, need to build strong systems around these areas to ensure education is offered at all times. This may entail having designated officials in education ministries for well-planned and robust mechanisms for action at any time. It won't be wrong at all to have an assistant minister for emergency education. At present, the opportunity to rethink education for the better is another benefit the pandemic is bringing to bear for educators, teachers, and students. Let's explore this point further. What's in it for educators and students? Besides the chance to rethink and create all-time model of education like an engineer would want to build an all-weather road, educators and teachers stand to benefit from the current pandemic if they avail themselves to exploring. The if here is key, because in order to get the equal or greater benefit of adversity, deliberate effort is needed to explore. Unfortunately, many often sit idle and cry about the negatives being offered. As a result, they end up becoming victims of the situation instead of victors. As a reader of this material, our hope is that you will have a paradigm shift and a new perspective toward adversity, no matter what it is. For educators and teachers, this could be a better time to explore new media and technologies that have long been ignored. We are strongly confident that the potential being presented by e-learning is quite huge. Exploring online platforms will not only be an eye-opener, but it will help to augment the research skills of teachers and educators who have been lagging behind in this direction. Besides, the pandemic is fostering creativity and innovation, which are vital for successful teachers or educators. It is time to think outside the box and find creative ways to keep in touch with students and promote continual lifelong learning. As Miles Morrow said, it is comfort that creates tradition. It is discomfort that creates transformation. Such discomfort as this must be used to prepare transformation among the education workforce. We are not unaware that educators in developing or least developed countries could face more discomfort, but the force of nature within is more powerful than any forces on the outside. Thus, many teachers are using the situation to do exploit. You can too. Another way teachers and educators can use this situation to their advantage is to strengthen their knowledge base. Ample time is being provided to build new knowledge and skills that could be beneficial for the rest of their lives. It is essential because the preparation of teachers is directly proportional to student learning outcomes, meaning the more educators and teachers equip themselves, the better the opportunity for improved education system. Teachers and educators could use the pandemic to prepare relevant materials like illustrations and write books that help enhance teaching and learning across the world. If you are a teacher or an educator, we would like to advise you to rise to the occasion and make good use of the bad situation. Your time of revival and increase has come. Students. Some students may feel idle and weak at home, like some teachers and educators. But again, many more students stand to benefit from the crisis. In our opinion, students stand better chances of profiting from the pandemic than teachers, and we must add if they let it. Once again, this is far from any insensitivity to the plight of students being out of formal school, particularly pre-primary and primary school learners from illiterate parents or guardians. Let's look at some benefits students stand to accrue by turning the situation to their good. 1. Opportunity to live the true meaning of education. Earlier, we learned the origin and meaning of education. We said education comes from a Latin word, educo, meaning to develop from within. It is therefore the responsibility of every human to participate in the development of oneself from inside out. Hence, students have the singular responsibility to make sure what they have brought to the world is cultivated and nurtured for their good and the good of the society. If there is a great lesson that students must learn from pandemics, especially those that would necessitate the closure of schools, it is they cannot solely rely on the practice of being spoon-fed with basic knowledge and information needed to cultivate their untapped potential and develop their inner resources to the fullest. Frankly, the key role of teachers in the lives of students is not to give students notes or prescribe books and articles to read. It is not meant to test whether students have memorized the lessons and are prepared to give them back through testing. Their main role as teachers is to aid the learning process, to aid or help does not mean to take ownership and responsibility of students' learning and development. It means to guide, mentor, coach, and support learners in accordance with what they have on the inside. But in many societies, this responsibility has been misconstrued. Hence, learners need to take responsibility of their knowledge acquisition and become the masters of their fates. 2. It's time to cultivate and become self-regulated learners. One of the aspirations of good teachers is for their students to become self-regulated learners. This is a special name for learners who take matters into their own hands. It is very critical because these learners think carefully about what they learn as well as plan, monitor, and evaluate their own progress while keeping themselves motivated to learn more. As a result, such learners often become their own master teachers with total control over most of whom they become. The reality is that this is where the world is headed. The sooner you begin taking responsibility for your own development, the better it becomes, especially for high school and college students. Stop giving excuses and blaming teachers for how much sophisticated you are or not. The matters of life, encompassing the responsibility to develop yourself well educationally, are in your own hands. Research has proven that learners who are self-regulated are always far ahead. This has been and remains one of my educational secrets from nursery to PhD. You need to make a choice today that I am my own master teacher. This is not an option if you desire to achieve marvelously in life, because even if you go to school from nursery to the highest level of university, your education hasn't ended. And we hope you don't see it as such. Since you will continue to learn anyway, why not make a decision to begin at this point? It will be your best educational decision you've ever made. Many have taught themselves amazing things and are doing great exploit. Why wait for teachers, parents, and others to spoon-feed you with what they want you to learn? You can learn and master whatever you desire. This does not mean that you should not learn from your teachers and parents. No, but you are responsible for your learning and who you become than any person in the world. In a nutshell, learning from your teachers and parents is a good thing, but learning by yourself some of the things you desire for your life and what you want to know about the world is far better. Be your own best teacher. 3. You have the chance to improve your creativity and innovation. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, there have been series of creativity and innovative actions by students from various levels. Students have developed ventilators and hand-washing machines. Some have made substantial contributions to the pursuit of the COVID-19 cure, among others. It is a great opportunity for students. It is because, from our perspective, there has been huge dependence on theories, various concepts from the outside with less attention on the attainment of first-hand practical knowledge. This is an obvious weakness of the education sector. If utilized well, students would become more creative and innovative after the crisis, thus becoming better students. As William James heralded the need for learning by doing, they would have much practical knowledge, which could contribute to a much better universe, as many students are often discouraged and disinterested in learning concepts that are abstract in nature. 4. Chance to cultivate your dreams. Like employees and employers, many students had always yearned for some quiet time with themselves. Of course, some may have wanted it for unproductive reasons, but many good students have unconsciously prayed for an opportunity to work on their dreams. The pandemic has responded affirmatively. Hence, the ball is in your court. Use it well. This makes sense because several wealthy people and inventors had to drop from school in order to focus single-handedly on their dreams. Perhaps you don't have to do it like Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos. This period is a good chance to devote sufficient time to cultivating your dream and bringing out the hidden giant that is lying inside you. As a student, You are admonished to seize the current moment to build your dream and destiny. This is the finest opportunity you've got. If you miss this, it may not return, and if it did, it may not be in your limited lifetime. It is time to work on yourself so that when the cage is removed, you can soar higher. It is time to think and pursue your dreams. It is time to question some old experiences and traditions. It is not because it looks good today, so that it means it cannot be changed. You don't need to be impressed with whatever you see right now. When you are so impressed with the current reality more than what the future might bring, you are, in a way, firing yourself in the leg. So, think and dream big, and pursue it with all your mind, body and soul. In short, make the most of yourself, for that is all there is for you, Ralph Waldo Emerson suggests. Way forward for better and all-season education. Currently, we are in the age of information. You have an amazing privilege to educate yourself and enjoy a wide exposure to good knowledge and information from all sources. You need to read, think, and discern it in order to identify means of helping the world for the better. If the past did not open your eyes to realities of being a full partaker in your education, the COVID-19 pandemic must do so. You have the chance and capacity to learn anything you desire, especially when you have the basis. Moving forward, we wish to re-emphasize the following. 1. Informal self-directed learning must be fostered. As a way of breaking the impasse of education being somehow considered as being partially restricted or somehow halted as a result of closure of schools, there is a need for a paradigm shift. There is a need to curb the negative perception that real education only takes place in the formal school setting. This is a myth because there are different kinds of education recognized by international bodies like Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, including informal education and self-directed learning. But the only thing or be made to think that only formal education is real education is incorrect. This is not meant to underrate the power or benefits of formal education. Neither do we want to discourage you from pursuing it. It is very important. However, we want you to remember the other two forms of education that mostly require your personal effort and self-accomplishment. Give them serious attention as well, particularly in times of tough times and emergencies. This would get you out of the thinking that you are actually out of school. Perhaps, yes, but you are not out of education. In other words, be out of school, but refuse to be out of education because education is your life itself. Self-directed learning, otherwise considered as autodidacticism, has played a pivotal role in the lives of many great individuals. If you've been misinformed that informal or self-learning cannot change your life and destiny, let's take a few examples. Do you remember former U.S. President Abraham Lincoln? Though he has long gone, he remains one of the best presidents of all time. Do you know Lincoln was believed to have had only 1 year's worth of classes between ages 6 and 15? Sure, most of what he learned, including law, was self-taught. If he could, you can. Other individuals, including Marco Faraday, chemist and physicist, Charles Darwin, naturalist, Thomas Alva Edison, inventor, Tadao Ando, architect, George Bernard Shaw, playwright, and Leonardo da Vinci, engineer, scientist, mathematician, took the matters of education into their own hands and made great difference in the universe. Today, this pandemic, financial challenges, and other issues might compel you to be out of formal school, but do not let this stop you from being educated. Again, lay out excuses and blame shifting regarding your education. Take advantage of self-directed learning and informal education, which in our opinion is the most valuable form of education. Let's tell you why. Perhaps you are not convinced. Informal education allows you to be a designer of your own curriculum of study. In September 2019, I took an assignment as a part-time faculty at a renowned graduate school in Liberia. As a beginner, I was given 2 courses, one of them, curriculum development and program planning. If you are an educator, you may be aware that the curriculum is often a contentious issue, especially when it comes to its development. Whoever decides what goes into it decides what would be taught more than 95% in the formal school setting, and by extension decides your life and future in some way. As the Quran is to Muslims and the Bible to Christians, so is the curriculum to the teachers. Basically, curriculum refers to the principle-driven actions and processes that guide and foster significant learning experiences. As we went through different topics and concepts within the courses, one of them claimed our attention. It was on the different types of curricula and how they are developed. Though inexhaustive, I asked the students of the course to identify any other form of curriculum or suggest new ideas that could be considered in future curriculum development initiatives. Immediately, the class became quiet. Of course, it takes serious thought to come out with something tangible like a type of a curriculum. Based on the quietude, I remarked, what about we having personal development curriculum? It made sense to a lot of students. Each person needs a curriculum planned, thoughtful, and deliberate course of actions that ultimately enhance the quality and impact of the learning experience, while developing and organizing learning activities designed to meet the intended learning outcomes. This is what we suggest you make use of, your personal development curriculum that would allow you to champion the course of your education, life, and destiny. In such curriculum, you decide 100% what goes into it after consulting your insight. As a matter of fact, it's your untapped potential and nobody knows it better than you do. One of the reasons why many well-educated people are not wealthy is because their curricula were developed by others, which in most cases did not follow the principle of EDUCO. When you prioritize self-development with your own curriculum, you sow things that are of high priority to you alone. Hence, you escape the faultiness of any curricula that have some contents that do not appeal to your insight. Self-directed education is a problem solver. As learned with the curriculum, the first problem self-directed learning solves is irrelevant curriculum and being spoon-fed anyhow, including with materials you don't desire. If you take your education into your own hands, many issues will be solved, at least for your education. You will only view the formal school environment as a support base and not a decider of your destiny. It is obvious that the education system is hugely challenged. It is increasingly becoming more theoretical than practical, and worst of all, it lacks some basic life-transforming skills such as planning, time management, financial management, and wealth creation. In essence, it still maintains its traditional intent, seeking the interest of those offering it. You can even feed yourself better, especially in settings with limited learning facilities, qualified teachers, and other challenges. Besides, being a self-directed learner will not only empower you to learn in all seasons, but also to become a lifelong learner. One of the best secrets of great CEOs is continuous professional development. They never stop learning. The problem of school closure and the like will not be a big issue to you. You will always be prepared and ready to face the realities of life vigorously. Another problem it will solve is the great imbalance between theoretical and practical knowledge. In a formal school setting, limited avenues are provided for practice. As a result, people end up graduating with inadequate practical knowledge, skills, and experiences, thus hampering their chances in life. You can have all theories in your head, but if you lack the wisdom to apply them and convert them to your advantage, you are likely to remain broke and overlooked. Therefore, keep in mind that in the race to the top, it is important to remain thoughtful about the balance of theory and practice at all times, because much of educational outcomes hinge on it as it transcends the end of a course to application. In our opinion, it is mastery of this balance that determines whether you are truly an educated person or not. Put it bluntly, an educated person is one who blends and applies theoretical and practical knowledge to bring about positive change. Enhance balance between theory and practice. We have emphasized self-directed and informal education a great deal. You may be wondering, how will my self-directed education be recognized? We want to begin by saying that it will be. There is no way anyone can hide the sun or moon. Your light will be ready to shine at all times. No one can stop it. When you move around, talk to people, visit a bank, and have any other human interactions, the question of what is the level of your certified education or were you the best student in your class is often the last if it would be asked anyway. From experience, your outputs, worthiness such as your bank balance, would always be the first. This means that people are more interested in your outputs than other things. I've always told my students that two things make up true education: evidence and defense mechanism. But defense mechanism is the ability to showcase what you learn, and evidence is the proof of it. Fortunately, your defense mechanism is also a form of true evidence. So, it is two in one. In other words, the proof does not have to be certificate or degree paper. It could be your output, as it was the case with Lincoln and others. Your mental ability always counts. We need to continuously remind ourselves that education entails both qualification and the ability to defend it at all times. Being enrolled in a formal school is like a part-time voyage to success, but being enrolled in the school of self-development is like a full-time journey to wealth and success. In a nutshell, the first aspect of any new model of education must keenly take into consideration self-directed and informal education being very vital, and keenness of measurement of outputs must be emphasized. Let learners take full responsibility for their learning. Students who are passive and totally reliant on people to feed them with every knowledge cannot flourish in our current world. If you are one, vote yourself out immediately. 2. Foster e-education. The emergence of the internet is absolutely one of the finest things that has happened to the world. With internet, a lot of issues can be addressed. Knowledge is now available in mass, and it only takes effort to get it. With the technological advancement, much can be done online without necessarily meeting physically in a classroom setting. The good thing about it is that children are growing up being immersed in a world of computers and other information technologies. This can be tapped into to foster e-education. Learning institutions must take advantage of the technological advancement and initiate innovation and reform in the education sector. Online education hubs should be increased and valuable resources be placed therein. Requisite authorities, especially governments, must promote internet access to stimulate online learning. Concerted efforts as the bridge for all-season learning. Education is everyone's business because it affects everyone. One category of people that need more involvement in the new model of education is parents. If you want schools to move ahead quickly, parents need to be involved in the process as they desire the best education possible for their child and are willing to give up any tradition. From synergy alignment of roles to working together collaboratively, education becoming an all-season thing entails concerted efforts. The efforts must be void of fundamental interest to focusing on the learner's untapped potential from the inside out. Based on how the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the limitation of the existing model of education, change is inevitable, and this change must trickle down from thinking what is being done in school to fostering self-directed learning. informal education, and e-education. Therefore, it requires collective action to bring about positive change in the education sector. In summary, tough times often come with hidden opportunities, including the need for change. Education definitely needs this change to become an all-season thing.
We are Project.
In the next chapter, we will explore another aspect of the golden size of tough times, COVID-19, to brighten your chances of doing exploits. Before then, let's go through this chapter principles. Chapter principles. 1. Teachers, educators, and caretakers are not carriers of containers of knowledge, skills, values, beliefs, and habits for the learner. They are meant to develop and draw out from within the learner's inner resources. 2. The responsibility of educators and teachers is to aid the learning process, nothing more, nothing less. 3. When education is more outside in focused, it wakens creativity on the inside in order to impel and appease the outside, thus making learning somehow challenging and uninteresting to learners. 4. A system that is instituted to only function effectively under normal conditions is an untrusted and temporal system. 5. The force of nature within is more powerful than any forces on the outside. You are capable of achieving anything. 6. All humans have the responsibility to participate in the development of themselves from inside out for their own good and the good of the society. 7. Spoon-fed education is out of date. Students must strive for basic knowledge and information needed to cultivate their untapped potential and develop their inner resources to the fullest. 8. Poor students give excuses and blame teachers for being functionally illiterate, but good students take full responsibility for their education and destinies. 9. When you are so impressed with the current reality more than what the future might bring, you are, in a way, firing yourself in the leg. Think and dream big and pursue it with all your mind, body and soul. 10. Be out of school, but refuse to be out of education because education is your life itself. 11. To escape the faultiness of a curriculum with some contents that do not appeal to your insight, prioritize your self-development through your own curriculum to solve things that are of high priority to you. 12. Self-directed education is a problem solver. It makes you to view the formal school environment as a support base and not the decider of your destiny. 13. You can have all theories in your head, but if you lack the wisdom to apply them and convert them to your best advantage, you are likely to remain broke and overlooked.
Hands with their mouth, nose, or eyes. It follows that the single most important thing you can do to protect yourself is keep your hands clean.
Chapter 8. Golden Side number 5. Reactivated human and economic interdependence. We may have different religions, different languages, different colored skin, but we all belong to one human race. Kofi Annan, former UN Secretary General. No human nor economy is independent. As a long-term saying goes, no man is an island. Hence, by all means, the dire need for human and economic interdependence is profound. This is because, like the economy, things that have similarities across countries do not fall along. They always bring their partners with them, humanly and economically. There are things we must not let go during and after this pandemic, and one of them is human and economic interdependence, not at the expense of one country or one world, but at the advantage of all. In this chapter, we will drill you through how the tough times of COVID-19 have reactivated human and economic interdependence and the message being sent to the world. We highlight the pillar for this interdependence and provide the need to rethink in order to foster enhanced human and economic interactions for the good of all. Tough times. an exposure of human and economic interdependence. According to the creation narrative, the first major fault that came to the picture after the creation process was completed was loneliness. As you learned in chapter 4, everything God created except man had its own kind, either trapped in it or paired to facilitate reproduction, meaning each kind had a seed and ability to multiply. Let us remind you of the exact words used when this reproductive programming was initiated. Let the earth sprout vegetation, plants yielding seed, and fruit trees bearing fruit in which is their seed, each according to its kind, on the earth. Moses wrote in verse 11 of Genesis 1. Through this, the problem of continual creation of things by the Creator himself was formally turned over to all the created, including humans. In my 2019 book, The Youthful Champion, I emphasized that humans have been given the multi-purpose mother seeds or creation templates to create anything they can think, imagine or dream of, aimed at participating in the act of creation. This is a great news and also a challenge to you and us to tap into our potentials, beating all odds to make the difference. Let's go back to the first fault the Creator established with what he created. The creation story narrated of the trapped potential for reproduction based on the creation of things in their kind. But as Moses wrote, the first man, Adam, was all alone. In other words, he had no one to do business with. He had no economic opportunity or leverage. He was totally an island in spite of all the possessions he had in the Garden of Eden, with the opportunity to eat everything except the fruit from the tree of life and evil. We want to inject a quick lesson here. You can live in all abundance, but without people you are or have almost nothing. Having seen what Adam was going through, the Creator remarked, "It is not good that the man should be alone. I'll make him an helpmeet for him." Genesis chapter 1 verse 18. The Creator went ahead and solved the problem perfectly by creating a suitable partner for Adam, and everything became complete. This means your completion and fulfillment hinge on the suitable people you have in your life. Be cautious about this. Based on the addressed problem, every time one tries to totally cut himself or herself off from other humans, it becomes like a total chaos, to say the least. This does not negate the fact that there are temporary quiet times or moments to concentrate on your next feasible moves all by yourself. In our view, any choice to become an island or be all by yourself for weeks, months, and even years, you are out of the goodness terrain. Thus, there are serious consequences. That is why many crave to get married, build a family, and live together. This craving is deeply rooted in human nature from the time of creation. It must be respected, or else it won't respect you, either be at individual, national, or global levels. What is the essence of all this? Well, it is simply to re-emphasize that as humans, we are mutually bonded together. Our bond is so strong that we must never think of cutting it off or do anything that endangers it. Imagine when tough times struck, what could be your first and foremost thing you could think about? Family and friends. You are correct. It's mostly family and friends. That is why we emphasized earlier in chapter 5 that family reunion was one of the golden opportunities of COVID-19, because no matter how much one loves the Word and the Word loves him or her, he or she cannot feel more connected to it than the bond of his or her family. Hundreds of thousands of people traveled millions of miles to do so. Stepping forward, we can then infer that nothing exposes or forces us to realize human and economic interdependence more than tough times. And the tough times coming in the form of a pandemic, COVID-19, with huge human and economic restrictions, makes it even more difficult and challenging, thus increasing the intensity of its realization. It is like the man is being returned to living in the problem the Creator solved more than 2,000 years ago. Bulk of the outcries as a result of the pandemic is not necessarily because of the virus itself, but it boils down to the threat it poses to human and economic interdependence. Having lived in a globalized world for many years, where people or things produced could travel in every continent in 24 hours, any force that hinders the process of globalization and human interactions seems counterproductive to the human race. It is interdependence that makes life interesting and worth living. You remember the lesson of the abundance Adam had, yet he was alone? Indeed, he had everything, yet the Creator found faultiness in what he made. In a nutshell, Adam did not experience a peace of mind, neither did he feel complete until Eve was made and turned over to him. Let's align this with the context of the word. Today, despite the tough times COVID-19, developed nations such as the US, UK, Australia, Canada, France, and Germany, among others, may seem to have everything, yet they feel incomplete and unsatisfied without being actively part of the global community. In other words, no matter how powerful one may be, you cannot feel powerful in isolation. Say it differently. It is not what you have that makes you powerful. It is the amount of people that cherish what you have and are prepared to entrust you with their power. In any case, if you or a country is isolated, it is like all is lost because it was not meant to be so. That's why one of the tactics the international community uses to bring a nation back to its feet is through sanctions and restrictions on a nation's human and natural resources. This is because a long period of isolation often brings about exclusion and extinction. The longer the crisis lasts, the worse it becomes for everyone. Therefore, it is crucial to keep the fight until it is totally won. In summary, the tough times of COVID-19 has exposed and reminded mankind of the need for human and economic interdependence. We must not take it for granted anymore. The old saying that a creek is never valued until it runs dry must not be practiced with respect to our human and economic interdependence. We must begin to appreciate and cherish this precious blessing of being a community of the human race and work together to promote human good and the good of the world. This interdependence transcends borders from the developed to the third world countries because we are one people and one world with one common destiny. Treating others as if they are less human or other countries as less important is not only a threat to globalization and an indirect reincarnation of the pandemic, but also it is against the Creator's will for man not to be alone. We are one people, one world. How would you see the world if there were no race, no geographical boundary, no pigmentation, no languages, no ethnic groups, no political parties, no culture, no religions, no anything that shows some sort of a difference? Perhaps the perceived differences that exist in the world today could have been eliminated a great deal. Do those differences really matter? If you ask us, our answer would probably be no. Why? Because they play little or no role in the growth and development of the human race and the world as a whole. Another reason is that they were not part of the creation narrative, which further shows their insignificance. The only time languages came into existence was in chapter 11 of Genesis, and it was even for the wrong reason. According to Moses, the creation narrator, the world had one language and one speech. The languages emerged when people became desperate for power and recognition in an effort to be even with the Creator. They wanted to build a city and a tower to reach the Creator and make name for themselves. And, of course, they could, if their intentions were genuine and respectful to the divine order. In the wisdom of the Creator and knowing their ulterior motive, making a name for themselves, He decided to create confusion among them through languages. Moses wrote, "And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men builded. And the Lord said, Behold, the people is one, and they all have one language. And this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech." Genesis 11 verse 5 to 7. This is the root of languages, and possibly varying differences in the present world because as the people scattered around the world, it came along with region, boundary, pigmentation, culture, alliances, among other differences. Now you understand why we took a resounding no position. But granted you are not convinced, and you choose the opposite, or say they matter a little bit for the purpose of diversity. Possibly, you won't disagree that there is only one thing that matters most in the human race, then all of them combined, whether among young or old, rich or poor, black or white, male or female. And what could that one thing be? It is the human spirit, the image and likeness of the Creator. But there is a vital force and a spirit of intelligence in man, and the breath of the Almighty gives them understanding. Those who are abundant in years may not always be wise, nor may the elders always understand justice. Job chapter 32 verse 8 to 9. The latter statement even has serious implications for our one word. It was realized by a young man named Elihu, who closely followed the conversations between Job in the Bible and his friends, but feared not to give his input because of his youth. But eventually, when Elihu mustered the courage to speak, having realized that neither age could speak nor advanced in years teach wisdom, he came to the conclusion that each individual was created equal with the spirit of the Creator. This means your skin color, language, ethnic group, geographical background, culture, gender, among others, do not matter. Because of the spirit, which Elihu referred to as a vital force, each person can do anything worthwhile and remarkable. That is why the most realistic and undeniable statement in this light is and would remain: all men and women are created equal. All, whether you live in the west or the east, the north or the south, whether you are illiterate or literate, whether you are physically challenged or not, all men and women are created equal. The basis of the equality is the human spirit, which every living human being carries, thus possessing the capacity and inclination to change the world for the better. Before we continue, we have a question for you. How well have you treated or been treating the perceived differences that exist in the world? This is a personal reflection question for you. Think about it for a moment. It is very vital. Whatever your thoughts and answers might be, we would love to encourage you not to see these differences nor let them overshadow the common denominator of man, the vital human spirit that exists in you and us. No one was created subhuman, not at all, unless for health, accident, or related abnormalities. Each individual has one head, one nose, one mouth, one heart, one stomach, 2 legs, 2 feet, 2 eyes, 2 ears, and you name the rest of the bodily pictures. The same blood that runs through your veins and other parts of the body are the same with ours. We breathe the same air, and if you are caught, the same blood flows out. So why all this analysis? Well, as you may well know, our world and the human race has suffered a great deal due to maltreatment and injustice. We must all make a decision to lead lives void of racial, ethnic, tribal, gender, or other forms of discrimination. They have and would never help our one global village. Don't let these differences ruin your person and others. Yield to the advice of considering them insignificant, because they truly are, even if you think they are significant. The more profitable thing is for you to close your eyes on them so as to not see them, but see the human nature. Even if you are a lover of diversity and human differences, you must realize the responsibility at hand. Our ability to reach unity in diversity will be the beauty and the test of our civilization, Mahatma Gandhi observed. Remember, any forms of differences today were not part of the initial creation plan. Therefore, we must not let them divide us and the world because, as Cllr puts it, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. We need to hold together to do exploit in the world. Always think about the vital force, the human spirit, and observe the golden rule. Do unto others as you would like them to do to you. Matthew chapter 7 verse 12. This should be your daily personal reminder, commitment, and devotion. Don't wait for anything to compel you to compliance. Message of the tough times. Arguably, nothing in the world sends out a silent, yet very powerful message than tough times. From ancient days till now, nature has its own way of communicating to the human race through trials, tribulations, and temptations. In the times of old, when they came, they either did so to warn people, especially leaders, of an imminent danger or provide serious reprimand in order for them to properly order their steps. Unfortunately, or fortunately, tough times don't take a no answer. You either accept it or you are crushed. It is like the law of gravity. It must be obeyed in all seasons, even if you are ignorant or innocent. No excuses and no exceptions. The interesting part of nature communicating to mankind through adversities is that it does so silently, yet profoundly through the physical consequences that often emerge. Say it differently. Nature normally speaks the language of quietude, but with loud physical realities. To hear or discern the silent message of nature, you must pay keen attention. You cannot get it if you don't pay keen attention. You must be ready and prepared to think from different angles, while at the same time noticing the greatest lessons being taught by the message and resolving to make a change. What's in it for me and what lessons can I learn from this would help a great deal. Never take nature's message for granted because it is more than persistent and robust than your president or any law enforcement officers. Remember, you must either complain or comply with its orders. And since compliance won't take its harmful effects away, compliance is the best option to choose all of the time. In the context of the tough times of COVID-19, we are of the strongest conviction that once again nature, Creator, is at work in the universe. There are so many lessons being taught. Notwithstanding, in our view, one of the greatest lessons is the critical importance of human and economic interdependence. All societies, especially advanced nations, have enjoyed and continue to enjoy and profit from societal interdependence, but sadly ignore its relevance. How? When you overlook a particular segment or region of society and discriminate it somehow because of perceived differences in economic standings, it is a direct way of ignoring the world's human and economic interdependence. If we create all the products and luxuries and people around the world don't purchase and use them, they are meaningless. You can have all the touristic sites and sceneries, but without visitors and tourists, they are but nothing. When interactions are cut off from human existence, nothing remains. Loneliness and isolation will be the order of the day. In other words, everything exists through the support of the human race that has the mandate from the time of creation to be fruitful, multiply, and have dominion over the universe. In short, the tough times of COVID-19 have come with a strong message. Human and economic interdependence is key in the entire universe. Why should some individuals think that they are complete by themselves when it is never the case? The tough times have come as a reprimand and reminder to what might have been taken for granted. It is time to stop overlooking a section of the society, country, or continent. We are mutually bounded together with a common destiny. The crisis is meant to create room for rethinking and reawakening to appreciate everything created, especially humans. Never take anyone or anything for granted. Respect human rights and dignity, and let's live a life of fairness and justice. And when the turbulence is over, let's not forget it again. Let's be cautious and observant that it is faulty and miserable to be alone. From our point of view, the reactivated human and economic interdependence is another major golden opportunity of tough times from individual to collective levels. At individual level, when you are ill, you want your family and friends to be by your side, even on your dying bed. Collectively, with all the possessions in our respective countries, we will be all alone without active interdependence and globalization. That is why Paul Ryan concluded, a free economy and strong communities honor the dignity of every person, rewarding effort with justice, promoting upward mobility, and building solidarity among citizens. Let's hold fast to this golden side of COVID-19 and never go back to our base level. Let's remember that even the resources from low-income countries help to keep the wealthy nations in the position they are, and produce from wealthy countries complement poor nations' growth and make life worth living. Again, realize that human and economic interdependence is a foundational pillar, and it must not be uprooted by men because we all need it for a much better and freer world. And freedom and respect for one another is key in this regard. The pillar for upholding interdependence is unity. Nothing works for us on earth more than unity. From family to church and mosques, from kingdom to countries, from self to national and global leadership, unity always wins. If any tool on earth will be used more to win the fight against COVID-19, it will all boil down to unity. Nothing can resist the will of a united people, as it may turn out to be. Unity is indeed one of the golden sides of the pandemic. The bonds of our countries have been strengthened and improved because we seem to be talking less about things that do not matter as much as our collective existence, the gift to be alive. In some way, the virus has disintegrated the fabrics of our segregation, beliefs, politics, boundaries, just to name a few, towards a common front. Though there may be some pockets of disagreements and other motives, they are not as compared to the collective efforts that have been initiated to fight the pandemic. Across the world, we have seen national endeavors of political rivals mustering the courage to hold together to protect their nations and peoples from further casualties. This is a great thing, and we must applaud such moves. However, as pointed out, tough times often come to strongly caution us about what is needed the most. In this case, it is providing a glaring reminder for unity, togetherness, and concerted efforts. If the current unity in the world could even be maintained after the crisis, our world wouldn't be the same again. The act of good neighborliness, realizing that we live in a global village and one danger in one country could affect the entire human race, is key. In good times or during the times of normality, why do we sometimes forget the outrage and sufferings many go through, encompassing poverty, disease, illiteracy, and many more, without collectively joining efforts to combat such to the core, but mostly through rhetoric? It is something we need to consider as we graduate from this global classroom of crisis. Let's come out anew. The way forward. Truthfully speaking, we are one people, created equal with one common destiny. Each person came from dirt, and in dirt would be the final resting place for this mortal body when leaving the face of the earth. The human spirit, which is the most precious, will then return to the Creator. In other words, the frame of being white or black, Latino or yellow, is going nowhere. This means that no matter how many boundaries or differences we create in the universe, we cannot disintegrate nor undo the ultimate shared characteristic of human nature, the human spirit, which make mankind who he or she is. What can we learn or do then? Since we are intractable in our humanness, let's provide some ways out through what we have carved as rethink. Recognize that alone you are nothing. As noted earlier, this was the first thought found by God in His creation. Don't create it for yourself by trying to think or imagine that you are totally complete by yourself as an individual, a country, or a region. You can't, and you will never be. Human and economic interdependence is a must. Embrace the human spirit in each person. The quality of our being is entrenched in the human spirit. Nothing can replace nor change it. It is what separates us from other species and what we are now creating, such as robots. Therefore, our shared human spirit must be embraced and cherished in each person, knowing that what we share within is incomparable to what we share outside. Take your picture and put in the other person's. Bulk of the racial injustice, gender discrimination, and mayhem comes as a result of not observing the golden rule. And to make this observation of the rule happen, we should always think, if I were the opposite, how would I love to be treated? Listen to your human conscience and do better. Hold yourself accountable to protect and treat others well. You owe it to your neighbor and the society. You are who you are because of them. Place a mark of accountability on yourself to protect and treat others with dignity, respect, fairness, and honesty. Remember, it could be you in such frame. Initiate activities that support humanity. Someone said, the greatest question in the world is what am I doing for others? As part of cherishing human and economic interdependence, each person must deliberately think and undertake activities to support humanity. All hands may not be equal, but together they can have unlimited results. Let such support be genuine and unexpected, knowing fully well that it could be you. Never overlook human being because it is you. The root of many challenges in the world today is based on the overlooking of others. Human is human, devoid of any perceived differences in terms of location, race, gender, and the like. The fact is, nobody has the capacity to create a human being. Then, why overlook such powerful force? Never overlook people, but rather look after them. Kill the human pride and ego and lead a life of love. In the absence of the human spirit from the Creator, human is nothing but advanced diet. Yes, it is a hard truth. Human is an advanced diet. Once the human spirit departs, even your closest friends and loved ones become afraid of you. In this light, don't be proud and egocentric. Kill the pride and ego and lead a life of love, humility, justice, fairness, equality, and integrity. The responsibility is yours to rethink and realize our inseparable human and economic interdependence. In summary, the way forward to improve human and economic interdependence is through our proposed acronym, RETHINK. It is to recognize that alone you are nothing. It is to embrace the human spirit in each person. It is to take your picture and put it in the other person's. It is to hold yourself accountable to protect and treat others well. It is to initiate activities that support humanity. It is to never overlook human being because it is you. And it is to kill the human pride and ego and lead a life of love. In our effort to rethink, let's remember Martin Luther King's warning. We must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools. It is our ardent hope that we will not perish together as fools, but rather rethink and create a much better world with more glorious human and economic interdependence for the good of all. In this chapter, we learned how much intractably tied together we are as humans and how the tough times of COVID-19 have reactivated human and economic interdependence. The message is clear and compelling that we need one another to survive and thrive. The pandemic has spoken in the loudest but quiet tone that human and economic interdependence is crucial in the entire universe. It must always be embraced and cherished, and to do so, we suggested, moving forward, the need to rethink in order to foster enhanced human and economic interactions for the good of all.
We are Project.
In the final part of this book, we depart from introducing to you the golden sides of tough times to helping you overcome, thrive, and remain positive and resilient when all hell breaks loose. Before then, here are these chapter principles. Chapter principles. 1. You can live in all abundance, but without people you are or have almost nothing because your completion and fulfillment hinge on others. 2. It is not what you have that makes you powerful. It is the number of people that cherish what you have and are prepared to entrust you with their power that makes you powerful. 3. Treating others as less human or countries as less important is not only a threat to globalization and an indirect reincarnation of the pandemic, but also is against the Creator's will for man not to be alone. 4. There is only one thing that matters most in the human race, that all of our differences combined. That is, the human spirit, the image and likeness of the Creator. 5. We must all make a decision to lead lives void of racial, ethnic, tribal, gender or other forms of discrimination. They have and would never help our one global village. 6. It is time to stop overlooking a section of the society, country or continent. We are mutually bounded together with a common destiny. 7. Nothing exposes or forces individuals to realize human and economic interdependence more than tough times. It normally comes to reprimand or provide reminder to what might have been taken for granted. 8. Nature is a quiet speaker, but with loud physical realities. Keen attention is needed to discern its message. 9. The crisis is meant to create room for rethinking and reawakening to appreciate everything created, especially humans, respect human rights and dignity, and let's lead a life of fairness and justice. 10. No matter how many boundaries or differences we create in the universe, we cannot disintegrate nor undo the ultimate shared characteristic of human nature, the human spirit, which makes mankind who he or she is. 11. What we share within is incomparable to what we share on the outside. The spirit, heart, and soul within make us, and not our external differences.
Coronavirus spreads via droplets. When the person coughs or sneezes, the droplets land on surfaces and are picked up on the hands of others and spread further. People catch the virus when they touch their infected hands to their mouth.
Part 3. Pathways to Thriving During and After Tough Times. Chapter 9. Dependence on the Creator. A major key to remaining healthy and strong is to always be original, in touch and connected to your designer. Every product that cuts itself off from its source is in total danger and heading for destruction. Gbollie, educator, author, and researcher. When our difficult times arrive, we are near discovery, to whom we belong, like we tend to recognize our families more and want to be with them. Adversity like COVID-19 showed us who we should really depend on in this world. For the first time, some of our leaders recognized this a great deal, and it is highly beneficial. But as we stated earlier, it is dead wrong to let adversity go with its lessons. Therefore, in this chapter, we will inquire who is in charge of your life, family, and country, and proffer best solutions. It will emphasize that moving forward, we must depend on God to overcome, thrive, and remain positive and resilient in tough times. Welcome. Let's remain connected to the manufacturer to bear much fruits on earth and beyond. Who is truly in charge? In 2019, I was deeply inspired to write another book, this time on the power of natural laws. As I always do before going into the project, which I was very thrilled about, I started to do intensive research on the subject, at least to strengthen my horizon to write as an expert on the matter. As part of the research, I've made an important discovery on the question that many early and present thinkers still ponder upon. Who is truly in charge? Sometimes, this question is asked when a family, country, or organization is faced with governance issues or a leadership challenge. Perhaps you have asked this question before, or you have heard someone ask it. Is it so? If we may pose this question to you, who is truly in charge? What would be your response? Oh, you might be curious and desirous to know. But who is in charge of what? Good concern. Based on your concern, let's be more specific. Let's look at it in this way. Who is truly in charge of your life, your family, your country, and our one world? We would like for you to take quality time and think about this question. Your answer to this question is definitely going to have great impact on your thoughts, beliefs, pursuits, confidence, trust, and almost everything you can think of or do. Yes, that's how powerful we believe this question is. We are of the strongest conviction that your answer would have serious implications even for present and future life, probably beyond your physical existence on planet Earth. In this light, give your personal thought to this question. Earlier, we indicated that the quest for the answer to the question, who is truly in charge, for instance, your life, family, country, and the world, was informed by a book project. What then was discovered? It is anticipated that you are highly interested in getting the answer. Don't worry, it is right before you, and it is in fact the central theme of this chapter. It may look somehow simple, and one may tend to overlook it, but it is the truth. What was discovered then? Basically, it was simply discovered that no species, including humans, is truly in charge of the universe. Really? Sure, nobody on Earth is really in charge of the universe. It is arguable. Convince me, you may say. Just hold on. You will soon realize where we are coming from. Not from a different planet, of course, but right here on earth. Indeed, it is a fascinating reality that the most powerful rulers of the world are not presidents, legislators, and justices of the United States, China, UK, Japan, Russia, South Africa, or any nation. The most powerful rulers are not the kings, queens, and prime ministers of leading countries. The most powerful rulers of the universe are not presidents of the World Bank, WHO, UN, and other top institutions, nor the Pope of the Vatican. The most powerful leaders are not executive directors, secretary generals, governors, ministers, and other corporate leaders across the globe either. They are not truly in charge of the universe. The most powerful rulers are not the man-made laws created by these leaders either before Christ, after, and in the 21st century. They are not the most powerful rulers of the world. Before telling who we think is truly in charge, it is important to let you know why we think the presidents, kings, queens, prime ministers, legislators, justices, CEOs are not truly in charge, since this is a popular universal perception. But remember, what is popular or universal may not always be right. In doing so, let's bring you to the reality of the past to inform the present. Where are Muammar Gaddafi of Libya, Idi Amin Dada Omi of Uganda, Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe, and Nelson Mandela of South Africa? They were among the people who we perceived were in charge few years or decades ago. Where are Adolf Hitler of Germany, Fidel Castro of Cuba, Winston Churchill of UK, Chairman Mao Zedong of China, and Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy of the US? These were believed to be movers and shakers of the 20th century. Where are all of the rulers you can think of since the existence of the world? Perhaps the answer is simple. They have gone to the great beyond and not in charge again. Why we think they are not truly in charge of the universe? Can any of our presidents, prime ministers, kings, legislators, justices, and CEOs of the companies like Fortune 500 or the richest men like Bill Gates, Jack Ma, and Warren Buffett stop the rain from falling? The answer is no. Can any of the leaders stop earthquakes, natural disasters, or the law of gravity from taking place? The answer is no. Can they stop sun from shining or day from breaking? Again, the answer is no. Can they stop 100-year-old from dying or stop themselves from doing so? Again, the answer is no. Could they have even stopped COVID-19 from coming, which is talking about the precious lives of hundreds of thousands? The answer is a big no. The limitations of every member of the human race, including world leaders, are very huge and countless. With these limitations, we cannot claim to be truly in charge. That is why James, the follower of Jesus, compared human to grass that soon withers and dies. Scorched by the burning heat of the sun, the flowers lose their blossoms, and their beauty is destroyed. That is how the rich will disappear as they go about their business. James 1:11. James is right because human life is unpredictable, and there are many circumstances we cannot control in the universe, particularly nature. No matter one's status or location, you must succumb to it when the time comes. What does it mean to be truly in charge? It means that you are in charge permanently, no matter the emergence of climate change, crisis, outbreaks, good or bad times. This is what being truly in charge of the universe means to us. In other words, once in charge, always in charge. And you will agree with us that this is not the case with the perceived rulers of the world. What we believe about rulers and leaders of the universe, both past and present, is that they are not actually in charge. Who are they? They are only trustees, stewards, or managers of certain aspects of the universe for a limited period of time. Nothing more. This is rooted in the creation charge or mandate. Humans are trustees, stewards, or managers, nothing more. When we go back to the creation accounts, you realize that one of the key reasons for the creation of man was for the purpose of management. It means man was given the responsibility to take care of the earth's resources. In other words, man was trusted to manage and not take charge of the entire world. Moses recorded, "The Lord God took the man and placed him in the Garden of Eden to work it and watch over it." Genesis 2 verse 15. This means the Creator had a management need. Hence, He created man to do the work and watch over or have oversight on its running. It is the same with today's world. If you have an institution and you are not readily available to run it due to other engagements, you may hire a manager to run it. But this does not mean that the hired manager owns it. He or she doesn't. You do. It is only a piece of trust, and it can be taken away anytime. Similarly, we can infer that man was hired to do likewise. This is the basis of our stance that the rulers or leaders of the world are not truly in charge of the universe. The charge of trusteeship, stewardship, and management given to humans has serious implications for everyone, particularly those in the corridors of leadership and power. You don't own the hive. You are only a manager or caretaker. You don't own the land and natural resources. You are only a manager. You don't own the people. You are only a watchman over the people. Especially for humans, the charge was not meant to dominate them, but rather to shepherd them. In short, it is good to say, I own nothing in the universe. I am only a manager, trustee, steward of what the hive provides. This is the truth because who came in this world as a president, king, legislator, or millionaire? No one. Every individual came naked, and when your time of departure comes, you will leave everything on the hive. In between, you are only a manager. Our plea to you and ourselves is that we stop acting like we own anything here. This would grant you a different thought and perspective. It will give you a thought not to place what you have been entrusted above all else, and most times at the expense of the human race. One of the men who understood this so well was Andrew Kanneh, a Scottish-American billionaire and philanthropist. Kanneh recalled, I spent the first half of my life making money and the second half of my life giving it away to do the most good and the least harm. This is the perspective we urge that we develop. It is key to being fair to oneself and the hive, which credited us many things, many of which we are unable to pay for. The consequences of thinking that leaders are in charge. Thinking that your fellow humans like presidents, prime ministers, legislators, CEOs, and the like are in charge of your life, country, and the world has huge implications. How? Whoever you think is in charge of your life, family, and country is definitely going to be the controller of it, no matter what you think or feel. Through different means, you are likely going to be depending on them for almost everything. You will look on the president of your country or institution to initiate all economic reforms that will affect your life. You will always look up to the lawmakers to pass bills to protect you. You always look to your boss for pay rise. You always look to the education ministry through its teachers and the system to provide education for you. And the list is endless. Is it wrong to be living in such dependency syndrome? Maybe yes, because you might wait for the rest of your life. This is why we told you that your belief of who is truly in charge is definitely going to have great impact on your thoughts, beliefs, pursuits, confidence, trust, and almost everything you can think for or do. Be cautious about who you really put in charge because the Creator only created managers, stewards, or trustees, and not people to dominate other people. Your life is being dominated because, perhaps, you haven't personally taken responsibility of who controls or takes charge of your life. You need to do so. Back to the consequences. If you put another individual in charge, especially leaders, on many occasions you will be on the waiting list permanently. The economic reforms may not come. The pay rise may not come. The laws and security may not come. You may live a forever expectant life, and a forever expectant life is a deadly price to pay for putting another person in charge of your life. The sounds on the words that doing so may trigger many disappointments and frustrations. Sometimes we depend or trust the system to the extent that we totally forget that there is a bigger hand in charge. Perhaps this is why pandemics normally emerge to speak to us. For instance, the COVID-19 pandemic exposed almost every highly dependent system and leadership, as even best doctors in the world couldn't find answers to cure the coronavirus, but simply invited nature to lead the process. Wash your hands with water. This is no cure. This is not meant to denigrate our highly esteemed nurses and doctors who are standing on the front lines to fight the virus, even at the expense of their lives. Not at all. In fact, we want to thank them. They have done and are still doing their best. Our message simply is that we are only managers or caretakers, but not truly in charge. We must come to this compelling reality and grapple with this hard truth. The way forward is for everyone to look to the heavens for the ultimate answers and solutions, because there we find who is truly in charge. God and his system, nature, is truly in charge. Who then are the most powerful rulers or leaders of the universe? In our opinion, the most powerful and important ruler of the universe is the Almighty God and his instituted natural laws from the days of creation. Why? Everyone in the universe, whether president, prime minister, CEOs, legislators, justices, just to name a few, is subject to the will and pleasure of natural laws and the Creator. Our statuses today and tomorrow cannot and will not render us inhumane to them. We ought to submit every moment or face the wrath of God on nature. Put it differently, if you cannot willingly submit to nature, you will forcibly submit to its effects at all cost. Why is this important? It is essential because it makes you to realize who really deserves your ultimate preference, respect and reliance. This single action is a game changer of your life. We'll tell you more in the next subheading. But in the meantime, the reason why many put their total trust and dependence on the leaders is because they believe they are totally in charge, when in reality they are not. It is factual that leaders have the responsibility of leading or overseeing some happenings or having some power to command or control. But it is not an inch comparable to the natural laws and the Creator himself, who has the authority and power to set up and dispose presidents and kings at any point in time without any question whatsoever. In this light, King David wrote, "The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof," thus advising the need to trust in the Creator rather than man. The knowledge and belief that God and his constituted system are in charge is critical for both the leaders and those being led. For leaders, they will need to realize that they are subject to a higher authority to account not only for their own lives, but those entrusted them as part of the Creator's management need. This means that they are subject and answerable every second of their lives and ought to live in the fear and reverence to the supernatural, void of acts that are inimical to the confidence reposed in them. For followers, it is essential because they will understand that indeed their lives and destinies are in the far bigger and safer hands than they can think of, meaning the Creator is the best bet for total trust and dependence, and that giving such authority to our fellow men in the name of leadership is like leaning on a broken stick. The answer to the question who is truly in charge leads us to another question: who deserves our total dependence? Let's explore this question. Who deserves our total dependence? Before telling you who deserves our total dependence, let me remind you of an earlier story when I visited a popular electronic market in China in 2017 to purchase a mobile phone, since it really brings home the point. After a thorough search, I settled down for one, the Chinese brand, Xiaomi. It is believed to be among the most sophisticated and attractive phones in China. I negotiated and paid the seller 1,800 RMB, little over US $250. I had all the assurance and 1-year guarantee and went home with my beautiful Xiaomi branded phone smiling. Few months later, to my utmost dismay, the phone began to get extremely hot when charging and doing calls. I was surprised. Weeks later, it stopped working completely and it could not be charged anymore. I was devastated, but was reassured by the warranty provided. I then talked to my Chinese friends to take me to the dealer, since I could not locate the original seller in the large market. When we visited the Xiaomi dealer store, the technician received the phone, but after checking it, he realized that it was duplicated. The phone parts had been falsified and there was no way the factory could repair or change it, meaning I lost my Xiaomi branded phone and the money I spent. This taught me a harsh lesson, not only how risky duplicates are, but also the critical nature of being original and being dependent on the real source. There are so many things we are duplicating in the world, but the worst duplication of all is the duplication of our humanness and attaching responsibilities to others that are not theirs. Just as I went in search of the original dealer of my Xiaomi phone, that's how many need to return to their source. Earlier, we analyzed the history of creation and arrived at its conclusion that man did not come to the earth by accident or through apes and other animal-like species as wrongly articulated by Darwin. In view of this premise and the reality that man was made in the image and likeness of the supernatural God, we can therefore indicate that the human race belongs to him, and he is the one who truly deserves our total dependence as the source. In other words, God is the original dealer of man. What a privilege to be created by the infinite, immutable, self-sufficient, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, wise, faithful, good, just, merciful, glorious, loving, holy and glorious God. Any needed repairs or acquisition of knowledge and understanding to operate effectively and efficiently in the universe can only be done through him. As the Xiaomi phone needed the original parts to be repaired, or as your car depends on the dealer for its auto parts to remain functional, our total dependence is meant for the Creator. It is not meant for anyone else. In a nutshell, it is the Creator who truly deserves man's ultimate dependence all of the time. We believed that this is why Miles Morrow reached a profound conclusion. A man without God is potential without purpose. Man without God is power without conduction. A man without God is life without living. A man without God is ability without responsibility. That's a dangerous man. That's a live wire. Imagine a car owner who opts never to use or remain in touch with its developer. Of course, pretty soon it will be no more. We need to depend on the Creator in order to overcome, thrive, and remain positive and resilient. Particularly when all hell breaks loose. This is the first and the most important step in this regard. Never overlook it. Never take it for granted. Your life and future depend on it. Dependence on the Creator is vital at all times. Oftentimes, we wonder how those who have no faith in someone bigger than themselves can overcome major down moments in life. We wonder where they get the courage from to stand and keep moving or grab hope for the future. It is also puzzling, especially when one's faith is in a lesser God or believe in ape, butterfly, or create their personal handmade statue. Would they call on an ape, a butterfly, or the statue for help? Maybe not, because it seems ridiculous. And if they did, there would be no response. How would a human, the most intelligent and sophisticated living organism ever created, condescend that low? Upfront, if you found yourself in such predicament, you need to rethink and make a U-turn immediately. Life without belief in the supernatural God is a risky and meaningless life. This is because the most precious, valuable, and ultimate life in the universe and the heavens is the belief in God. Every other belief is a sinking sand. The main reason why we started this chapter with the question, who is truly in charge, was because dependency is in some way a need of man. Sure, to some extent, every human depends on another individual for something, even if you are paying for it. That is why it's concluded that no man is an island. We will always have a need that we ourselves cannot handle, and such need must be provided by a bigger hand or someone in a much better position, such as one with the expertise. When you are sick, even if you are a nurse or medical doctor, you cannot treat yourself effectively. Even if you are a teacher, you can't teach your children alone. Even if you are an entrepreneur, you can't produce and buy your produce at the same time. You depend on the consumers to patronize you. In this context, you are not talking about dependency syndrome, where some people think that almost everything should be given or done for them by others, mostly without paying for it. Our focus is on what you cannot absolutely do for yourself, or you have limited capacity to do, at least for the moment. In such case, dependence is needed. Since the source of man is God, man's dependency on him at all times is a must. Why? because no product is complete, nor can keep functioning properly without depending on its source. I relied on my Xiaomi dealer to provide the parts needed to repair my phone, and when the parts were not available because it was fake, that was the end of the phone. Your car or every moving equipment you have today depends on the source to keep on being functional. The good news is the source or the manufacturer is ready and can be depended on all of the time. It may only cost little effort. For the supernatural, it may only cost you confession, belief, and acceptance. If you confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. Romans chapter 10 verse 9. The first century writer, Paul wrote. This is the cheapest cost to pay for your life on earth and external life in heaven through confession, belief, and acceptance of Jesus as Lord. Though it is this cheap, it carries the most important value. Therefore, we wish to advise you to consider doing so if you have not done it already. This decision is the best of the best decisions you will ever make, and you will never regret it. We can guarantee this 100%, as the earthly manufacturers care about their produce, thus putting their label on them and providing warranty. The supernatural creator does so incomparably. He hates to see his created perish or condemned. As humans, we need to depend on the creator at all times, particularly during the period of difficulties. This is because it is during the times of trials that our existence is highly challenged, and if you don't do something about it, it may cost you your precious time. It is the same with unrepaired products that sooner or later become defunct. Put the Creator in charge of your life because He will permanently take care of it. Cast every fear, anxiety, and hopelessness on Him because He cares very much. If you do, you will have the heavenly blessing and all will go well with you. In this light, dependence on the Creator is the first and most important pathway to overcoming, thriving, and remaining positive and resilient, particularly when all hell breaks loose. Dependence on the Creator is the first pathway. All being said and done, it is historically and empirically clear that man did not fall in the universe. A mighty and bigger hand did the job. Therefore, all hands, rich or poor, strong or weak, literate or illiterate, or any other, need to depend on the Creator. This is the first and foremost pathway to becoming and functioning to your truest and fullest. It is like the way a car would always need a mechanic for servicing and to promote better performance, and being cut off from the source that is the repairer leads to more anxiety, despair, and even death. Going back to our concern about how those who have no faith in someone bigger than themselves can overcome major down moments in life, let me share a short experience with you. In 2018, while returning from class, I had a shocking encounter with one of my professors. She is a wonderful lecturer and very committed to her job. As any student would do, I spoke to her when we met at an open square before the university's library while she was returning from her class and I was returning from mine. When I spoke to her, I realized that she was crying profusely with tears rolling down her cheeks. She was quite depressed and unable to look into my eyes and speak. With the look of things, I couldn't engage in any conversation, but rather move on to my dormitory wondering what might have gone wrong. I found out later that it was because of an encounter she had with her students, which didn't go down well with her. She had trusted and somehow depended on her students in some way, but it is like her hope was dashed. Actually, it was not the outcome that puzzled me, it was her reaction. It was the extent to which this well-landed professor was weeping in the public with great despair. It must be a serious matter. As I pondered on the issue, I first realized that she had put her students and institution in charge of her life, and like any action against her would hinder her career and income. As good as the concern may be, the problem was her total dependence was wrongly placed, probably without the backing of her students and their ability to do well in her course, which has implications for her career as a professor of the prestigious university, her future will be bleak, and if she loses her job, she might not be able to secure another one as compared to the present. Of course, this is lack of faith and knowledge that the latter glory is greater than the former. My professor's main challenge was, she had no faith and belief in the Creator. She has placed everything in the four corners of the university she lectures at. In other words, she does not know, for instance, all things work together for our good, especially when they are used appropriately. If she knew, confessed, and believed in God, I am quite confident she couldn't have gone to the extent of weeping in the public on a classroom matter. This experience and encounters with many unbelievers in life, especially during my 5 years in China, has made me to realize that it is extremely dangerous and risky to put the system in charge, which can collapse or let you down at any time. Many have committed suicide and prematurely ended their lives because they didn't have faith nor know who to depend on. Many are living hopeless and unfulfilled lives due to lack of faith and not knowing who to depend on. But on the other hand, many have recovered from incurable diseases because of their faith and knowing who to put in charge. Many have had broken marriages and families restored because of believing and accepting that there is a bigger hand than themselves. Many have survived terrible accidents and conflicts because of their belief and faith in the Creator. Many have experienced total freedom from fear, anxiety, and depression because of their trust in the supernatural. Whatever your case might be, the Creator who created everything is able to restore anything He desires. Again, it is like a car dealer. There is no problem of the vehicle they built from various parts that they cannot put it back together. Personally, the secret of graduating from a nobody to a somebody is because of my belief and trust in the Creator, the author and finisher of our faith. Try it today and be a part of all the promised heritage on earth and beyond, including hope, freshness, purposefulness, overcoming, and resilience. If you do, other benefits, including having the Creator's limitless backing, benefiting from His promises, longevity, and eternal life, among others, await you. Depend on God to get the best of yourself in this life and beyond. If you do, we will see you in the winner's space and paradise. In this chapter, we have explored the critical nature of whom you should place in charge of your life and the implications thereof. We established that the rulers and leaders of this world are not our fellow humans we placed in the positions of trust, rather the supernatural God and His constituted system of natural laws. Hence, placing the Creator in charge and depending on Him, especially with respect to what you cannot handle, it is the best bet for overcoming, thriving and remaining positive and resilient in tough times and living at your optimum.
We are Project Liberia. Mama Liberia.
In the next chapter, we will explore another major pathway. Before then, let's carefully go through these chapter principles. Chapter Principles 1. Your answer to who is truly in charge is a determinant of your thoughts, beliefs, pursuits, confidence, trust, and almost everything you can think of or do. It has serious implications even for present and future life. 2. No species, including humans, all leaders inclusive, is truly in charge of the universe due to their huge limitations. Humans are only trustees, stewards or managers of certain aspects of the universe for a limited period of time, nothing more. 3. Every individual must reach the point of saying, I own nothing in the universe. I am only a manager, trustee, steward of what the earth provides. 4. Be cautious about who you really put in charge because the Creator only created managers, stewards, or trustees, and not people to dominate other people. 5. Putting another individual in charge, especially leaders on many occasions, puts you on the waiting list permanently. A forever expectant life is a deadly price to pay for putting another person in charge of your life. 6. The most powerful ruler of the universe is the Almighty God and has instituted natural laws from the days of creation. 7. The human race belongs to God as the original dealer of man. He is the only one who truly deserves our total dependence as our source, because no product is complete nor can keep functioning properly without depending on its source. 8. Man's status today and tomorrow won't make him or her inhumane to natural laws. Hence, willing or forceful submission is required. 9. The worst duplication of all is the duplication of one's humanness and attaching responsibilities to others that are not theirs. 10. Life without belief in the supernatural God is a risky and meaningless life. This is because the most precious, valuable, and ultimate belief in the universe and the heavens is the belief in God. Every other belief is a sinking sand. 11. Dependence is a need of every human, even if it is being paid for. However, it is only meant for something you have no expertise or time to do at the moment. 12. It only takes confession, belief, and acceptance to reconnect with the Creator. Do so and put Him in charge of your life, because He will permanently take care of it. 13. Dependence on the Creator is the first and most important pathway to overcoming, thriving, and remaining resilient, particularly when all hell breaks loose.
Protect yourself. Just keep your hands clean by washing them frequently with soap and water, or hand sanitizer. What is the incubation period of COVID-19? It is where that symptoms are showing up.
Chapter 10. Maintaining positive mindset and resilience. Thought sets the pace for everything. The only difference between loss and gain in everything is thought. Charles Gbollie, educator, author, and researcher. If the two most important gifts of human beings are life and time, then the next in line is the mind. Life and time will be meaningless if the mind is lost. How you use your mind in tragic moments determines your survival and death rate. Millions of sick people worldwide, some with incurable diseases, including cancer, have been healed by just feeding their minds on positivity. In fact, after recovery, these people become more resilient and sometimes more productive. If we are to overcome, thrive, and experience the next level during and after COVID-19 and other life challenges, the best bet is building and maintaining positive mental attitude in order to become resilient. This is what this chapter is all about. You will learn about becoming more positive and resilient and how that is going to profit you today and tomorrow. Welcome to the world of positive thoughts. Understanding mindset and resilience. A story is told about two builders who were given the same architectural drawing to carry out construction. Afterwards, they went out to build. Several weeks passed by, and the owner went to inquire what exactly they were building. "What are you doing?" he asked the first one privately. "I am laying bricks," he replied. He thanked him and said, "Very well, keep working." In continuation of his inquiry, he went and asked the other man the same question. "What are you doing?" "I am building a cathedral," he responded. The two builders with one architectural drawing have different mindsets. If you were the proposed building owner, what would have been your conclusion about the two builders after your inquiry? Which builder do you think really has a better mindset and understands your vision? Think for a moment. Obviously, you will appreciate the second builder who said, "I am building a cathedral." Why? Because the second builder does not only have a better mindset, but he has also the bigger picture or much clearer view of what is being constructed rather than the mere laying of the bricks. In other words, the second builder has bought into the vision and is likely to be more resilient when trials arise during the construction process. Mindset and resilience go hand in hand. How? Well, when you have a positive mindset, you are likely to be resilient. You can understand this better from the story of the two builders. The fact that the second builder visualizes a cathedral is a motivation by itself to work harder to ensure it is built, while the opposite is true for the first builder. When you are laying bricks, it may appear unclear where you are going, and if you don't know where you are going, it is much easier to be demotivated to keep going, especially when it gets tough. Perhaps you still have little doubt about what mindset and resilience really mean. Let's explore dictionary definitions of the two words. Generally, mindset is a way of thinking, recover quickly from depression, illness, or misfortune. Resilience facilitates proper adaptation and adversities, traumas, tragedies, threats, or stress. Simply put, resilience is the ability to bounce back from life's ups and downs. It is your capacity to deal with stress, get through difficult experiences, and navigate challenges well. After carefully analyzing the definitions of mindset and resilience, we've realized that mindset, way of thinking, and resilience, quick mental recovery ability, work together to help you overcome and thrive through tough times depending on how you see them. When you have a negative mindset, it is obvious that your resilience or recovery rate will be poor. However, when you have a positive mindset, you will be more resilient and courageous. This means that positive mindset has double benefits. It makes you have a much better outlook as well as strengthens your ability to recover. This is why we believe it is a key pathway in overcoming and thriving in tough times. The evidence of the power of the mind are compelling as the mind itself. Many earlier and present thinkers have never disagreed on its power. Therefore, you need to remember that you carry within your head the greatest gift of brightening or destroying your existence based on the use of your mind. Therefore, be careful with your mind, your thinking hub. From what we think is what we are, the Bible. Whatever the mind conceives and believes, it can achieve. Napoleon Hill. To what Brian Tracy calls the greatest mental principle. You become what you think about most of the time. The mind sums up into all philosophies, ideas, and life achievements. We strongly believe that this is one of the greatest gifts for greatness if it is well utilized, or poverty if it is misused. Without your mind, all is lost and finished. You can do nothing significant nor go anywhere. Your mind is the starting point of everything. Before it becomes a reality, it must first be real in your mind. When you convince your mind and willing to act, you can change your environment. Going back to the two builders, if you were to examine their motivation, it will be different. Most likely, the builder who felt that he was building a cathedral will be more persistent in times of adversity than the one laying bricks, because he sees and feels the cathedral before it is completed. You must always see beyond the immediate if you are to overcome and do exploits in life. And This is also the secret for bouncing back. You must look beyond the current situation and visualize 6 months from now, or 5 years from now, or even 10 years from now. This is because the situation is only temporal. It is not permanent. Does it mean that people with positive mindset don't feel demotivated or anxious sometimes? No, every human being does. We are no exception, but there is a big difference. The difference lies in the difference of resilience or mental ability to recover quickly. Do you still remember my story in the introduction when COVID-19 lockdown was rumored and about to begin in my country? Apart from panic buying, I experienced fear and anxiety in spite of being an educational psychologist and a motivational speaker who has counseled hundreds of friends and followers on social media platforms about the pandemic, particularly in the epicenter, Wuhan. But as my wandering took me through the night, I began to ask many questions. What happens to the average person who has been demotivated and uninspired about life under normal conditions? If I can feel some anxiety and fear in spite of my huge motivation, how would they be feeling amidst this situation? What about the average person who has got no saving and cannot afford to prepare for the lockdown? As I struggled to catch sleep and wrestled in my warm bed, already in the morning of my first day of lockdown, suddenly I regained my courage and became motivated again. The zeal to do something positive about the circumstances came over me, and then I asked, what can I do to help eliminate fear and panic amongst millions amidst this invisible enemy, COVID-19? I thought to recapture some lines from it to remind you. In spite of my fear and panic, I did something about it. As a result, I did not only bounce back within 24 hours and remain resilient throughout the pandemic, but also this book is a product of the circumstance. This is what we advise you to do always. Find something bigger than yourself to do when facing severe challenges. Basically, we want to remind you to build your positive mindset, as this will rescue you in times of trouble in order to recover quickly or build resilience. Individuals who have considerable amounts of resilience possess increased confidence to assume new challenges, as in the case of this book, and perceive challenges as more resolvable. It has also been substantially established that resilience fosters happiness and well-being. The growing field of positive psychology has found that positive emotions can strongly influence our level of happiness, thus leading to flourishing both physically and psychologically. This is more scientific, as well as imbues some level of common sense. Definitely, when you have positive emotions, they give you considerable strength to view difficulties as controllable circumstances. Likewise, when you have negative emotions, they will do the opposite. They are likely to pull you further into the mess you might be going through. Therefore, take charge of your emotions. In an article published in the Harvard Business Review titled Neurochemistry of Positive Conversations, Judith E. Glasser and Richard D. Glasser pointed out that when we face criticism, rejection, fear, or negativity, either from our own thought processes or from others, our bodies produce high levels of cortisol. According to them, cortisol is the stress hormone that can shut down the thinking center of our brain and activate suboptimal behaviors, ranging from aggression to conflict aversion. In short, it primes us to be more reactive and sensitive, and less logical, thus affecting one's capability to accurately perceive situations with the possibility of magnifying instead of curbing. This is why we want you to take total ownership of your mind and build positive mindset, as doing so will activate positive emotions to help you overcome and thrive in any situation. The greatest secret: positive mindset and resilience. If there is only one thing all extraordinary and great men and women in history and even today share in common, then it is positive mindset and resilience. This is factual because there is nowhere pessimists, negative-minded individuals and cowards are recorded for leaving any indelible marks in the universe. Every great success has its root in someone with a positive mindset, courage, and resilience, because life is filled with ups and downs. Without positive mindset, courage, and resilience, you will just call it a quit, sometimes without trying. Advisably, besides a relationship with and dependence on the Creator, there is nothing you want to cultivate more than positivity, courage, and resilience, as they are carriers of the power to maintain, overcome, thrive, and accomplish the greater seed of benefit tough times carry. Whether it is Winston Churchill, who helped the British people to fight and defeat Adolf Hitler and his allies during World War II, Abraham Lincoln, who helped to bring emancipation and abolish slavery in the U.S., Mahatma Gandhi, who helped the Indian people to gain independence, Nelson Mandela, who led the war against apartheid in South Africa, or religious leaders like Moses, who defied Pharaoh's ruthless rule, Joseph, who was persecuted, sold into slavery, imprisoned, and maltreated, David, who faced and killed Goliath, Ruth, a widow, who vowed to stay, travel, and die with her mother-in-law, Naomi, to Paul, who was stoned, beaten, imprisoned, betrayed, and even experienced shipwreck 3 times, as well as got blind for 3 days, yet became one of the best apostles. The greatest secret of their extraordinary actions and successes can be attributed to positive mindset and resilience. None of them could have succeeded and did so big time without being individuals of positive mindset and resilience. Among the Bible characters, one of the most outstanding men that showed indescribable positive mindset, great courage, and resilience was Job. You may be familiar with his story. Job was a very wealthy man, but when tough times struck, he lost his wealth and all his children in a single day. As if this misfortune was not enough, he was befallen to a debilitating disease on his entire body, as it was covered with painful boils. The extent of his trial and breakdown prompted his wife to request that he curses God and dies. Of course, his wife had lost her positive mindset, but did Job? Never. His response can tell. In response to the request to curse God and die, he said, "Shall we receive good at the hand of God? And shall we not receive evil?" In all this, Job did not sin with his lips. Job chapter 2 verse 10. At the end of the story, we learn that because of his great courage and persistence, he was restored his fortunes and given twice as much as he had before. Job's story is one with wonderful lessons. Just his response is a great lesson. Life is not only about good, but bad also. In other words, life is a mixture of good and evil, and the best petition one can make to the Creator is to experience more good than evil, because the true beauty of life lies in this mixture. There got to be opportunities mixed with difficulties to make life interesting and awesome. We would guess that even if it were possible, you won't only expect day without night or sunshine without darkness. In either case, even plants won't survive at all, as there must be time for photosynthesis to stay alive and grow. Besides, Job taught us that tough times can validate our trust and integrity with the Creator. He also taught that overcoming tough times come with double portion. As tough times, including the one brought by the COVID-19 pandemic, continue to be a part of the universe, you need to do something about it. When we say you need to do something about it, we mean that you must make deliberate and intentional effort to help yourself go through crisis and come out with flying colors. And our top recommendation to you is to deposit as much as you can into your mindset and resilience account. You need to invest in them as you do with bank account saving, support to your family, or assistance to others. It is this deposit that you will withdraw when another trial comes, which is certain. This means you must realize that the seed of positive mindset and resilience must be planted well in advance in order to benefit from it in times of difficulties. You cannot withdraw positivity and resilience if you have been depositing negativities and weaknesses. Learn to cultivate positive mindset and resilience every day. Build the reputation and character to being a positive thinker and resilient individual. If you do, you are on the side of all great heroes and heroines of the universe, making you a strong candidate to achieve greatness as well. Cultivating a positive mindset and resilience. Your mind is like a garden. For it to even be called a garden, the farmer first has to secure the land. After that, he or she must do proper clearing, including cutting down trees, grass, thorns, and any unnecessary things that may hinder the plants from growing. The farmer doesn't stop after total clearing. He or she must dry the cleared debris and burn them up before planting the appropriate seeds needed. In order to become a person of positive mindset and resilience, you need to do the same with your mind, particularly if you have had negative mental attitude. This is a golden advice. All self-defeating thoughts, hate, anger, poor self-concept, hopelessness, mediocrity, and all negative vices must be cut down and burned completely. You cannot reach the fullness of your potential and destiny if all kinds of filthy things harbored in your mind. In other words, you need a complete mind transformation, as a bush would graduate from being called bush to a garden after the farmer's action. Actually, filth-filled mind is sharper and more dangerous than a sword. It may be like a sharp needle in one's skin. This is one reason why you need to do something about it. The advice of clearing your mind is not new, but it always leads to new and wonderful results. If you cautiously implement the mind cultivation mechanisms, which will be proposed shortly, you will see a very big difference in your life. Everything will begin to fall in place because it is like the mind is married to nature. Nature always hears and complies when the mind makes a request, whether negative or positive. No wonder one of the singular most important pieces of advice given to Christians is on mind transformation. Do not conform any longer to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, His good, pleasing, and perfect will. Romans chapter 12, verse 2. This is a spiritual science with physical medication for becoming good, acceptable, and perfect. The good news is it is available free of charge. It only takes little effort. We've written about mind clearing a great deal. You may wish to inquire, if my mind is cleared, what should I do then? Good concern. Plant new thoughts. Yes, plant new thoughts. It's simple as that. That is what you need to do. When your mind is not giving you what you desire, clear it and plant new thoughts that are good and profitable, as uncultivated or idle mind is a devil's workshop. In my book, The Youthful Champion, I described the mind as a powerhouse for the cultivation of championship and greatness. This is because everything you are or you are not is because of what your mind is. Frame it the way you want and get everything you desire. In my previous book, as mentioned, I proposed 4 actions you need to take to cultivate your mind the way you desire it to be. They are: 1. Deliberate and careful attention. 2. Safeguarding senses. 3. Continuous training. 4. Repeated action and regular practice. I would encourage you to follow them in the Youthful Champion if you can. But in brief, it is empirically established that whatever you focus on expands. If you pay deliberate and careful attention on positive emotions, love, hope, joy, interest, contentment, pride, gratitude, etc., your brain begins to engrave these emotions to your mind. Similarly, almost all that goes into the body or what an individual becomes is determined by his or her 5 senses: sight, smell, taste, touch, and hearing. The working together of your senses constitute nearly everything you need on earth for growth, transformation, survival, and success. Therefore, they must be carefully guided. Further, you can train your mind as you can train an animal to do anything meaningful. In short, what you give attention to, how you use your senses daily, and the kind of training you give your mind through repeated actions and practice will determine whether your mind will be transformed or not. It is our desire that your mind becomes transformed to help you overcome, thrive, and achieve anything you desire in life. Your mind determines your destiny in tough times. If the mind or thinking faculty was to be removed from man, he could have become dumb and unproductive in the world. Without your mind, man could have been like a ship without a rector, or a computer without battery or memory. Hence, your mind, which produces your thoughts patterns, is the master way maker and destiny creator. How it is used can make or break you, heal or destroy you. Don't play with it. Though you can easily determine people with different mindset, either positive or negative, through an encounter, as found in our introductory story, adversity is a major determinant. In tough times, You don't need to be told what kind of mindset a person possesses because their actions are likely to speak louder than their words. Their thoughts will be different. Their actions will be different. Their confidence will be different. And almost everything will be different. If you don't know what kind of mindset you have, wait until you are going through different tough moments. You will surely know. Perhaps this is not a valuable advice, isn't it? Wherever you find yourself right now, watch your actions and responses to situations. You will diagnose immediately where you stand in times of difficulty. Our best advice, therefore, is for you to cultivate a positive mindset through the use of our suggested mind cultivation mechanisms to correct the situation and prepare for future circumstances. One of the ways to do this is to always make a deliberate effort to start your day in a good mood. One thing I've practiced over the past years, and it has become a habit, is whenever my eyes first see the daylight in the morning, I can just say, "Thank you, Jesus, for this beautiful day. Thank you, Jesus, for this beautiful day." It has become so much part of me. They are always my first words in the morning, and I can say them without noticing. My mind has been conditioned to saying it. With this statement, I get up every morning with a mindset of gratitude and thoughts that each day is beautiful and my day will be beautiful as well. And I can tell for sure just this little affirmation has been performing magic. It has become a daily fulfilled prophecy. I would like to encourage you to give it a trial. Wake up every morning with a sense of thankfulness and expectation that your day will be bright, and you can be rest assured it will be, if not every time, but at least most times. This is a very good technique for setting your day on course by telling your mind, "I expect nothing but goodness today." Whether you know it or not, your mind is taking you on a journey each day. The good thing is that you are in the driving seat. You determine where you are and where you will land. But note, this is based on the instructions you have deposited in earlier years, months, weeks, days, or hours before the journey started. In other words, your commands to the mind are deposited well in advance. Today's actions are rewiring the brain for tomorrow's actions, and tomorrow's actions will do likewise for the ones ahead. All in all, the mind is like a bed. It is what you make it. And your best bet is to avoid negativities by all means. Again, this is truth and scientific. Research shows that positive thinking stimulates the growth of our frontal lobes, the areas of the brain that are responsible for functions such as logical thinking, focusing on goals, making decisions, and following complex instructions. In addition, you might be familiar with our friends from the days of old and even those in the present. From Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates, and from Napoleon Hill, Henry Ford to Brian Tracy, to name a few. They all have proved that the mind is extremely significant to inform your destiny. For instance, Henry Ford is noted for his popular quote, "If you think you can, you can. And if you think you can't, you are right." The reason is that every good or bad thing is rooted in your mind, your thought. So, when you control your thoughts, your life is put under control. David Oyedepo even puts it much better. Until you arrest your thoughts, you are under arrest. Because the mind is on the inside. What we give it on the outside is what comes back to us from the inside. To be saved, there must be proper feeding of the mind to deliver better results. Dear friend, be reminded that you have a sophisticated weapon to fight and win the battle against any tough times life or nature might bring you in the universe. You are carrying this weapon on your shoulders. Think about it. Prepare it well. Let it be ready for any small or major battle with great missiles of positivity and resilience. As Willie Nelson wrote, once you replace negative thoughts with positive ones, you'll start having positive results. Begin the replacement today because tomorrow is not guaranteed. If you are not doing it already, you need to wage war on thoughts that are meant to enslave you. Control individuals and circumstances that breed poor thought patterns in you. Guide your senses and feed your mind on amazing things because your thoughts are forming your destiny each day. In sum, if you always have it in your mind or thoughts and willing to work on it daily, you can have it in your hands. Before we conclude this chapter, we will now focus on strategies to further help you in the rebuilding process of your mind. Strategies for building and maintaining positive mindset and resilience. If there is one important task you have to carry out within your body, then it is leveraging the use of your mind in adversity. It is about building and using your mind to your advantage to bring you the desired results. As we stated earlier, besides the Creator, it is no doubt that your mind is the most important weapon you have to fight tough times. We can't just overemphasize how your mind can work magic to overcome and thrive during difficult moments. You need to try it and see the difference. In chapter 3, we proposed that you should be very cautious with where to look and the questions to ask during adversities. These two aspects are also applicable with respect to building and maintaining a positive mindset and resilience because they affect human mind in a very special way. Take them into consideration. In addition to new strategies, we are about to propose aimed at priming your mind to overcome and thrive when going through tough times or when all hell breaks loose. The good thing is, human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind, says renowned psychologist William James. If you are not doing it already, become an author of your mind today. In this light, we are going to deal with what to say and what to believe as key strategies to building and maintaining positive mindset and resilience. After this, we will conclude with some spiritual science affirmations that are medicinal to mind transformation and renewal. Let's get started. What to say and believe in normal and unsettled times. The Bible, Numbers 23, provides an interesting story relative to the impact of what to say and believe and how this influences our lives. You may be familiar with this story. It narrates how Moses, respecting God's instruction, sent 12 spies to explore Canaan, the promised land. The team, including Caleb, went and explored the land. After 40 days of exploration, they returned and presented their report. The report affirmed that the land was indeed filled with milk and honey, but the dwellers therein were strong. One of the spies, Caleb, recommended, "Let's go now and take possession of the land. We should be more than able to conquer it." However, many of his colleagues objected, thus deriving lies in support of their objection. Instead of minding what to say, they equated themselves to grasshoppers to their opponents. This story teaches a great deal of lesson about what to say and believe, which has repercussions for interpreting situations, especially trying times. Caleb's interpretation, which informed his belief, was an expectation of nothing short of victory, while the other men perceived a clear defeat. At the end of the story, Moses, the writer, narrated how those who voiced negative reports based on their poor belief suffered death. Caleb and Joshua's lives were spared, and they were part of the generation that reached the Creator's promised land. In fact, Joshua was the one who provided leadership that led the Israelites to this great land. In summary, it means that what you say and believe are destiny creators. They determine where you will end up. Drawing from the story, let's discuss the implications of what to say and what to believe with respect to building and maintaining a positive mindset and resilience. Up front, you need to realize that the current status of your mind is determined by what you have been saying or believing. Yes, what you have been saying and believing are responsible for bulk of what your mind is made of right now. How? To begin with, let's explore what to say. The book of spiritual and physical knowledge or science, the Bible, is filled with warnings and curses about what to say. Just from the story of spies, we realized that those who were not cautious about what to say experienced the penalty of not only failure to enter the promised land, but death. You may say that's too harsh, but that's how serious our utterances are. Take King Solomon, for example. He was one of the wisest men that ever lived. Among his many cautions about minding what our words or what we say are, death and life lie in the power of the tongue, in what you say, and you are trapped by what you said, ensnared by the words of your mouth. As if those warnings are not enough, then take God's. The Creator himself promised through Moses, I will do to you all the things I hear you say. And since the Creator is infinite, whatever he says is permanent and cannot change. Finally, do you remember Job, who demonstrated one of the greatest acts of positive mindset and resilience? Let's uncover one more secret about him. One of the best secrets for overcoming and maintaining his positivity and resilience was the proper use of what to say. Besides the question of not only expecting good from the Creator, but evil also, Job stated. You will also declare a thing, and it will be established for you. So light will shine on your ways. Job chapter 22, verse 28. This is super powerful. Let's repeat it. In fact, let's personalize it. I will also declare a thing, and it will be established for me. So light will shine on my ways. We suggest that you recall it to memory and make it your daily affirmation. That will in fact guide you in what to say. All in all, from today onwards, just realize whatever you are saying is being wired first in your mind, and then it will become back to you in reality. Therefore, be in the business of saying only what you desire to happen in your life. Any other, don't say it, because if you don't say it, it won't be given life. Your body carries life, and this life is manifested in other things once you say so. Like what you say, what you believe is equally important, because What you say and believe are included in the operational charge of man in the world. When you passionately believe something, you license and vote it into existence. That's why Brian Tracy concluded that whatever you believe with feeling becomes your reality. Depending on how you normally use your gift of belief, it could be bad or good news for you. It is bad news if you use your belief wrongly, like believing in lies and self-defeating thoughts, but it becomes good news when you use your thoughts to positively influence your life and future. In many self-help materials and teachings, you may have realized that this belief carries an anonymous agreement as well. Many have heralded the belief in the Creator and the belief in yourself and ability. And we agreed, indeed, good belief pattern is not only a major weapon that facilitates overcoming adversity, but also it fosters greatness. Many refer to it as self-esteem, self-worth, or self-image. Empirical literature indicates it is a shared commodity of all champions or successful people. One of the greatest champions in history, Muhammad Ali, says, "I am the greatest. I said that even before I knew I was." When you believe in yourself, there is a room for you to have confidence to never stop trying and facing all realities life throws at you. You have a powerful life-changing key in you, the sense of belief. Use it appropriately. Get rid of negative talks that could affect your growth and development. Get rid of excuses, complaints, and blames, and decorate your life with positivity, resilience, strong determination, hard work, discipline, and persistence. Some important affirmations to strengthen your positive mindset and resilience. One of the most powerful weapons to transform your mind and build your resilience is through affirmations. Positive affirmations, whether physical or spiritual, have the power to change your entire life in a relatively short period of time. Since the book of spiritual and physical knowledge or science provides the greatest warnings and consequences for a negative mindset, it also provides the most profound affirmations that can change your life for the better. This is consistent with the Creator's nature of goodness. Thus, He wants His offspring to be no less. Based on the need for affirmations to be personal in order to have positive impact on your life, the statements are personalized and emphasized. We therefore strongly advise that you commit these basic affirmations to memory and recite them at least 3 times a day, preferably morning, afternoon, and night. 1. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. 2. I declare a thing, and it is established for me, so light is now shining on my ways. 3. I might feel weak, but I am strong. 4. Nothing can move me. I have divine favor and love. 5. I have divine power, so I possess all things I need to live happy and prosperous life. 6. My heart is at peace, and my thoughts are perfect. 7. God has great plan for me to give me prosperity, hope, and the future. 8. The Creator is on my side. Who can be against me? 9. I fear nothing because I have been given power, love, and self-control. 10. I am honored by God because I am the apple of His eye. 11. In all trials, I am more than a conqueror through Him who loved me. He is making all things new for my good. 12. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. So what can man do to me? 13. God is my protector and my refuge. He is my present help in time of need. Through the core aforementioned affirmations, you can frame your mind to positivity and resilience. Remember, Whatever you say is a decree, and once you believe it with strong emotions, you will definitely possess it. Try it today and see the difference.
We are Project Liberia.
In this chapter, we've taken you on a long journey to building and maintaining a positive mindset and resilience in tough times. From understanding the two concepts to how they've been used as the greatest secret for triumph and greatness, from their cultivation to guiding what to say and believe, we are very hopeful that this chapter has helped you in a great deal. In the next chapter, we explore appreciating humanness and the quest to rebuilding a free world as a means of thriving and overcoming adversity. Before we do this, here are some key points from this chapter. Chapter Principles. 1. The way you use your mind will determine your resilience. Both are twins for overcoming and thriving in tough times. 2. Negative mindset breeds poor resilience and recovery rate, but positive mindset gives birth to resilience and courage in all situations. 3. Positivity, courage, and resilience are carriers of the power to maintain, overcome, thrive, and accomplish the greater seed of benefit tough times carry. Use them. 4. The best way to prepare for tough times is to open and continuously deposit in your mindset and resilience account, because the seed of positive mindset and resilience must be planted well in advance. 5. You cannot reach the fullness of your potential and destiny with all kinds of filthy things harbored in your mind. Clear it and plant positives, because a filth-filled mind is sharper and more dangerous than a sword. 6. Nature always hears and complies when the mind makes a request, whether negative or positive, as they have a marriage of convenience. 7. Everything you are or you are not is because of what your mind is. Frame it the way you want and get everything you desire, as your mind is the master way maker and destiny creator. 8. What you give attention to, how you use your senses daily, and the kind of training you give your mind through repeated actions and practice will determine whether your mind will be transformed or not. The ball is in your court. 9. Today's actions are rewiring the brain for tomorrow's actions, and tomorrow's actions will do likewise for the ones ahead. All in all, the mind is what you make it. 10. When you control your thoughts, your life is put under control. 11. If you always have it in your mind or thoughts and willing to work on it daily, you can have it in your hands. 12. What you say and believe are destiny creators. They determine where you will end up, hence don't take them for granted. 13. Whatever you are saying is being wired first in your mind, and then it will come back to you in reality. Therefore, be in the business of saying only what you desire to happen in your life. Your body carries life, and this life is manifested in things you say. 15. When you passionately believe in something, you license and vote it into existence. A good belief pattern is not only a major weapon that facilitates overcoming adversity, but also it fosters greatness. 16. Since the book of spiritual and physical knowledge of science, the Bible, provides the greatest warnings and consequences for negative mindset, it also provides the most profound affirmations that can change your life for the better. Explore it.
It could be a mama, a brother, sister, a father. Let's stand together, Mama Liberia.
Chapter 11. appreciation of humanness and rebuilding the free world. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. United Nations Charter, Article 1, 26 June 1945. The only difference among victims, survivors, and us is life. And there are two things that fatalities of COVID-19 and other trying times want to do: appreciate their humanness and contribute to rebuilding of the world. Bravo to us, for we are super blessed to be counted among the living. Therefore, we must count it all joy, whether we are going or we're going through fire or hell. Perhaps the most realistic conclusion in the world is simply, once there is life, there is hope. Hope to live for the good of ourselves, the world, and the Creator, and hope to transform the society. The intent of this chapter is to encourage you to appreciate your humanness and freedom, to appreciate your life, to appreciate even having this book in your hands. Besides, it will make you to realize that you owe the world in abundance before birth and even after demise. Others will credit us, hence the responsibility to rebuild the world. Welcome. Let's celebrate our being and create the world of our dreams. 2 greatest gifts ever given. In the world, there's a very popular yet very powerful statement that is always said by many people who face worse circumstances in life. It is mostly used during the death of parents, husband, wife, child, or close friend, loss of job, collapse of business, academic failure, incarceration, and many more. Actually, we don't want to repeat it here. Indeed, we don't. Because you know where we are coming from, just from the previous chapter, you can tell. But since we must make it to emphasize an important point, we will do so anyway and only once. Nonetheless, we would like to tell you in advance that such statement is false and misleading. At the same time, we would like to urge you that if you have used it at any point or during any situation of your life, we ask that you repent and never use it again when going through severe challenges. So, what is this statement then? Maybe we would like for you to guess. Possibly, you will get it right. It's too simple and popular. It is, I am finished. Yeah, that's it. You got it. For whatever reason, many have used it and continue to do so today. But like we said, you don't need to follow the multitude. Not on this. Lest you forget, we said this statement is false and misleading, and it is from the pit of hell. Keep it in mind. In brief, the word finished means complete or final end. It means no chance, no opportunity. It means all is lost and there is no hope nor a second chance. Though it is false, it has a negative implication if you say it with feeling and believability. Hundreds have experienced tragic outcome unknowingly because of it, making things to grow from worse to ridiculous because their utterances have given life and license to their statements to operate in their lives. This is one important reason why we want you not to make such utterance or any related one. Remember, the Creator's unchanging promise, I will do what I hear you say. Treat your words with all manner of mindfulness. Let them edify you instead of entrapping you. Now, let's go to the main reason why we said the aforementioned statement is false and misleading. It is because of the 2 greatest gifts given to you and us in the universe. Once we have them, we are saved. That's how magnificent they are. Once we have them, we are saved. As simple as they are, many take them for granted, making them to make such statements. It is time to appreciate and make meaningful use and contribute to them. They are 1. gift of human life, and 2, gift of the universe. Without any hesitation or argument, we believe that you wholeheartedly agree with us. They are the greatest gift ever given and will probably continue to be in all generations. Thanks to the Creator, we have them. What a marvelous privilege to have the gifts of life and the universe. No doubt, once you possess the first one, life, there is always hope for a better and prosperous future. What a mighty gift it is. For this reason, the preservation of life is the singular most important role of every human being. Taking it away, especially unjustifiably, it is the worst atrocity any human being can commit because no one is able to restore it except God himself. We thought to include and underscore especially unjustifiably only because we want to avoid wrangling and debates regarding terrorists and murderers who in some way pose threats to humanity, which is not in the purview of this book to address. Therefore, let's not tread that path. Going back to the statement we told you was false and misleading, which we strongly believe you agree to, the gifts of life and the universe are the most precious possessions of mankind. Once you have life and dwell in the world by default, you can gain whatever you have gotten before or even get something bigger. You may say, well, I won't get my parents, child, husband, wife, friend, or property back again. How would you say I can get them back or even something bigger once I have life? Your point is valid, but the reality is that there is absolutely nothing irreplaceable in the world except your own life. Indeed, there is absolutely nothing irreplaceable in the world except your own life. Or you may argue that I am already old. How possible is that for me to get them back? You will need not worry either because you didn't come with anything in the world. The earth can continue with or without you or any other person who had left the universe. Take it or leave it. The irreplaceability is only because of your personal self-limiting belief and how you have framed your mind. From the introductory statement of this book, as narrated above, the loss of my beloved mother, you will definitely know that I was there before. If you are currently there or in similar tough situation, we empathize with you and feel your pinch. But also, we would like for you to realize that all you need to do is to redefine or refine your mind. In other words, you only need to change your mindset and then you replace the memory with what the earth has in return. Judging from this, King Solomon recalls, there is a friend who sticks closer than a brother. Proverbs chapter 18 verse 24b. King Solomon is simply urging us it is not only about biological family members, nor is it only about those who we have invited in our lives. In terms of loss, you may not get the same person, but remember, there are over 7 billion people in the world. Work with them and cherish the gift of life within you and do something positive in the world in which you dwell, as our lives and existence in the universe demand that we do this. How can I do this? This question is what we intend to address right now through appreciation of your humanness and contributing to the rebuilding of a much better world. Let's begin with the appreciation aspect. Appreciating humanness as a fundamental duty. The two most important and happiest days in my educational life thus far are the day my parents favorably responded to my unconscious plea to send me to school, and the day I earned, graduated, and officially received all my PhD credentials from Central China Normal University. The second one makes enough sense to you, but the first one doesn't. Is that true? I believe it is. Well, it's a long story and I would like to dive into it now. The full story is covered in my first book, The Youthful Champion. You can check it. But in summary, I was predestined to be a farmer and perhaps a local tailor to afford 2 to 3 of my other siblings the opportunity to go to school. You may wonder, why must a child be left behind from school in the first place? Well, unfortunately, it still appears normal in many rural areas in developing countries today, and I just happen to be one good success story. This will prompt me to ask you a question. How much do you appreciate the privilege of earning an education from your parents or guardians? Think about it. Going back to the moments of my 2 happiest educational days, I can tell you for sure that they were ecstatic. They were remarkable. They were memorable, and any kind of good adjective you can think of. Thanks to the Creator they came. The day my parents consented to send me to school, for instance, it was like a daydream. I was so excited as a child, I didn't know what to do. With huge excitement and high expectations, I spent the entire night dreaming about it, feeling extremely joyous to join my elder brother and peers to school. Perhaps this joy enlightened my academic journey from nursery to university, thus empowering me to surmount every difficulty that came along my way. On the day I received my PhD credentials, it was like the whole world was turned over to me. I didn't really understand what people often term as tears of joy, but this made me realize it. From the graduation hall to my dormitory, I couldn't get over the fact that a predestined farmer has become the first doctor of not only his family but his entire town, ministry, and his childhood peers. This point is not meant to boast, neither do I take delight and glory in being the first. It is only a symbol of appreciation to the Creator for his rich favor, for changing my name and destiny. If you are trusting for similar or greater achievement in life, I decree and declare that it shall be established and your dream will come true in Jesus' name. Believe and you shall have it according to your faith. As I continue to appreciate those 2 remarkable and memorable days, there is only one appreciation I owe more to do. And this is the appreciation of my life. The root of the appreciation is the gift of life. Without the gift of life, there is no way one can celebrate anything, meaning the gift of life is the mother gift of all things. It is the bearer of every gift. Having life in human body is the best and the finest of all gifts. It is totally finished on earth once the gift of life is taken away, because in the grave there is no work, merit, or pursuit. Even your parents or best friends immediately become afraid of you once it is taken away. It is one reason why we stated earlier and still maintain that life is the best gift given by the Creator, and it must be cherished at all times. Do you know that every minute someone somewhere is pleading for their last chance to live or breathing their last breath? If you are up and well, you have absolutely no reason not to be grateful. We owe our lives continual appreciation of every moment. Simply, we must be appreciating different achievements in our lives. But remember that since life is the most important of all achievements combined, it must be deliberately and intentionally appreciated. Choose to appreciate your humanness, as it is the principal appreciation. It is the fundamental appreciation. It is the duty of everybody to do so. Every other appreciation is subject to it. Every other appreciation is secondary. Appreciate your humanness even if nobody does. You owe it to yourself to appreciate you and your being. What does it mean to appreciate your humanness? There are many different ways to appreciate your humanness or your human spirit. Perhaps certain appreciations will be unique to you. Once it does not affect or disenfranchise others, and it is in the interest of the world, then go ahead and give yourself such gifts. From our perspective, we believe that appreciation of humanness begins with the recognition that we humans are the most sophisticated and adorable species created by a supernatural God. It is the recognition that you carry the human spirit within, the image and likeness of the Creator who created us wonderfully and fearfully with his resemblance and value, but to not be subject nor idolize anything as being more important than you, whether it is money, education, cars, houses, and other valuables. Your human life comes first. You can appreciate this spirit which Elihu earlier described as the vital force in man, by abiding and remaining connected to your Creator, because, as we stated in previous chapters, isolation brings death. As you connect to the Creator, we will continue to provide you with the much needed guidance and direction for a more blessed and prosperous life. In this way, the healthiness and soundness of your body, mind and soul would afford you the opportunity to live a more meaningful life. Another way you can appreciate your humanness is to recognize that you are unique and gifted. Indeed, you are very unique. No one in the world carries the same DNA as you. Your gifts are so special. There is something that would have been missing if you were not permitted to be in the universe. In this light, while you are here, the best way to appreciate yourself is to ensure that you don't try to alter your uniqueness by trying to be someone else, such as altering your complexion or other natural characteristics. Be authentic. Use your unique nature and gifts wisely. Let's take one more way you can appreciate your humanness. Like we said, there could be many. One of the very crucial means of appreciating your humanness is through others. Yes, through others, since you are not an island. In chapter 8, we emphasized this point in depth. Probably, you can revisit and flip through it to refresh your mind. But in short, we propose what we called rethink as a way of appreciating the humanness of others. We said rethink means to 1. Recognize that alone you are nothing. 2. Embrace the human spirit in each person. 3. Take your picture and put in the other person's. 4. Protect and treat others well. 5. Initiate activities that support humanity. 6. Never overlook human being because it is you. 7. Kill the human pride and ego and lead a life of love. By considering the aforementioned and other things you can think about, we are sure that you are on your way to living a more meaningful and rewarding life. Again, appreciating humanness is a central duty of each person. Choose to attach serious attention as you have only one life to live. Once it is taken away, there is nothing that can be done about it. At least for the time being, now that you have it, what do you intend to do with it? In fact, what do you intend to do for the world? Let's move to the aspect of appreciating the world, which we said is the second most vital gift given human. Appreciating the universe. A story is told about a very wealthy man. One day, he was admitted at the hospital. He had serious complications and was placed on oxygen for a couple of weeks. Fortunately, he was resuscitated and became well. Before he was discharged, he was presented his hospital bill incurred over the past weeks. He found out that it was thousands of dollars. The wealthy man began to cry. The doctors were amazed at his cries. Do you know why he was crying? Well, we hope you are not thinking that he was unable to pay his bill. This was not the case. As you can recall, we said he was a very wealthy man, which means that his financial capacity was great. When asked by the doctors why he broke into tears after his bill was presented, he said, I am 60 years old. I have lived all these years breathing freely without any cost. I have not even taken note nor appreciate the air, free oxygen I breathe each day. Imagine I was paying for it over the 60-year period of my life. How expensive it could have been. I nor anyone else could have afforded it at all, the wealthy man lamented. The story of the wealthy man must bring you and us to the consciousness that indeed we owe the universe. Definitely, we owe the universe a lot than we can imagine or able to pay back. Perhaps just forget about everything else and think about the air you breathe every second as this rich man did. By this alone, you will know that you owe the world everything. In my second book, The Champion's Thought, I deeply frown at the assertion of people I owe nothing to anyone. I emphasize that it was incorrect and would like to maintain it. Let's go beyond the free oxygen we continue to enjoy daily. Imagine when you were conceived in your mother's womb. Think about all those who played various roles until you were 9 months old. Besides relying on your mother to survive, the medication, treatment, and support you received to keep you alive. What was that? Moreover, when you were about to be born, people, including midwives, spent sleepless nights making sure you landed safely. After you were born till now, it has to be the Creator and people in the world for you to reach this far. Hence, there is no way one can say, I am not indebted to anyone. If you have been thinking this way, we would like to encourage you to have a change of thought right now. We are all indebted to our fellow humans, the world and the Almighty God. The worst thing anyone can do is to neglect this fact. In a nutshell, it is untrue to claim I owe nobody anything because, from the day of your birth, you credited from others in the world by default. Not paying such debt is the worst thing that can happen to a man or woman. You must always keep this in mind. Now that we've realized that we are indebted to the world and our fellow humans, what is expected of us? Appreciation. That's all we can do. We must begin to see the world differently. We must have a change of mind and attitude towards the earth and others. Thinking about when we are doing something for the earth and others, we are doing them a favor. We don't need to think so. We strongly believe that it is a moral obligation of each person to put something worthwhile in the world we dwell in. Put it differently, it is mandatory for every human being to do something positive to improve the face of the world and mankind. Your intentions are great, and you have that craving within you to do something positive for the world. Nurture it, cultivate it, bring out the good in you so that the world and humanity can profit from your human goodness. As part of appreciating the universe, nature, we would like you to treat the climate fairly and justly. We know that this is a hard thing to do in the midst of industrialization, but always think about the environment you live in and those coming after you. You owe the universe its preservation. Perhaps this may appear big, but any small thing you can do, whether it is at a low level such as keeping environment clean and avoiding pollution in any form, is a way of appreciating the universe. Besides, part of reading this book, if you can sit in nature to read and appreciate it, it will have more long-lasting impact on you. Appreciate the gentle blowing of the wind. Appreciate the creeks and rivers. Appreciate the trees and forests. Appreciate the hills and mountains. Appreciate the ground and the sun. Appreciate the birds, animals, and other species. Appreciate the sky, sun, moon, and stars. Appreciate anything worthwhile you can see in your surroundings. These are the gifts from the supernatural, and while we live, we must appreciate and enjoy them. Is this all we can do? Maybe not. What would you like to be remembered for by the earth and its people? Perhaps one of the toughest questions for anybody to answer while alive is, what would you like to be remembered for? Indeed, it is a tough question. It is not as simple as it may appear. Millions of people across the world have departed the universe without answering this question. As a result, many have died without any trace. Except for the grave, of course, you would agree with us that the tombstone is not only what you want to be remembered for because the world won't. Think about this for a moment. Apart from your immediate family members, would someone still remember your name 10 or 15 years after your demise? Answering this question beginning today and every day of your life is critical and is beginning of a purposeful, true, and meaningful life. Since we are talking about two of the most important gifts of our humanness and the universe, it is important to have our Cllr charge, which when achieved would make you unforgettable in the world from generation to generation, as it is the case with Plato, Socrates, Abraham Lincoln, Nelson Mandela, Mother Teresa, Winston Churchill, Martin Luther King, Miles Monroe, and hundreds of others. In other words, these people still live with us today through their ideas and contributions to the universe because they were great tenants of the universe. As Muhammad Ali noted, service to others is the rent you pay for your room here on earth. This is what we wish for ourselves. This is what we wish for you also. This is what we wish we do, and we believe we can. Let's set it as a goal, and the universe will help us achieve it. As you may be aware by now, from the time of creation, we were given a bigger charge by the Creator. It is, be fruitful, and multiply and fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the birds of the heavens and over everything that moves on the earth. Hence, our purpose on earth is to be fruitful, multiply, replenish, and dominate the world. Accordingly, identify in one area you intend to be fruitful, multiply, replenish, and dominate in will make you achieve your goal. Many don't even think about this in the first place. That is why they haven't or won't achieve it. Our intention is that you achieve your full potential and greatness the universe will never forget. The discovery of what you want to be remembered for will not only energize you to work on your goal each day, but also it will guide your purpose, opportunities, and direction in life. A typical example is Alfred Nobel. You may or may not be familiar with his name, but definitely not the prestigious Nobel Peace Prize. It was named in his honor. But before this, Alfred was a big explosives engineer, which have led to thousands of deaths. One day, according to his biography, Alfred Nobel was fortunate to read his obituary in a newspaper titled, "The Merchant of Death is Dead." Definitely, he was very shocked. Actually, it was his brother that died from one of the explosives, but the newspaper mistook it for him. It was a good opportunity though for him to realize what would have been said about him if he were truly dead. This changed Alfred's life, and he decided to set a goal not to die with such huge stigma on his head. As a result, Alfred used millions of his wealth to establish and invest in the Nobel Peace Prize to promote goodness in the world instead of death. We may not be as lucky as Alfred Nobel to read our obituaries in newspapers or anywhere else, but we will be lucky to have good news reported as Alfred did if we examine our lives and set a goal to be remembered for something meaningful. We are quite confident that if you did, it will make your spirit that will be roving in the universe to be at peace when the appropriate time comes. We will guess that every time a great achiever for a much better world is awarded, Alfred Nobel's spirit celebrates. However, for sure his spirit would have been in serious anguish and frustration if he had died as a merchant of death, as the newspaper initially reported. Should we say thanks to the newspaper for reawakening the goodness spirit within Alfred Nobel? Maybe we should, and may knowing this reawaken ours as well. So again, we would like to ask you, what would you like to be remembered for? You have the opportunity to respond to this question right now. Now is the time. Begin to live each day as if it were your last, because this will be certainly true one day. Be clear about what you want to be remembered for. Write it down and work on it each day. As Steve Jobs asserted, remembering that you are going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You are already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart. You have nothing to lose in trying. The tough times of COVID-19 and others have ravaged the world and humanity in different ways. to do something positive and impactful about it. Our collective responsibility during and after tough times, COVID-19. An ancient story is told about Nehemiah, a Persian king's cupbearer in the 5th century BC. One day he received news that Jerusalem, the city of his ancestors, was in ruins and its walls broken down. Besides, his kinsmen in the province were in great trouble and disgrace. The story narrates that Nehemiah was greatly moved with sorrows and compassion. Having sought the face of the Creator, he pleaded and got King Artaxerxes' blessings and support and went on the rebuilding journey. His book Nehemiah records how he rallied his kinsmen. You can see the trouble we are in. Jerusalem lies in ruins, and its gates have been burned with fire. Come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace. Nehemiah chapter 2 verse 17. The people agreed and joined him in one mind to rebuild the city and its walls in spite of various oppositions from their neighbors. Together, Nehemiah and the people of Jerusalem rebuilt the walls in an unbelievable 52 days record time. One of the key secrets, according to Nehemiah, for the success of the initiative was because the people had the mind to work. Actually, the story of Nehemiah is very real and touching. Just from the few points from it, you can realize it. In spite of the huge challenges and distractions encountered during the rebuilding process, Nehemiah and the people remained committed until they were totally redeemed and their image restored. We would like to encourage you to take some time to study the full accounts in the book of Nehemiah. In fact, it is also a great story for overcoming adversities, as it provides the tactics of the enemies and corresponding actions to take to keep focused on your goal until your dream is accomplished. So why this story? As you may well know, the COVID-19 pandemic has ravaged every fabric of the society, whether it is the economy, education, health, social relations, agriculture, among others. The world has experienced an unprecedented loss of jobs and economic meltdown at various levels, thus affecting the livelihoods of millions, especially the disadvantaged population, including women, children, and the elderly. As tough times of the pandemic become history, the world is somehow in ruins in many ways. It is time to get back to work as Nehemiah did in his days, aimed at reforming and rebuilding the broken pieces of our one world. Over 500,000 people have lost their precious lives as a result of the pandemic. It is important to note that you have been spared for a time as this to help in the rebuilding process of the universe. As we stated earlier, we owe the world everything. We owe the world to rebuild it. As a reader of this book, we would like to admonish you to make a decision to do something positive and worthwhile for the world. Every area that was hit needs your skills and talents to be rebuilt. Don't sit and wait, thinking that it will be done by the government, wealthy people, NGOs, business owners, and the like. Start from yourself, and then to your family. Do something to mend any broken pieces within. Better still, we would like to provide our main advice in the following lines. If you want to change the world, change your country first. If you desire to change your country, first change your community. Wanting to change your community, first change your family. And you desire to change your family, you must first change yourself. Change does not have shortcuts. It follows a trend. It is hoped that you will follow the ladder and pay your debt you owe the world. Do not go to the grave with it, for in the grave there is absolutely no use of it. Think about what you have to give to the world and the Creator for sparing your most precious gift of life from the tough times of COVID-19 and others as your appreciation to the world. Finally, we would like to remind you that even as you embark on purposefully contributing to your individual and our collective duties for rebuilding the universe, remember the world and its citizenry will compensate you for everything you give to it. This is definitely an amazing news because as you pay your debt to the world keeps paying you back. What a great landlord. Perhaps you need not ask, how does this happen? Love only grows by sharing. You can only have more for yourself by giving it away to others. Tracy wrote. And another person concluded that life is an echo. What you send out comes back. What you sow, you reap. What you give, you get. What you see in others exists in you. Remember, life is an echo. It always gets back to you. So, give goodness. Therefore, serve the world with all you've got, as service to others is service to God and in oneself. If you are still wondering about your benefits, recall the following relative to what service would do for you: fulfillment of divine nature, self-discovery, impact and growth, happiness, peace of mind and longevity, win-win benefit, and a better world and peaceful society. Once more, what would you like to be remembered for? The chance is yours to answer it now and not later, because later belongs to the heavens. Only now belongs to you. In this chapter, we've been on the journey to help you appreciate your humanness and the universe, the greatest of all gifts amidst tough times. We learned that once we have the first one, life, we stand the chance of benefiting from every other gift, and without it, we are totally finished. Though tough times may hit and ravish our lives, but once life is there, there is hope and future. In so doing, we must appreciate our precious lives and the universe by doing something positive while we still have them, as part of paying a little of the debt we owe life and the universe.
We are Project Liberia. Mama Liberia.
In our final stop, we will provide the notable lessons of tough times, particularly COVID-19, and our final thoughts. Before then, we've prepared some key chapter principles for you. Chapter's principles. 1. The two most precious gifts are gift of human life and the gift of the universe. Once you have them, you are saved. 2. Gift of life is the mother gift of all gifts. It is the bearer of every gift. 3. The preservation of life is the singular most important role of not only health practitioners, but every human being. Nothing is irreplaceable in the world, except your personal life. Any irreplaceability is only a personal self-limiting belief and how you have framed your mind. 5. Since life is the most important of all achievements combined, it must be deliberately and intentionally appreciated. You owe it to yourself to appreciate you and your being. 6. It is untrue to claim I owe nobody anything, because from the day of your birth, you credited from others and the world by default. Not paying such debt is the worst thing that can happen to a man or woman. 7. It is mandatory for every human being to do something positive to improve and preserve the face of the world and mankind. Hence, the worst of the worst things one can do is to meant evil against the world and those who reside in it. 8. Answering the question, what would I be remembered for, is the beginning of a purposeful, true and meaningful living and restful spirit after demise. 9. Whenever you are spared by tough times, it is a reminder that time is running out to do something positive for the rebuilding process of the universe. 10. If you want to change the world, change your country first. If you desire to change your country, first change your community. Wanting to change your community first, change your family. And you desire to change your family, you must first change yourself. Change does not have shortcuts. it follows a trend. 11. The world is a great landlord. It keeps giving you back in multiplier effect as you give back to it. 12. Serve the world with all you've got as a service to others, a service to God and oneself.
Jobless land on surfaces and a big cup on the hands of others is spread further. People catch the virus when they touch their infected hands to their mouth, nose or eyes. It follows that the single most important thing you can do to protect yourself is keep your hands clean by washing them frequently with soap and water, all hand sanitizer.
Chapter 12. Conclusion. Notable lessons of tough times, COVID-19. When a tragic situation comes and goes, do not let its valuable lessons go along with it, because they are your hard-earned investments. Charles Gbollie, educator, author, and researcher. The best of all gifts of pandemics and tough times is lessons left behind, not the stains. This is not to overlook the negative effects, but what we take along for us the living and those coming after us is critical. In fact, part of what this book intends to achieve is not to recall vicious occurrence of tough times, COVID-19, but to document the lessons learned. This is because though the pandemic is going to leave us, its lessons won't leave at all if we don't let them. They are going to be deposits to withdraw now and in the future. Therefore, in this chapter, we identified key lessons learned from tough times with special focus on the COVID-19 in particular. We prefer suggestions on the utilization of the lessons learned to get to the next level, especially for the future generations. The chapter wraps up with our final thoughts and admonitions. Tough times as the master teacher. Imagine as a male you are lectured for several months about child labor pain, rape, and other gender-based violence some women experience. As an experienced teacher who had gone through these tough times, she vividly drilled you through the pains of childbearing from carrying the baby for 9 months to delivery with clear pictures and examples. Besides, she provides you with clear forms of rape and other gender-based violence melted against women and girls and the anguish and frustration they normally undergo as a consequence. No doubt, after the completion of the course, it will likely have some impact on your life and perhaps a change of mind and attitude towards women and girls. On the other hand, imagine you are that woman who has experienced the child labor pain, rape, and other gender-based violence. Your class and experience will be absolutely different. You will not only get the first-hand experience, but you will also know and feel what it takes to be in child labor, experience rape, or any other gender-based violence. In other words, your class is absolutely practical and not theoretical with everything that comes with it. You will never need to be told how much strength and courage it takes to push the baby, nor what it takes to mend the broken pieces caused by rape and gender-based violence. Quick injection. If you are a male reading this book, vow that you will never commit the latter because they are totally against what we earlier coined as rethink, meant to promote the protection of social and racial justice and human dignity. The essence of this scenario of being taught by another individual and experiencing the actual situation by yourself is meant to make a point about tough times being the master teacher. We would like to say up front that we are not a fanatic of this statement. Experience is the best teacher. Notwithstanding, there is a big truth in it, though our agreement is not 100%. So, why don't we agree with it totally? Simply because we cannot survive some experiences, which mean that we may not live to be taught another lesson. In this case, it is not the best teacher. We will leave it with you to make your choice, whether experience is your best teacher or not, but you need to realize that It's not every experience you need to sign up to because you want to be taught by the perceived best teacher. In fact, as someone said, life is too short to experience or repeat the experiences of others. You can simply learn from others' experiences and program your life for greatness. In other words, never sign up for experiences you have perceived inclination that they will be detrimental to you. Returning to tough times as the master teacher, you can realize that the tough times of childbirth, rape, and gender-based violence are a master teacher in comparison to a trained and experienced female with the situational experience who teaches her experience. If we were to briefly analyze the difference between the physical teacher and master teacher, tough times, we will quickly realize that their teaching are different. A physical teacher teaches a particular lesson to educate the learners about something and to transform them into a much better person, as in the case of experienced female teacher. But the master teacher, tough times, teaches real-life lessons to educate, confirm your current standing, and to determine whether you are prepared to stay where you are or move backward or forward. In addition, they come to transform you into a better person if you let them. Whatever the case may be, we will all have to encounter these two teachers on the path of life, and what we do with what they teach make all the difference. The real golden side of tough times. In this book, we've devoted 11 chapters from identifying and discussing the golden sides of tough times. We focus on COVID-19 to pathways to overcoming, thriving, and remaining positive and resilient. Through all these chapters, there is a major point we would like for you to always remember. Even if it is the only point you pick from this book, we would be glad you did because it will change your life for the better. And it is the lesson tough time teaches. It is what we carved in the chapter quote. When a tragic situation comes and goes, do not let its valuable lessons go along with it, because they are your hard-earned investment. This is a very profound statement, and we would like to repeat it. When a tragic situation comes and goes, do not let its valuable lessons go along with it, because they are your hard-earned investments. Stop for a moment and think about these keywords: tragic situation, valuable lessons, and hard-earned investments contained in the statement. Perhaps, to intensify your thinking, let's remind you of Napoleon Hill's conclusion after studying over 500 highly successful people in America. In every adversity, every failure, and every heartache carries with it the seed of an equivalent or greater benefit. Now you can realize that the valuable lessons are your hard-earned investment. In other words, they are the seeds of an equivalent or greater benefit that lie in your adversity. For this reason, we advised, when a tragic situation comes and goes, do not let its valuable lessons go along with it, because they are your hard-earned investments. If you do, you have lost both your investments and any possible returns. That is why we strongly believe that this is a key take-home point. Never lose track of the notable lessons of your tough times, because if you did, you won't benefit or get returns from the price you've paid for the tough times. Before moving on to highlight some notable lessons of tough times, COVID-19, that we think would help you to get better returns on your investments in tough times, a major secret of our success has been the good uses of adversity. Whenever a difficult situation happens, key lessons are noted and learned to inform future initiatives, and they have worked marvelously. Many mentees have also been advised to do likewise. The results are remarkable. We suggest you use the lessons of your adversity well. Like observed by William Shakespeare, sweet are the uses of adversity. We cannot agree enough. Put it in a different way. Sweet are proper uses of the notable lessons of tough times. Like we said and would like to repeat, how you will use the key lessons of the tough times of COVID-19 will determine your next level. This is the difference maker between those who will come out as victims and those who will come out as victors. It is going to be the difference between those who will come out ordinarily and those who will come out extraordinarily. It is going to be the difference between those who will lose or gain from the tough times. Our ardent hope is that you will be on the side of the victors, the extraordinary and gainers of trying times, and not the opposites. As we move to the lessons of tough times with a special focus on the ones unearthed by COVID-19, first we would like for you to personally identify some lessons you've learned through personal experience. This is critical because, as learned in our introductory scenario, personal experience is more impactful than others. And since the pandemic did not spare anyone, including global leaders, it will be quite meaningful for you to self-examine and note personal lessons you've learned and promise yourself that you are going to apply them for the rest of your life to promote positive change within and without. Afterwards, you can proceed to the most notable lessons we've identified for you and ourselves to utilize to the fullest. We wish to hasten to say that we will be very concise to allow you to grab the main message and use it for your benefit. You will find them very worthwhile as we also provide summary of other key principles of the various chapters. Lesson 1. Personal or national philosophy has global impact. Profound ideas and philosophies that have changed the world did not begin in the marketplace or the public. Mostly, they started in the mind of an individual and later spread to the rest of the world. From the onset, it was realized that your philosophy or that of your locality can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Hence, the need for proper mind cultivation and control as they lead to the philosophies of your life. Accordingly, when you control your thoughts, your life is put under control. In sum, if you always have it in your mind or thoughts and willing to work on it daily, you can have it in your hands and possibly in the hands of others. It is therefore important to realize that your body carries life, and this life is manifested in things you say, hence be very cautious. Lesson 2. Change is secretive and inevitable. No one in the universe could have predicted with exactness that the first half of 2020 would have experienced a major pandemic such as COVID-19. But it has come with the message that change is secretive and likes to operate unannounced, and when it is beginning, nobody understands it. It takes some explorative study and valuable time to detect or counter it. Further, it must be noted that change always comes with unfavorable heat. Its misuse exposes one's weaknesses, but taking advantage of the hidden opportunities within exposes one's great potentials. Most importantly, change is not a respecter of person. It can expose anyone or anything. Ignoring it is like signing up to remain backward, while adapting to the new future being created is the surest way to succeed. Because we live in a universe of opportunities mixed with difficulties, forehand preparation in every spectrum is a must. Lesson 3. Overconfidence in man-made system is risky and dangerous. From the start of the pandemic, many big powers took it for granted. As a consequence, some nearly got overwhelmed by the outbreak, leading to more infections and deaths. It must now be realized that we live in the world where everything is possible, and even a disease in the form of a virus has the potential to shake and expose the foundation of human activities and existence. Even though humans possess the power to triumph in the end, overconfidence in a man-made system is dangerous and could have serious repercussions. In other words, a valuable lesson from the crisis is that never give a man-made system total trust, because it is subject to a greater authority. Lesson 4. Human congregation is not a must to get things done. Human interactions are critical for peaceful coexistence. Notwithstanding, humans don't have to always congregate to interact and do some important activities together. Technological advancement and digital innovations have made it much easier to congregate online and carry out effective business and work without necessarily meeting in person. It cuts down unnecessary costs like travels, accommodation, and rapid spread of communicable diseases, among others, which often affects local economies a great deal. In a nutshell, our visions and goals are bigger, stronger, and more intimate than our congregation. Lesson 5. Humans have extraordinary untapped potential. The pandemic further unearthed that humans, you in particular, are endowed with the ability to thrive and use situations to their advantage if they make effort to do so. We have a great deal of creativity and innovation. Use them as all-time necessities, not only in times of emergencies. Put it differently, learn to think and solve problems in all seasons. Your potential and the potentials of others exposed during the pandemic must energize and encourage you to strive toward making a more meaningful contribution aimed at rebuilding a much better and freer world. Lesson 6. Failure to save is not an option. The people worst hit by any tough times are those who have absolutely no savings that could sustain them for even a few weeks or months. With the introduction of lockdowns and restrictions, these individuals became more vulnerable and poorer. In fact, they became barely impossible to have total lockdowns in many developing countries due to hand-to-mouth lifestyle. This is not to be naive to the plight of very low-income earners, including the disadvantaged women and children. But if these people could save a little, they could be heading to safety and security, at least in tough times. As King Solomon puts it, the wise man saves for the future, but the foolish man spends whatever he gets. It must be remembered that the tough times of COVID-19 have taught many a harsh lesson. Not saving is not an option, no matter one's income. Even beggars can save. It doesn't take much to begin. It only takes your discipline and commitment. If you cannot save for the future, you are a victim of pandemics by default. If you don't discipline yourself to save and invest, you are not safe. Never lose track of this valuable lesson. Save, save, and save, because you cannot tell when the night of outbreaks, sickness, job loss, among others, will come when there is no room to work and eat. Lesson 7. There is no safe hideout for anyone on earth. One of the greatest lessons taught by the tough times of COVID-19 is there is no safe haven or hideout for anyone on earth. This single lesson can change the face of the third world countries where many leaders lack trust in their local systems, thus investing their resources in already rich countries. They often fail to rebuild first-class facilities such as hospitals, schools, and other infrastructures in their countries of birth because they think they can run to other countries for treatment, for instance, when they are ill. This is not only an irrational and devilish thought, but it is a show of naivety and ignorance. Many have lost their lives, particularly during the pandemic, because of it. Since borders of various countries were closed and flights grounded, barely no one could go anywhere, rather rely on the previously despised local health system to save their lives. Especially for national leaders entrusted with the management of resources, if there is one great lesson you must take from the COVID-19 pandemic, then the best one is to make your own country a safe haven. It's time to practice in action the long-time saying, there is no place like home. Lesson 8. The tough times also came with emphasis that knowledge, observation, and obedience can preserve lives. Denial and ignorance resulted in more damages. Realize that when you lack knowledge, the burden of loss, failure, and rejection is more likely to be upon your head, more than you can ever imagine. Have good knowledge and timely information, and your life will be saved. Similarly, when facing severe tough times, you must be knowledgeable and cautious about the types of questions to ask and where to look. When used well, they could serve as great panacea for overcoming and thriving in tough times. Lesson 9. Nobody can do away with his Creator. Whether it is in adversity or joyous times, man is nothing without being connected to his source, as proper function demands perpetual connection to one's origin. Accordingly, man should never pay homage or worship a less intelligent species or any other, except the Almighty God. If you cannot depend on apes in tough times, then why should you when there is peace and prosperity? The best decision to make in life is not only be connected to the supernatural in tough times alone, but in all seasons. If you fail to realize it, adversity will compel you to recognize the Creator for yourself, as many leaders do in tough times. In addition, each person must know the Creator for him or herself, as your spiritual leaders won't always be around, nor will the worship center's doors always be open. Lesson 10. Family is paramount and irreplaceable. The roots of a family are unending and unbreakable, and family reunion is a must. There can be no better opportunities than opportunities to reunite and cherish one's family. No matter how much you love the world and the world loves you, you cannot feel more connected to it than the bond of your family. Family is like an ocean that never runs dry. Every person started and will somehow end there. Hence, family is and has always been the primary foundation of life, and through it, God's mandate to mankind is fulfilled. It is the most important thing to man, apart from the Creator. Hence, families must not be traded for anything such as job, money, and the like. Family must always be paramount on our agenda, because the practice of family reunion does not only unite and reconcile families, make family members feel loved, and strengthen bonds, it also encourages development at individual and community levels. And if we ignore it, tough times have the way of bringing us back to our family roots and restoring our lack of time, which is often responsible for many family and relationship challenges. Lesson 11. There is no habit or man-made activity one cannot live without. Many individuals have idolized a number of things to the extent of thinking that they cannot live without them. Forgetting to know these are merely habits, you must now remember that they are learned and practiced, and similarly, they can be unlearned and unpracticed. Since the pandemic came with shutdown of many habitual activities, including sports and other games for months, life continued normally without them. In short, the main lesson is that there is nothing you cannot do without. This is good news because many have perceived the impossibility of living a particular habit, but the possibility has shown its face through the tough times that you can. It is important for increased productivity because any thief of your precious time can be redeemed. Lesson 12. Tough time is the reinforcer of thinking. The tough times of COVID-19 have provided a strong reminder of the need to think and create. The chance to think is the chance to create wealth and prosper, but it can also be a chance to negatively affect your life depending on its use. In other words, during tough times, your mind is at its sharpest level, but you decide what it slashes. Whether it slashes problems and creates opportunities for you, or it slashes and ruins your own life. Successful people use good thinking as an incubator of their pursuits because thinking is the wheels for the conversion of tough times to produce the necessary benefits, including breakthrough, discovery, transformation, better life, and clinching of unimaginable successes. The opportunity to think is the greatest chance to overcome, triumph, and succeed in whatever endeavors you envisage, as everything starts with a thought and ends with a result. In order to thrive, overcome, and use any situation to your benefit, you must greatly rely on your thinking faculty. The main lesson learned is that once humans can use their thinking faculty well, many societal problems would be solved. Therefore, there is a need for productive thinking in all lessons. Lesson 13. A system that only functions effectively under normal conditions cannot be trusted. One of the jobs done by the tough times of COVID-19 was the exposure of systems, particularly health and education. It must be a big eye-opener and the basis for improving the future. From small to big countries, it was realized that the current systems were only built for normality. Unfortunately, the pandemic has taught us a harsh lesson, indicating that a system that is instituted to only function effectively under normal conditions is an untrusted and temporary system. This means that we must not be impressed with the current reality more than what the future might bring, as doing so is a way of firing ourselves in the leg. Embracing and guaranteeing a much better future must entail building systems that can effectively function in both normal and abnormal times. It is important to rely on the powerful force of nature within to institute all-time systems, facilities, and infrastructures for the good of the universe. Lesson 14. Self-directed education is a key in life. The formal education model was possibly the worst exposed and affected by the pandemic. With the closure of all learning institutions in over 180 countries, education drifted to almost a new model altogether, as the in-person, in-class with a teacher type of education could not hold. Many had to revert to on radio, online, or self-directed education. As the pandemic comes and goes, it is worth noting that your education is in your hands because self-directed education is key. It is the best way to help you to be out of school and refuse to be out of education, because education is your life itself. It is also the best way to escape the faultiness of many curricula with some contents that do not appeal to your inside, and to help you prioritize your self-development through your own curriculum to sow things that are of high priority to you. All individuals, particularly active students, must realize that self-directed education is a problem solver. It makes you to view the formal school environment as a support base and not the decider of your destiny. We believe this single lesson could also change your life for the better if you apply it. Lesson 15. Big or small, we need one another. When borders closed and flights grounded, every nation became apprehensive. Countries that felt they were an island soon realized the untruthfulness of their thoughts. The COVID-19 pandemic taught everyone a big lesson, from individual to national and global, about human interdependence. You can live in all abundance, but without people, you are or have almost nothing, because your completion and fulfillment hinge on others. Say it differently. It is not what you have that makes you powerful. It is the amount of people that cherish what you have and are prepared to entrust you with their power that makes you powerful. In this light, treating others less human or countries less important is not only a threat to globalization and an indirect reincarnation of the pandemic, but also it is against the Creator's will for man not to be alone. We are bonded together by human spirit, the image and likeness of the Creator, which is what matters most in the human race than all of the differences combined. Accordingly, we must all make a decision to lead lives void of racial, ethnic, tribal, gender, or other forms of discrimination, because they have and would never help our one global village. Our take-home lesson is that it is time to stop overlooking a section of the society, country, or continent, because we are mutually bonded together with a common destiny. Lesson 16. Tough time comes with the greatest exposure. From all indications, the world was gradually becoming complacent about many things. Many have even felt that they've landed. The pandemic has shown the contrary. It has forced individuals to realize even more that human and economic interdependence must not be taken for granted. We must rely on this lesson to foster rethinking and reawakening to appreciate everything created, especially humans, by respecting human rights and dignity while leading a life of fairness and justice. No matter how many boundaries or differences we create in the universe, we cannot disintegrate nor undo the ultimate shared characteristic of human nature, the human spirit, which makes mankind who he or she is. The spirit, heart, and soul within make us, and not our external differences. Lesson 18. God is the ultimate one in charge of the world. Many have placed their hopes and destinies in the hands of the earthly rulers, believing that they are in charge. But a great lesson taught by the tough times of COVID-19 was, no species, including humans, or leaders inclusive, is truly in charge of the universe due to huge limitations. Rather, humans are only trustees, stewards, or managers of certain aspects of the universe for a limited period of time, nothing more. The most powerful ruler of the universe is the Almighty God, and He has instituted natural laws from the days of creation. Every individual must reach the point of saying, I own nothing in this universe. I am only a manager, trustee, steward of what the earth provides. Your answer to who is truly in charge is a determinant of your thoughts, beliefs, pursuits, confidence, trust, and almost everything you can think of or do. It has serious implications even for present and future life. The human race belongs to God as the original dealer of men. He is the one who truly deserves our total dependence as the source, because no product is complete, nor can keep functioning properly without depending on its source. Lesson 19. Nature is the most powerful force in the universe. Apart from the supernatural God, nature is the most powerful force in the universe. Hence, willing or forceful submission is required. Its laws are not like man-made laws, which can sometimes be violated with impunity. Nature is just and fair to all persons. In short, every individual must realize that nature is the second most powerful ruler of the universe, having been instituted by the supernatural. Everyone is answerable to it, including leaders who are perceived to be in charge, but are really not. Lesson 20. Dependence on the Creator is the most guaranteed. Having established that it is God along with His instituted natural laws is totally in charge, it must teach every individual to know who deserves their complete trust and reliance. Since the earth and its fullness are His, only dependence on Him is totally guaranteed. Based on this great lesson that we can't rely on our leaders and man-made systems with deep confidence, our conclusion is that dependence on the Creator is the first and most important pathway to overcoming, thriving, and remaining resilient, particularly when all hell breaks loose. Life without belief in the supernatural God is a risky and meaningless life. This is because the most precious, valuable, and ultimate belief in the universe and the heavens is the belief in God. Every other belief is a sinking sand. Lesson 21. Life matters most in the world. From our perspective, the final notable lesson of the pandemic is that life matters most on earth. Once you have it, you still have a chance, as the gift of life is the mother gift of all things. Hence, the preservation of life is the singular most important role of not only health practitioners, but every human being. Every other thing in the world can be replaced, but not life. Since life is the most important of all achievements combined, it must be deliberately and intentionally appreciated. You owe it to yourself to appreciate you and your being by paying the debt you owe the world. In other words, it is mandatory for every human being to do something positive to improve and preserve the face of the world and humanity. Hence, the worst of the worst things one can do is to meet evil against the world and those who reside in it. In short, everything can be abandoned for the sake of life. Therefore, it must be well treated and preserved. Final thoughts and admonitions. Congratulations, you are indeed a winner. You are an overcomer. You are a conqueror and victor. You are truly a successful champion. You have once again demonstrated that you are a mighty warrior and greater in battle with great triumph and victory. You did not start now. You even did it unknowingly. Evidence shows that millions of sperm cells often fight for a place before pregnancy occurs. The result of fight led to your birth, therefore earning you a place in the universe. Again, congratulations on triumphantly winning the battle in the womb and the battle of the tough times of COVID-19. The fight that we've reached thus far means we are victors, not victims. What a privilege we've got from the Creator, because over 500,000 people across the globe have lost their precious lives and gone to the great beyond as a result of the pandemic in only 7 months. You have every reason to throw out a big party for yourself and your family and friends when the dust of the trials is completely settled. Why is it necessary? Because you deserve it. You have every reason to be excited and to celebrate, not only because you have the gift of life, the most valuable gift in the universe, but also because whenever one goes through tough times, one cannot come out the same. You are coming out as a new and a better person. These tough times have given you great deposits into your present and future life accounts. One of our tasks has been to help you recognize these deposits and make good use of them to take you to higher heights. Hence, you deserve to withdraw 100 times. This is a promised reality from the supernatural himself. John visualized this and wrote, "He who overcomes shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son." Revelation chapter 21 verse 17. You see how the Creator loves us. He had not just created the pathway to triumph through the tough times, but also provides for great recovery and inheritance. In our hearts, we are also delighted for not only being part of such gracious gifts, but the privilege to sow, cultivate, and nurture some seeds of positivity, resilience, transformation, and greatness within you. In short, we are honored to be part of your success story through this book. From chapters 1 through 12, we've placed in your hands the golden size of tough times. It is not the situation that happens to you that matters. It is how you use it to your advantage that makes all the difference. We are confident that this material has helped you in this pandemic a great deal and would continue to do so in future. Always remember that you were born as a champion, but you must choose to cultivate and live as a champion. It takes your personal effort, hard work, and endless commitment to be a living champion. Through the application of the contents contained herein, you are surely on your way to a truer and more meaningful living. Use these golden sides to your advantage. Use these pathways to overcome and remain positive and resilient in difficult times. Use them to bring great change and transformation to your life and the world, which you owe everything. In the words of Francis Bacon, he that will not apply new remedies must expect new evils, for time is the greatest innovator. It is our fervent hope that you've already begun applying these new ideas especially the notable lessons, noting that when a tragic situation comes and goes, it is crucial not to let its valuable lessons go along with it, because they are your hard-earned investments. Besides, you've made a decision to live each day as if it were your last, and you've also vowed to die empty and well fulfilled as an appreciation of your humanness. Parents and guardians, brothers and sisters, friends and everyone else, and the world as a whole, because it is all you got to give back. As we wrap up to embark on a more vigorous journey to transform our lives and the world for good, you need to ask yourself a few questions. 1. What do I do differently, especially when it comes to tough times? 2. What meaningful contributions will I leave on this planet as payment of my debt that the world will not forget? 3. If I were to leave this world in 10 years, 5 years, 2 years, or even 10 months, what will I report to the Creator with confidence? 4. Lastly, what would I like to be remembered for? We have the rare privilege to respond to these questions right now. Perhaps this is the main reason why your life was spared. Now is the time to act with all manner of urgency. Declare war on the richness of the cemetery and choose to die empty and fulfilled. Nothing splendid has ever been achieved except by those who dared believe that something inside of them was superior to circumstance, according to Bruce Barton. Dare for greatness, and as you do this, bring others on board. We therefore wish to warmly invite you to grab a copy of this book for your family member, loved one, friend, relative, and anyone, especially those facing serious and challenging tough times with ardent interest of turning their lives around. You are also wholeheartedly invited to follow us on our social media, support or join the revolution aimed at dealing with turning and leveraging worst situations toward personal and collective advantage for success and greatness for all.
We are Project Liberia, Mama Liberia.
May the peace and love of God, through His Son Jesus Christ, be upon you forever as we live our lives to the fullest as positive and resilient champions and world changers.
This has been an audio recording of the golden science of tough times, COVID-19, pathways to overcoming, thriving, and remaining positive and resilient when all hell breaks loose. It is written and published by Dr. Gbollie and Decelia Kanneh, and is narrated by Martha Labindi, Grace Towell, and Michael Todd. We hope this book has been a blessing to you. For more information, you may contact the authors through this email address, charleson20@yahoo.com. You can also visit their website, http://charlesgbollie.com, or follow Charles Gbollie and Decelia Kanneh on Facebook and Instagram. Continue overcoming, thriving, and remaining positive and resilient in all situations, because once there is life, indeed, there's hope. Thanks for listening.
Everything is possible. It could be your mother, your father, even your sister. Let's stand together to fight this deadly disease now. From Asia to Europe, Corona. Europe to America, Corona. America to Africa, Corona. Take precaution. Corona. Be safe. It could be your mama, Corona. Your brother, sister, or father. Corona. Let's stand together, Corona. Mama Liberia, Corona. God bless Mama Liberia and the rest of the world.